Hello, chat. We are live with day number 4 of the Uzbekistan Chess Cup and क्या ही दिन होने वाला है because धीरे धीरे गर्मी बढ़ती जा रही है चाहे टेम्परेचर दिल्ली का हो या फिर भाई प्लेयर हॉल का टेम्परेचर because as we can see Indian players after playing a few 2600s they have suddenly come up to a stage जहां पे उनका वर्ल्ड के टॉप 5 टॉप 10 प्लेयर्स में मैचअप होने वाला है एंड अभी तो वो आपस में भी नहीं खेले तो बहुत खतरनाक मैचअप्स होने वाले हैं. First of all, chat, we have Erigesi Arjun, the India number 1, world number 3, 1 win away from world number 4, playing Nodir Bek. Bhai, kya khatarnak matchup hone wala hai. As you can see there, super important match. Arjun ke hai white. Then you have Arvind against Ian Nepomniachtchi. Bhai, kitna important game again. For Arvind, if he wins, it's a statement. He can enter the world top 10 again. तो वो भी बहुत crucial match होगा. And of course, Pragg against Sindarov, who is ranked second in the tournament right now. उन्होंने एक बहुत बढ़िया खेला, नेपो को हराया, ऑलमोस्ट नोदरबेक को भी हराया, तो वो भी बड़ी खतरनाक पोजीशन में. You can see the standings there, chat. Arjun in second place, tied with Pragg and Sindarov, लेकिन नोदरबेक टॉप पे है, तो नोदरबेक को हराना बहुत जरूरी है. We can stop him right in his tracks and super important game होगा. And तीनों इंडियन प्लेयर्स के फिर से वाइट है. That is super crucial, chat. So we are ready, chat. Are you ready, chat? एक बार yes या no लिख दो भाई because it's going to be super important. And let's see if the Indian players can crush a couple of opponents today. And again, Arjun not at the board. मैंने बहुत notice करा है. Recently, Arjun is coming up a bit late. Meanwhile, Pragg के अगर हम board पे देखें, Pragg's opponent is late. So Arvind and Nepo are the only ones who have started their games already. And Sicilian defense on that board. वो camera shift नहीं हो रहा है. So I'm going to go to the Arjun game for now. But very interesting कि Arjun कहाँ है भाई? किसी को पता है क्या? I think Arvind का नहीं हो रहा था. By the way, where is Arjun? Bhai, I think it's very interesting. I think we saw Gukesh come up late for the first time ever, in at least that I've seen, when he defeated Magnus uski agli game mein. Now we are seeing, Arjun come up late, and then we see Arvind as well. Sicilian defense on the board. Bahut crazy game hone wali hai. Meanwhile, I want to see how late Arjun will be. Chat, any guesses? कितने मिनट लेट अर्जुन होने वाले हैं? फिलहाल ऑलरेडी आई थिंक ऑलमोस्ट 2 मिनट हो चुके. अकेले कमेंट्री करने में वो मजा नहीं. अरे भाई मजा तो अलग ही आता है. मेन तो बस जुकाम ही होना चाहिए जो मुझे अभी है. बाकी तो मजा अलग ही आता है भाई. हर चीज में मजा है भाई अगर आप सही एंगल से देखो तो. एंड मीनवाइल चैट पूरा हाँ देख लिया ना, स्विच नहीं हो रहा अभी. बट एनीवेज आई थिंक हाँ. बाय द वे Pragg is also at the board. So Pragg is back. Okay, he has played d4 this time. Unka opponent abhi nahi aaye. Arvind has still not, the camera is shifting now. He's still thinking after d6 ki kya khelna hai हमको. And finally he plays pawn to d4. कल उन्होंने बहुत ही अजीब सेटअप खेला था. बट आज काफी मेन लाइन थ्योरी खेलते हुए. ऑल्दो यू नेवर नो, रुक जीवन वाले खिलाड़ी है, कभी भी रुक जीवन आ सकता है. एंड मीनवाइल नो एरिगेसी अर्जुन स्टिल. वेयर इज अर्जुन? भाई लोग 3 मिनट हो गए यार. भाई मैग्नस गैम्बिट मतलब आई थिंक बहुत पॉपुलर हो रही है आजकल. चैट एनी गेसेस? भाई 3 मिनट्स डाउन. वेयर इज अर्जुन? Pragg Sindarov will be game of the day. You know what? It is totally possible. आज तीनों मैचअप्स बहुत खतरनाक है. As of now, on paper, maybe the Arjun Nodirbek game is the most, exciting because दोनों players ऐसे खतरनाक है, win के लिए खेलते हैं. But any of the 3 games, भाई दोनों कह रहा भाई कहाँ है अर्जुन? भाई कहाँ है? उठ के ही चला गया भाई Nodirbek. He's not even sitting down. Where is Arjun? भाई where is Arjun? भाई okay, he's back at the seat. Still no Arjun. 4 minutes in. भाई कहां है हमारा अर्जुन? Actually 3.5 minutes in, not 4 minutes in yet, but still you get the point. Arjun buffet में hash brown. अरे nice, I remember that. Yeah, one of his favorite dishes in breakfast buffets. I remember उसने एक famous interview में कहा था कि उनको hash browns बहुत पसंद है, वो खाते ही जाते हैं. And there he is, by finally coming up fast. I think थोड़ा late हो गए थे. And बढ़िया सा crisp सा सूट पहना है. And let's see what opening. Chat e4, d4, c4, knight f3. What do you think will be the first move for Erigesi Arjun? Chat, come on, spam कर दो भाई. Let's go. जल्दी से स्कोर शीट लिखते हुए आई थिंक स्कोर शीट भी लिखने के लिए उनको 30 सेकंड और लगेंगे, एंड देन ही विल ऑफ कोर्स थिंक एंड फोकस एंड मेडिटेट फॉर 30 सेकंड्स। तो 4-5 मिनट लेट ही एट द एंड मूव जाएगी। एंड नोदुबे के स्टेयर्स ऑलरेडी हल्के फुल्के चालू होते हुए, सुपर इंपॉर्टेंट game here for both players. If Noderbek wins, he could extend a one point lead. Yeah, it's super important for him as well. So, agar Noderbek game jeete hai, he takes a big claim towards his candidate spot in terms of both the FIDE circuit ratings and chances बढ़ते जाएंगे. कल अर्जुन ने ड्रॉ लिया था, क्या वो आज पुश करेंगे? D4 चैट कह रही है, C4 कह रहे हैं कई लोग. सो काफी काफी दुविधा में है चैट की अर्जुन पहली चाल क्या खेलेंगे. भाई नोदर में कह रहा है भाई इतने में तो मूवी देख लेता यार. ओके अर्जुन फाइनली रेडी टू प्ले. आई थिंक ही विल गो फॉर D4. अबे यार बोलते ही E4 खेल दिया यार, थोड़ा वेट तो करने का था, इतना वेट किया. एनीवेज E4 ऑन द बोर्ड चैट बाय आई अर्जुन. सो ही हैज प्लेड E4 एंड कुछ शार्प देखने को हमें आज मिलेगा. नोदुबे का कुड गो सिसिलियन डिफेंस इफ ही इज फीलिंग कि टुडे आई वांट टू पुश. ओके वहां से बोर्ड साफ करते हुए नोदरबेक एंड अर्जुन आते ही फिर से उठते हुए बोर्ड के ऊपर. नो H4 चैट, कम ऑन यार. टीम D3 विल जी. हाउ डू यू थिंक H4 विल हैपन भाई? H4 हो जाएगा तो भाई अर्जुन हार ही जाएगा भाई. आई नो उनकी टीम काफी क्रिएटिव आइडियाज लाने में माहिर है, बट इतना भी क्रिएटिव नहीं होना था यार. How can Arjun play Bullet Chess Championship? I think he will manage to play it somehow because there is enough gap. By the way, E5 by Nodebek, so he's playing it solid in the opening. I expect Knight F3. Okay. अरे हमारे एडिटर साहब खुश होते हुए क्लॉक एडजस्ट कर दी भाई अर्जुन ने. अरे भाई साहिल मिश्रा स्माइलिंग समवेयर इन द यूनिवर्स राइट नाउ भाई. 7 मिनट 40 सेकंड पे वो क्लिप है भाई. साहिल मिश्रा जी एंजॉय. So knight f3 on the board, knight c6, bishop b5, million views आते हुए. And now we're going to think what will Noderbek do. So Spanish on the board, a6 यहां पे आ सकता है, knight f6 यहां पे आ सकता है. And of course we are still in deep opening theory. And Noderbek यहां पे 10 सेकंड लेंगे कैलकुलेट करने के लिए. Okay 10 सेकंड नहीं लिए उन्होंने, 2 ही सेकंड लिए. knight f6 on the board. So clearly both players in their prep so far. ओके D3 खेला. नो हैंकी पैंकी बर्लिन ड्रॉस. D3 से पॉन डिफेंड कर दिया. एंड नाउ ही विल पुट आउट द बिशप. या बिशप कम्स आउट टू C5. एंड ऑफ कोर्स चैट अगर आप यहां मारते हो, पॉन से मारते हो, सबसे भाई फ्री का पॉन. देयर इज क्वीन टू D4 अटैकिंग द नाइट एंड थ्रेटनिंग मेट. एंड गुड बाय हो गया भाई, गेम खत्म. सो अर्जुन प्लेज व्हाट डिड ही प्ले? ही प्लेड पॉन टू C3. वेरी लॉजिकल मूव. So now the game is simplified, chat. I think we'll head out to the Pragg game quickly. देखते हैं क्या हो रहा है. D4, D5, C4, E6, Knight F3, Knight F6, Knight C3, and okay, we are in the semi-Slav and Queen D3 by Pragg. मुझे याद है मैंने एक डीवीडी देखी थी यहाँ पे वेयर पीटर हाइन एंड नियल्सन जो कार्लसन की सेकंड है. डोंट नो कौन सी डीवीडी थी यार. वाज इट द सेमी स्लाव? आई थिंक इट सेमी स्लाव. बट एनीवेज आई थिंक ही रिमेंबर्स क्वीन D3 एंड यहाँ पे ब्लैक यूजुअली टेक्स ऑन C4, क्वीन C4, B5 एंड यूजुअली जो काम बिशप करता है वही काम क्वीन करती है. सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग सेटअप बाय व्हाइट एंड आई थिंक प्रग प्रिपरेशन करके आए हैं. एंड सिद्धारोव यहां पे एक लंबी थिंक लेंगे बिकॉज ही हैज टू बी श्योर कि ही हैज रिमेंबर्ड द लाइंस बिकॉज ये इतना ऑफन खेला जाता नहीं है. सो यू कैन फॉरगेट थ्योरी इन दिस पर्टिकुलर लाइन. क्वीन टू D3 एंड मे बी प्रग हैज अ न्यू आइडिया इन दिस ओपनिंग सेटअप. या Meanwhile, Arvind against Nepo. अरे Sicilian defense हमने देखा था यहाँ पे. D4 मारा, Knight F6, Knight C3, A6, main line Sicilian knight off, and H3 आता है यहाँ पे. And E5, Knight D E2, no Knight B3. पहले H3 उतना it's not the main line. Knight D2 not the main line. H5 आता है G4 रोकते हुए, G3 आता है, and this is the current position. Usually ये white यहाँ पे पोजिशनल प्लेयर्स को थोड़ा प्रेफर करते हैं बिकॉज यू डू गो किंग साइड कैसलिंग मोस्टली. सो आप क्वीन साइड पर ऐसे कैसल करके अटैक नहीं करते. बट ऑफ कोर्स दिस इज आल्सो वेरी स्ट्रेटेजिक. D5 स्क्वायर विल अगेन बिकम वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. हु कंट्रोल्स दैट D5 स्क्वायर? एंड नेपो बाय द वे कल अर्जुन से उन्होंने ड्रॉ किया था. अर्जुन वाज द वन पुशिंग. सो टुडे विद द ब्लैक पीसेस ही माइट नॉट बी एज एम्बिशियस. बट ऑफ कोर्स डिपेंड करता है अरविंद की फॉर्म के ऊपर, उनका अरविंद के परसेप्शन के ऊपर कि वो कितना यहां से ब्लैक से पुश करेंगे. एंड अरविंद ऑफ कोर्स इफ ही कैन विन दिस ही कुड पोटेंशियली अगेन enter world top 11. I think world top 11 में आने के chances अच्छे हैं. And Anish would become world top 10. So बहुत interesting game ये भी रहेगी. Bishop E7 played and black maybe यहाँ पे cashling की तैयारी कर रहे हैं after a move like G6 in some cases. And B5 विल ऑलवेज बी इन दी एयर. सो फिलहाल के लिए नेपो यहाँ पे सोचते, अरविंद यहाँ पे सोचते हुए बिशप जी टू खेल दिया उन्होंने बहुत जल्दी. वी गो जंप टू द अर्जुन गेम. बाय द वे, नो मूव्स. Oh, we have a few moves, but I don't see them on the board. I'm going to refresh it very quickly. Nidhi, we don't see the moves for some reason. Not sure what the case is here. Oh, Raja ji, real. Exactly. Exactly, Vivek bhai, exactly. अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है ठीक है ठीक, गॉट इट गॉट इट. साथ में आएंगे मूव्स तो मतलब मूव्स भी थोड़ा ग्रुप में काम करते हैं. आजकल दुनिया सेफ नहीं है, चैट कितनी जगह वॉर चल रही है, तो द पीसेस आल्सो वांट टू स्टिक टुगेदर. अकेले अकेले कोई चलना नहीं चाहता, टोटली अंडरस्टैंडेबल. एंड विशेष सिवा खेल दिया यहाँ पे. एंड नाउ आई थिंक C3 D4 का प्लान अर्जुन का लॉन्ग टर्म है. वी ऑलरेडी सी द पॉन टू C3 एंड आई कैन प्ले द मूव्स. या सो लेट्स से ब्लैक कैसल्स, व्हाइट हैज कैसल्ड, पॉन इज ऑन H6. आई थिंक बिशप यहाँ पे उनका जी, और बिशप G5 जा चुका है एक्चुअली, सो मे बी बिशप G5, H6, बिशप H4. एंड और क्या मूव हुई है भाई, और क्या मूव है? वेट, देयर इज नो बिशप ऑन C5, राइट? द बिशप हैज ड्रॉप बैक टू E7 आई थिंक, एंड व्हाइट हैज कैसल. सो ये आई थिंक पोजीशन है करंटली चैट, एंड काफी स्ट्रेटेजिक पोजीशन है. बिशप इज स्टिल ऑन B5, दो यूजुअली ऐसा होता नहीं है. This is the, oh, rook E8 played instead. Oh, actually, bishop is on F8. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, Arjun now thinking, and by the way, chat, in this current position already, I think we are not in mainline theory already. I think बहुत कम गेम्स खेले गए हैं, 20 गेम के आसपास खेले गए हैं, एंड उससे 13 गेम में नाइट D2 वाइट के द्वारा खेला गया. सो लेट्स सी व्हाट वाइट प्लेस. अर्जुन थिंकिंग राइट नाउ. अर्जुन का ये बोर्ड पे देखता ही नहीं है भाई. आई थिंक कुछ है भाई, कुछ तो है. लाइक इतना इतना आई थिंक अर्जुन इज अ बिट शाय फ्रॉम द बोर्ड. कुछ तो सीन है भाई. इतना तो मैं भी हेजिटेट नहीं करता भाई बोर्ड को देखते हुए. मैं तो शायद खेलता भी नहीं हूं. आई थिंक इन द लास्ट 2 years आई हैव प्रॉब्ली लुक्ड एट अ चेस बोर्ड मोर देन अर्जुन. ऐसा मुझे फीलिंग आ रहा है ड्यूरिंग कैलकुलेशन इन रियल गेम्स. सो दैट इज इंटरेस्टिंग स्टेटिस्टिक्स देयर. एंड फिलहाल के लिए चैट, अर्जुन ऑफ कोर्स थिंकिंग स्टिल. भाई अगर ये तुम सिर्फ और सिर्फ पोजीशन हटा दो, बोर्ड हटा दो, इट लुक्स लाइक कि अर्जुन ने अभी कम से कम 2.5 क्वीन ब्लंडर करी है. ऐसा सीरियस एक्सप्रेशन है ना अर्जुन की शक्ल पे, लाइक इट्स इनसेन. बिकॉज द बोर्ड, अरे भाई ऐसे थोड़ी होता है भाई, ऐसे थोड़ी है. कोई वो दुल्हन मेरी आजादी वो वाला सीन थोड़ी है. एंड फिलहाल के लिए चैट, सो प्रग के बोर्ड पे चलते हैं. क्वीन D3 के बाद नो मूव स्टिल. तो सिंदारोव क्लियरली इस लाइन से फेमिलियर है नहीं उतना, एंड ही इज ट्राइंग टू रिमेंबर हिज प्रेप, थोड़ा कैलकुलेट भी करते हुए. एंड अरविंद की गेम, बाय द वे, लॉट ऑफ मूव्स हैपेंड. या बिशप G2, B5, नाइट D5. इनफैक्ट मैंने खुद खेला हुआ है ब्लैक से, सो दैट्स क्रेजी यार. मुझे भी लग याद है रुक A7 यहां पे आएगा, एंड देन इफ यू प्ले बिशप E3 देयर इज बिशप B7. I think, oh, maybe this is not here, yeah? Maybe this is not the same variation. Maybe I'm a bit mistaken, yeah? I think bishop B7 is what I play in these structures, but apparently rook B7 is also interesting. So let's see what Nepo plays. A काफी interesting position, by the way, yeah? Look at the pieces. Look at the rook on A7. Black is not even castled yet. So king कहाँ जाएगा? Of course, will go to G8 whenever he gets an opportunity. But as of now, quite interesting. And दोनों players बहुत तेज खेलते हुए. And 2 times in a row that an Indian player is ahead of Nepo on the clock. Very rare. यो साल भाई, कैमरा के पीछे कहा हो भाई, मैं छुपा हुआ हूं बिकॉज बीमार हूं भाई. तो बीमार आदमी छुपा रहता है. बाय द वे, रुक B7 प्लेट, देयर इट इज चैट. बीमार आदमी भाई, बीमार आदमी यहां पे कमेंट्री कर रहा है. एंड गोइंग बैक टू द फुल कैमरा नीरी भाई. एंड रुक B7 प्लेट. आई थिंक यहां पे B4 A5 आएगा बहुत जल्दी. Come on, come on, come on, Arvind bhai, jaldi. I think if he starts thinking, that is not a good sign. He needs to play it quickly. Jaldi jaldi khelne ka hai. That's very important. If you take a lot of time na, that's a problem now. I think because this is a very very sharp line as of now, and आपकी preparation यहाँ पे रुक B7 की बात खत्म नहीं होनी चाहिए. फेस रिवील बिल्कुल भाई, माइनक्राफ्ट चैनल हूं मैं तो आज पहली बार फेस रिवील किया है. एक्सपेक्टिंग सब्सक्राइबर्स टू गो डाउन टू 1/10 एनी मोमेंट, जैसे ड्रीम के हुए थे. आई हैव अ ड्रीम बट दिस वाज नॉट द ड्रीम भाई. फिलहाल के लिए स्टिल अरविंद थिंकिंग. By the way, no moves in the Arjun game still, and no moves in the Prag game still. Aj, I think for the first time we are seeing ki pehli. Okay, actually not for the first time, but Indian players सोच रहे हैं. I think that's for the first time in the opening. I think usually Indian players have out prepared their opponents. I think यहाँ पे पहली बार I think अरविंद थोड़ा सोचते हुए. Okay, Nepo gets up, takes his walk. एंड जरूरी है रेपो का भाई, उनका कोटा होता है, हर बोर्ड पे जाके थोड़े एक्सप्रेशन देने पड़ते हैं. सो वो हर बोर्ड पे जाके दे रहे हैं फिलहाल के लिए. एंड अरविंद राइट नाउ स्टिल थिंकिंग. चैट लाइफ में कुछ भी करना है, बस दिल्ली में कम रहना भाई. जो काम होता रहता है भाई हर दिन. स्क्रीन में एक्यूरेसी दिखाओ. गुड पॉइंट भाई. कैन वी ऐड द एक्यूरेसी ऑफ द बोर्ड्स दैट विल बी अमेजिंग टू सी. कितनी एक्यूरेसी. बाय द वे इवाल बार भी लेफ्ट में दिख रहे हैं चैट, चारों बोर्ड के. भाई कहां से कहां आ गए हम मेरी भाई. एक जमाने पे हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था. आज हमारे पास इवाल बार भी है, एक्यूरेसी स्कोर भी है. भाई आगे आगे जिंदगी हम मेरी भाई नहीं भाई. कितनी बड़ी बड़ी काम कर दी हमने. सब हिंदी कमेंट्री है, कोई चेस चैनल है? हिंदी कमेंट्री का कोई चेस चैनल है क्या? ओ लेट मी थिंक. ओह इंटरेस्टिंग. काश कोई अभी हिंदी में कमेंट्री कर रहा होता तो कितना अच्छा होता यार. आई एम थिंकिंग, कोई दिमाग में आ नहीं रहा यार फिलहाल के लिए. शायद अरविंद स्टिल थिंकिंग. सो आई एम गोना जंप टू द अर्जुन गेम कि इफ ही हैज अ मूव रेडी फॉर अस. स्टिल नो मूव्स फ्रॉम अर्जुन. दैट्स यूजुअली रेयर बिकॉज अर्जुन तो बहुत ही जल्दी खेलता है भाई ओपनिंग में. इतना जल्दी तो अर्जुन सोचता नहीं है यार. अभी तो 8 ही मूव हुए हैं, एंड वो भी इन मेन लाइन थ्योरी. अर्जुन इज वेयरिंग स्पोर्ट्स शूज. भाई मैंने पिछले राउंड में भी कहा था, आई थिंक 2 राउंड पहले कहा था, दिस दीज आर अर्जुन कुछ लाइक वो कुछ सुपरस्टिशन है इसका मुझे लग रहा है. बिकॉज आई रिमेंबर सीइंग द सेम शूज इन चेन्नई जीएम. बिकॉज आई वाज आल्सो शॉक्ड कि भाई व्हाई इज ही वेयरिंग स्पोर्ट्स शूज ओवर अ सूट. आई थिंक कुछ तो है, लाइक इट्स लाइक अ सुपरस्टिशन और समथिंग फॉर हिम मे बी. समय रहना, हाँ भाई आई थिंक समय रहना तो हर जगह ही है. पेरिस में भी है, उज्बेकिस्तान में भी है. ही मीन्स प्रॉपर हिंदी. ओहो शुद्ध हिंदी चाहिए क्या? अच्छा अच्छा. देखिए शुद्ध हिंदी में वार्तालाप करने के लिए हमें बहुत सारे शब्दों का प्रयोग करना पड़ेगा, मगर इतने शब्दों का हमें वोकैबुलरी नहीं है, तो माफ करें. अभी भी अर्जुन सोचते हो भाई. दिस इज अ न्यू फर्स्ट भाई. अर्जुन इज थिंकिंग भाई. इतना प्रिपरेशन तो अर्जुन नींद में कर लेता था यार. ही स्टिल थिंकिंग. नॉट अ गुड साइन बिकॉज उनके ओपोनेंट नोदर पे क्या आज यार. तो इफ ही डजंट, if we didn't expect this, maybe Nodibin will get an edge in the opening itself. Come on, come on, come on, Arjun bhai. Ajju bhai, come on. थ्योरी में यार ऐसे नहीं कर सकते अज्जू भाई. अज्जू भाई थ्योरी में नहीं, थ्योरी में तो आगे निकलने का भाई. कम ऑन लेट्स गो. Prag to Prag's opponent is thinking, of course. Yeah. I think what I meant was like Arjun is thinking, which is quite rare. Prag का तो opponent Sindaro सोच रहा है, and he's been thinking for like 14 minutes already. By the way, no moves in the Arvind game, no moves in the Pragg game, no moves in the Arjun game, and no moves on the dance floor. क्या कर रहे हो chat? Come on, let's dance. जैसे आ तो हिंदी समझने में दिमाग लगेगा भाई. ये तो है, हिंदी के जो हार्ड कोर शब्द होते हैं ना, लाइक सुनने में मजा भी आता है. लेकिन यार ऐसे वार्तालाप, आह क्या शब्द है भाई. ओहो ब्यूटी. शब्दकोश, अरे थैंक यू भाई. आई थिंक वो एक शब्द मेरी डिक्शनरी से रह गया था. ओके अर्जुन. पानी की बोतल आई थिंक खुल नहीं रही क्या? नहीं, खुली हुई, खुली हुई, खुली है. I see many people walking in background wearing formal clothes. I think either it's a superstition or it's a thing कि यार मजबूरी में formal clothes पहने हैं. समझ रहे हो? Like either I'm wearing formal clothes in some sort of like formality, or I think it's a lucky thing for me. I think दो ही reasons की वजह से you could have that clash. इंग्लैंड से हो ना तुम? हाँ भाई मैं क्रिकेट टेस्ट मैच ही देख रहा हूँ. अभी स्टेडियम में बैठा हुआ हूँ. विराट कोहली को देखने आया था, बट कोहली इज नॉट हियर, तो टिकट के पैसे पानी में गए. कमान 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 अर्जुन भाई. इतना भाई 1 घंटा 18 मिनट भाई. इज बीन थिंकिंग फॉर व्हाट 12 for 15 minutes now, almost 14 minutes. Because still no moves in the Pragg game chat. Opponent सोच रहा है. Still no moves in the Arvind game. वो सोच रहा है. And still no moves in the Arjun game. भाई what is this? भाई आज तो लोग संडे को ज्यादा ही सोच रहे कुछ. Desk got mentioned on day one. Yeah, I know. And by the way, Chad, I'm wondering, yeah, what do you think? Why are Indian players and everybody actually, to be honest, why is everybody thinking so much today? Do you think कि आज matchup ज़्यादा खतरनाक है? Like we can see Arjun against Nodirbek, Pragg against Sindarov, Arvind against Nepo. Like the matches, the opponents are tougher. Or do you think it's just the Sunday vibes? Yeah, Sunday है यार आज तो आराम से खेलेंगे. Or do you think it's just कि the opening maybe it's like something people are not that comfortable with? ABC chat कौन सा option लग रहा है? I think it's option C. Maybe it's like the openings today that Indian players have gotten is not exactly what they expected maybe. Pragg का तो भी ठीक है but बाकी दोनों players के लिए at least. तो जिस दिन मैं दिल्ली से शिफ्ट होऊंगा ना भाई, ओह उस दिन मैं पार्टी दूंगा यार चैट स्ट्रीम पे ऑनलाइन. सच में भाई, ये तबीयत मेरी खराब नहीं होगी. बट एनीवेज, opponents are tougher, I think. I don't know. I think opponents are tougher. I agree, but they also have the white pieces, and it's not like Carlson बैठा है सामने. Like I don't know because Arjun is coming. After playing Magnus, Hikaru, Gukesh, Caruana. So इतना तो वहां भी नहीं सोचा यार. Because players don't wear formal shoes because they have to walk around. Yeah, but I mean, everybody wears formal shoes. I think it is easy, comfortable to walk around in a tournament hall, right? It's not that difficult. जिसने भी नौकरी करी है उसको पता है भाई, formal shoes is not that difficult actually. It's kind of okay to walk in. They don't want to draw, all want to win after Rapport has made such a blunder. भाई Rapport तो कल हारे, but I don't think it was just a blunder यार. Because I think a position ऐसी bishop against knight is always tricky. Arjun still thinking, chat. 16 minutes Arjun has been thinking. No moves. Oh, finally. So we have knight bd7 by black and Pragg plays bishop to f4. I think यहाँ पे Pragg की position बढ़िया है. He's gotten the bishop out before black puts the bishop on d6. So bishop बढ़िया लग रहा है इस diagonal के ऊपर. The question is, how does black challenge white center? Because white का plan could be simple, yeah, to maybe even play e4, to just play rook coming to c1, e3. At some point, black has to challenge, yeah, either via this, something like this, but now this pawn is hanging, so you can't do this. Because knight हमने यहाँ पे ले आए, knight पहले c6 को defend कर रहा था. Or you have to play c5. I think that's the second option. आप उम्मीद कर रहे हो कि white ऐसे मारेगा, you take with the knight and you get the tempo on the queen. But you have to challenge the center, otherwise white is gonna dominate this. For example, bishop e7 खेला मैंने यहाँ पे. I'm gonna play e4. Knight takes, pawn takes, pawn takes. मेरे दो pawn center में है, आपका एक भी नहीं है. Knight f6, maybe queen comes back to c2 and white is very, very comfortable. Okay, you have a check, maybe you exchange a few pieces. So आप भी हार नहीं रहे, for example. But still, I think white feels a bit more comfortable. Yeah, queen e3 आएगा, rook d1, b3. ये दोनों pawns comfortably defended है. I have more space. We are playing for two results. आपको ये bishop कितना घटिया piece है. It has no good square to go to. मैं एच3 में लगे हाथ खेल दूंगा ताकि कभी आए भी तो देयर इज नो स्क्वायर स्टिल. सो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं पे व्हाइट टू बी स्लाइटली बेटर, नॉट द पोजीशन यू वांट टू प्ले अगेंस्ट Pragg. I think today all win because they're investing that time in calculation. I agree, but I think एक बोलते हैं ना, फॉर एग्जाम्पल कल हमने देखा कि लाइक टाइम आप आगे हो पीछे हो, इट रियली अफेक्ट्स योर प्ले, राइट? सो अगर अभी के लिए इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, बट लास्ट के 10-15 मूव में you can spoil a completely winning position. Thank you इमरान भाई. एंड फिलहाल एडजस्ट करते हुए अपनी पीसेस और कुर्सी यहाँ पे Sindaro. So let's go to the game of Arjun. If he has played a move, yes he has. So bishop h4, bishop e7, bishop to g3 खेला. इस position में chat, just look at this. Knight d2 was the move played. Bishop c6 was the move played. In around 17 games, only in 2 games was bishop g3 played. So a nice move, but Nodirbek को in a second पता था क्या करना है, best move खेल डाली. And यहाँ पे we are already in almost uncharted territory. दो ही गेम इस पोजीशन में आए थे. A4 खेला गया था एक गेम में जहां व्हाइट हारा, एंड H3 खेला गया था एक गेम में जहां व्हाइट won. The fact that white won this game and we are still in an old game on chess.com, I sense कि कहीं ना कहीं पे भी this is still Arjun's prep. This is still Arjun's prep chat, मुझे feeling आ रही है. And जो वो सोच रहे थे, he was just trying to remember theory. And if we look at the game that happened, right? So अगर हम थोड़ा deeper जाए, bishop d7 खेला, and now apparently we have two games again. So let's say bishop a4, bishop f8, knight d2. अरे ये खुल गया भाई. g6, rook e1, bishop g7, knight f1, a5, bishop b3, knight. क्या ही मैन्यूवरिंग वाली गेम है, बट दोनों नाइट्स गेम में आते हुए, एंड एट सम पॉइंट आई एम गेसिंग व्हाइट ने d4 फेंका होगा. भाई बार बार खुल रही है यार. बहुत लंबी गेम है, एज यू कैन सी. अ लॉट ऑफ मैन्यूवरिंग. ओ माय गॉड, कितनी मैन्यूवरिंग है भाई इसमें. इट्स इनसेन अमाउंट ऑफ मैन्यूवर. b4 आया, मारा मारा, अबे यार. 96. And finally white won a pawn and won the game. So काफी maneuvering होगी इस गेम के अंदर, and it's not going to be easy for either side to, let's say, win the game, but it's also not going to be the kind of game जहां पे कुछ instant draw हो जाए. So दोनों players push करते रहेंगे, एक strategic battle होगी, and this is the kind of position जहां पे जो strategy में, जो position में अच्छा होता है, वो बंदा usually game जीतता है. So very interesting chat. फिलहाल के लिए we'll go to some other game. Let's go to Pragg's game for now. Okay, no moves by Sindharov still, जो बहुत time ले रहे हैं opening में. And Arvind की game अगर हम जाएं, still no moves by Arvind as well, who's already 10 minutes behind. By the way, Chad, I had a thought yesterday, and ये मेरे को midnight thought है. So बताना what do you think about this, ठीक है? मैं ट्वीट करने वाला था, मैंने कहा छोटा ट्वीट क्यों करेगा, तो 12 बजे कौन पड़ेगा वो. सो मेरा एक थॉट आया, ठीक है. सो लेट्स से एन इंडियन क्वालिफाइज, लेट्स से 2-3 इंडियंस क्वालिफाई फॉर द कैंडिडेट्स, एंड वन ऑफ देम एक्चुअली विंस. सो एक इंडियन कैंडिडेट जीत गया मान लो, ठीक है. नाउ ही इज गोइंग टू चैलेंज गुकेश फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, राइट? ठीक है. सो नवंबर में होता है वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप 2026. ही इज गोना चैलेंज गुकेश फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप. ना नवंबर से 1.5 महीना पहले क्या होता है? ओलंपियाड. सो इसका मतलब कि जो भी गुकेश को अगर इंडियन चैलेंज करता है, दे गोना बी इन द सेम टीम प्लेइंग टुगेदर इन द ओलंपियाड 1.5 months प्रायर टू प्लेइंग द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप. नाउ ऐसी प्रॉब्लम्स यूजुअली रशियंस को ही हुई है. रशियंस को ऐसी प्रॉब्लम होती थी पुराने जमाने में, बट इंडियंस को भी ये फेस करनी पड़ सकती है. सो इफ 2 Indians, let's assume it's Arjun for now, Pragg भी हो सकता है, anybody else, let's say Arjun for now. So Arjun and Gukesh will play in the same team in the Olympiad, and then they will play each other in the World Championship 1.5 months later. So I would expect उस टीम में यूनिटी थोड़ी कम होगी maybe. So एक काफी इंटरेस्टिंग सिचुएशन हो सकती है भाई वहां पे, बिकॉज टीम यूजली प्रिपरेशन भी शेयर करती है, दे प्लान टुगेदर. सो वहां पे प्रिपरेशन शेयर में भी उतनी शायद ना हो. सो विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग डायनामिक इफ एन इंडियन एक्चुअली क्वालिफाइज टू चैलेंज गुकेश फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप. सो आई डोंट नो इफ दैट हैपेंस. आई वुड से एटलीस्ट 33% to 50% चांस है कि एक इंडियन क्वालिफाई करेगा, बिकॉज 2 से 3 इंडियन तो क्वालिफाई करने ही है कैंडिडेट्स के लिए. By the way, Queen D2 played by Arvind. So he puts the queen back. I think he knows कि bishop e6 आने वाला at some point, right? Not right now because the rook is hanging, but at some point, yeah, I think या knight d6, knight यहाँ पे b6 पे भी आ सकता है, या f6 पे भी आ सकता है. So queen को हिलना तो पड़ेगा ही. So he plays queen d2, and chat, I think idea यहाँ पे हो सकता है knight c3 and knight d5 का. It's very obvious कि the knight on d5 is an excellent piece. Queen can be harassed, and knight d7 instantly. So if you play knight c3, I'm gonna play knight f6, and if you play here, I'm gonna take, you're gonna take, and again सेम सिचुएशन, एंड ब्लैक का एक पीस एक्सचेंज हो गया, व्हाइट का एक्सचेंज हो गया, बट ब्लैक हैज लेस स्पेस एंड ब्लैक का ज्यादा बेनिफिट है इसमें. By the knight c3 played by Arvind very quickly. I expect knight f6 to happen in seconds by Nepo. बिल्कुल धीरे नहीं खेलते वो, उनको बिल्कुल फियर नहीं है भाई. आई थिंक कोई डर नहीं लगता उनको चेस खेलते हुए, ही इज लाइक अ फियरलेस प्लेयर है। एंड उनके शक्ल पे लिखा होता है गेम में क्या चल रहा है। नाइट F6 आई थिंक शुड हैपन विद इन अ मिनट। Nozebek is defensive, playing style or aggressive? I think it's quite aggressive. Not only in his play, but in his body language. Constantly घूरते हैं opponent को वो जब भी गेम खेल रहे होते हो. So he's not one person to shy away from a challenge. In fact, जब मैग्नस को उन्होंने टाटा स्टील 2020 आई थिंक 4 में हराया था, आई थिंक या 3 में हराया था आई थिंक, लाइक ही वाज स्टेयरिंग एट कार्लसन थ्रू आउट कि भाई कब रिजाइन कर रहे हो। तो कार्लसन को तो घूरने में वो हेजिटेट नहीं करता भाई। So still, I think Nepo thinking maybe taking a bit longer than I expected, but I expect knight f6 to happen on the board pretty soon because knight d5 is an excellent piece. So you want to avoid that. For example, black castle karta hai, I will put the knight on d5, and ab agar aap khelte ho na, I will take the bishop, and queen takes bishop g5. Yeah, this is a bit uncomfortable. ओम शांति चल रहा है भाई, योगा डे खत्म नहीं हुआ तो हमने भी साइलेंस ले लिया। Who is leading tournament as of today? I think it's Nodirbek with I think 2.5 points out of three. He's the sole leader, and though Indian पीछे है half a point behind with 2 points. That is Arjun and Pragg. So Nepo looking at Arvind a little bit, हल्की सी stare फिलहाल के लिए. I think knight f6 आएगा. Meanwhile, going to the game of Pragg, he has, oh wow, so bishop f4 के बाद a6 खेला Sindarov ne, and the plan is very obvious. You want to play b5 at the right moment. So takes and then b5. e4 aata hai instantly, and now d takes c4. And chat, very interesting. Look at this. So queen takes c4. I think the plan is b5. And that's very interesting. So if you take the pawn, by the way, Pragg has captured this, b5 aega. And if you take this pawn, that's a mistake. Rook a7 and bishop b7 pe the queen is getting almost trapped. There is queen c7 to save the day, but I think it's very very difficult because let's say you play bishop d3, yeah. So already bishop b4 pinning this knight first. Let's say you castle, koi stress nahi, and bishop b7 already the queen is almost trapped. Queen c7 khelna padega, mara, and now the e4 pawn basically hangs. So bishop takes, pawn takes, and now ये नहीं, ये वाला bishop takes e4, and यहाँ पे bishop attack, knight attack, यहाँ bishop attack, and black is basically winning. So and we have played. So that's what Sindaro was calculating. Of course Pragg ने शायद ये घर पे देखा होगा, अगर नहीं देखा है so he should be able to easily calculate कि भाई this is a bit risky, so he should drop the queen back. But chat, the question is, if you go queen d3 now, there is c5. So कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लग रहा है कि maybe Sindarov has gotten the better of Pragg in the opening because you do not want to allow b5 and c5 by black. And that's why, yeah, Sindarov is literally shaking, yeah, मतलब ऐसे constantly excitement से ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे. And now he gets up. I think he's calculated this very well. So ये plan जो उनका था, knight d7, a6, and then, taking on c4 and b5, this seems to have worked like a charm for now. So now Charlie saw queen c6, rook a7 with the idea of bishop b7 is scary for Pragg. So he should not take that pawn. And you can see Pragg think, can I grab that pawn on c6? No, Pragg, you should not. But queen d3 is c5. That's also equally worse. So maybe the queen, if you come to b3, for example, even then c5. And marne ke baad knight c5. Let's say you play bishop e2, mara, knight c5 again. Again, your queen is hanging. So maybe what you have to do is queen to e2, but that's not what you wanted to play, blocking your own bishop. I think Sindarov has kind of confused Pragg in the opening here a little bit. Ooh, this is very, very, very interesting. भाई मजा आने वाला है। आई थिंक अगर यहाँ प्रग थोड़े ट्रबल में आ गए तो गेम बड़ी शार्प हो जाएगी। एंड चैट बाय द वे डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, लेट्स गेट टू 200 लाइक्स भाई लोग। संडे भाई आज तो आप वैसे भी रिलैक्स्ड हो, तो उंगलियां हिलती रहनी चाहिए लाइक बटन के ऊपर, जल्दी से भाई दबा दो भाई। लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स। एंड मीनवाइल प्रग यहाँ पे थोड़े स्ट्रेस में, आई एम गोना बी ऑनेस्ट हियर। So let's see what Pragg plays. Meanwhile, going to the game of okay, no moves in the Arvind game. Or Arvind game, yes. Black has played knight f6. And now, instead of playing knight d5, which would be awesome for black, he takes again. Arvind plays a3, so prevents b4. And now he has the choice कि आराम से मैं knight d5 खेलूंगा. So his plan is bishop g5 takes and then knight d5. So that could be the plan for Arvind at some point. और जो h5 मूव ब्लैक ने खेली है, दिस हैज द एडवांटेज ऑफ प्रिवेंटिंग g4 एंड जब नाइट e2 पे था नाइट g3, बट इट आल्सो वीकन्स द g5 स्क्वायर। सो बिशप g5 रोकना मुश्किल ही नहीं भाई, नामुमकिन है। Pragg could never lose with the white pieces. Frog Loki, I can tell you right now, if I had to choose a color in this position, I might choose black. I think जो queen e2 move है, it's not absolutely normal, I would say. Just to point out, we are already in uncharted territory. This has never been played before. In fact, यहाँ पे ही knight d7 was not the main move, bishop f4 not the main move. तीन गेम यहाँ पे थी, and a6 already was a novelty. So Pragg has not seen this before at home. He has seen the plans. He knows e4 खेलना चाहिए, but Sindarov has confused him now. And now queen has to come to e2, not absolutely normal. You can see Pragg doesn't look super happy. He's trying to calculate what to do. And as he does, one look at the Arjun game chat. What's happening there? Lot of moves, by the way, in the Arjun game. Let's have a look what happened here. So we saw bishop d6 and h3, right? Last हमने देखा था. Bishop d7 आया. Exactly what was played in the game we saw. अब आता है knight d2. So this is where the game has headed into new territory. Novelty है knight d2. Knight h5, bishop को attack. Bishop हम देंगे नहीं भाई बिल्कुल भी. You know, कुछ भी हो जाए भाई, बिशप पे नहीं देना फ्री में. बिशप g5 ब्लैक ने खुद देने के लिए दिया. एंड ऑफ कोर्स अर्जुन टेक्स दिस बाय द वे. ही कुड हैव प्लेड d4 breaking in the center. He could have played rook e1, but bishop मिल रहा है तो अर्जुन ने instantly grab कर दिया. But apparently that was not the best move. And chat, we could see a very quick draw here because queen g5 played and knight f3 on the board. And if knight f4 आ रहा है, let's say white passes the move, right? Let's say I play rook e1. Sorry, back to play. Let's say queen g6 and rook e1. Now bishop h3 is hanging. That's dangerous. So I don't want to do that, right? So I play king h1 and now knight f4 is also possible, threatening queen g2 mate anyways. So बहुत stressful situation है भाई ये. Rook g1 खेलना पड़ेगा. And if I take the bishop, I've lost the bishop advantage again. Then what was the point of, taking on g5? E takes f4. Black is absolutely fine. What is the bishop doing on b5? Not much. So going back, after knight f3, queen g6, white could just play knight h4. And queen cannot go to h7 because queen h5 piece मर रहा है. So इसका मतलब queen g5 आएगा. Knight f3, queen g6, knight h4, queen g5, knight f3 draw. So this could just be a draw. Like a very, very quick draw in 15-16 moves. अगर Nodirbek and Arjun दोनों interested है. In fact, Nodirbek I don't think has a choice. I mean, he can play queen f6 to avoid the draw, but that's objectively a worse square. The queen belongs on g6, जहां पे वो bishop h3 threat दे रही है, knight f4 threat दे रही है. So it would be saying कि I'm going to play a worse move to avoid a draw, and that walks into Arjun's play directly. So Arjun will be very happy queen f6 आता है बोर्ड के ऊपर. रैपॉर्ट के साथ भी खेल रहा है क्या? नहीं भाई. सिंदारोव और सिंदारोव नोदिरबेक काफी कॉमन सरनेम है. नोदिरबेक की दो है इस टूर्नामेंट में. सो सेम नाम कहीं पे दिख जाए तो भाई डोंट वरी. सो चैट, इंपॉर्टेंट डिसीजन फॉर नोदिरबेक. सो दोनों प्लेयर्स को एक मौका मिलेगा ड्रॉ अवॉइड करने का. नोदिरबेक का मौका वो यहां पे है. If he wants to avoid a draw, he has to go queen f6. Queen g6 अगर आपने खेल दिया तो you are basically giving away your rights of avoiding a draw. Then अर्जुन के हाथ में है. Does he want a draw? If he wants a draw, he has it. Or he can say, you know what, I don't want a draw. I want to play something like king h1 and play the game. That's also possible. But black के pieces मुझे honestly बढ़िया लग रहे हैं. all the pieces attacking on the king side. White के pieces कुछ खास कर नहीं रहे. Bishop on h2 being a defensive piece. Bishop का कुछ खास कर नहीं रहा है. Knight on f3 is okay, but again, like black के pieces ज्यादा active लग रहे हैं मुझे यहाँ पे. Nodvik should not go for draw, but you know, Nodvik has the black pieces. And जैसा मैंने कहा, problem Nodvik की ये है कि ये knight hanging है. So after queen g6, knight h4, he has no option. He has to come to g5. अगर queen f6, queen h7, knight गया खत्म. I think he didn't expect Arjun to go for this variation because यहाँ पे उसको दिख रहा होगा कि draw मिल रहा है, तो Arjun will not play this, but he did. And now maybe Arjun is okay with the draw, yeah? Maybe Arjun is okay. So chat, question for you. Do you think Arjun will take the draw here? Do you think we'll see Nodrbek or Arjun try to push draw? Yes or no, chat? Come on, let's go. अरे भाई 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 भाई, सुपर ट्रिकी मोमेंट यार, सुपर ट्रिकी मोमेंट. व्हाई इज देयर नो सुपर चैट? चैनल ही मोनेटाइज नहीं है दीप भाई, सो नो सुपर चैट अवेलेबल भाई. कभी कुछ भेजना होगा तो भाई मालदीव का ट्रिप भेज देना भाई मुझे. मैं भी जाके साफ हवा में चिल करूं भाई, दिल्ली की हवा से बीमार हो गया हूं. बाय द वे, नो द मेक अवॉइड्स इट. That is super interesting to me. He could have gone for the equal variation, the draw, but he doesn't play it. And look at that slight stare towards Arjun. He says, "Bhai, draw kahan? Ghanta draw." That's very interesting decision by Nodirbek, refusing the possibility of a draw with the black pieces, even though he plays the second best move. There is no doubt Nodirbek realized Queen G6 was the best move. There is no doubt in my mind because Queen belongs on G6, but he did not want a draw. Wow, you have to commend the courage there. You have to commend the courage there for Nodirbek. Great move. But Arjun should be happy as well because chat, this is not the best move. Now there is no bishop h3 threat. Knight f4 is not as strong. So you can simply play rook e1, prepare d4, and Arjun should get objectively at least a slightly better position. इतने हिसाब से मोनिटाइज नहीं है. अरे भाई वो अलग रीजन है उसके, कुछ टेक्निकल रीजंस है. आई डोंट नो, आई विश आई न्यू, बट चेसकॉम का चैनल है तो ऑफ कोर्स लाइक मे बी इट डजंट मैटर एज मच, बट या. Meanwhile, chat. So as Arjun, okay, yawns and thinks, we're gonna have a look at the Pragg game. B5 killed the guy, and Pragg does find Queen E2. So kudos to Pragg for finding the best move. And now, oh wait. Did Black make a mistake? I think Black just pushed B4, and that's a big mistake here. What? Yeah, B4 on the board. I think Pragg's opponent has made a mistake here, chat. And now knight a4 is the best move for Pragg. And the problem is, chat, if you play c5, the move you really want to play, right? For example, d takes c5, knight takes c5, knight takes c5, bishop c5. Black is absolutely fine. But the problem, and now you understand the idea of Queen e2. Can we go full screen again? The idea of Queen e2 is c5 ke upar, he's going to play d5. And now if you take, the queen is perfectly placed. Bishop e7, d6 resigns. So that's the idea. d5. And if you take, let's say queen e7 khela humne yahan pe, I can even castle queen side here. Queen takes, bishop takes, and ye sare pawns weak hai. King will go to b1, rook coming to e1, and ye sare, bhai, bishop e7 pe d6 aa raha hai, bhai, literally. It's literally crazy. So that's a big mistake by Pragg's opponent. So suddenly the tide is turning again. भाई क्या मस्त है भाई, चेस में हर चाल में कुछ डिफरेंट हो जाता है यार. भाई I don't think he realized, like Pragg's opponent has realized, because he used too much time for the previous moves, he thought इस बार जल्दी खेल देता हूं भाई, किसी को पता नहीं लगेगा. But Pragg को पता लगेगा भाई, तभी उसने Queen E2 खेला है. He realized कि Knight A4 C5 पे D5 आ रहा है. And if Black doesn't take, let's say I play Bishop E7, I want a castle, yeah? I could play D6, D6, Bishop F8, by that itself, I mean, E5, oh my god. Or I could take, and now Rook D1. So that's also very scary. So if you castle, for example, there are knight g5, knight e6 ideas. Why? This is also dangerous. Queen c4 bhi aa raha hai. So lots of options available here. I think Pragg is objectively better now. हाँ भाई, आई हैव अ कोल्ड अंकित भाई। भाई दिल्ली में ना हर तीसरे दिन कोल्ड होता है मुझे, सो आई एम प्लानिंग टू शिफ्ट सून। भाई कौन सी सिटी में शिफ्ट करना चाहिए यार, जहां पे ना एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स लो हो, लाइक 100 के नीचे हो कम से कम, एंड और एयरपोर्ट भी हो भाई। दो चीजें चाहिए, एयरपोर्ट होना चाहिए आसपास, एंड एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स 100 से नीचे होना चाहिए भाई। कौन सी सिटी बेस्ट रहेगी बताओ भाई चैट, शिफ्ट होने के लिए? अगले महीने शिफ्ट होऊंगा मैं। I think that's what I said, right, Adit bhai? The point is ki I think he took so much time while playing b5, and now he played it a bit quicker because he was a bit worried about his clock, and he probably kind of missed d5, I think. Because अगर d5 काम नहीं कर रहा है ना, then this is this perfect for black. जैसा हमने कहा, मारा 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 सब बढ़िया है ब्लैक के लिए। Next he castles, bishop b7, absolutely perfect. देहरादून यार मैं गया था यार, देहरादून ना इट्स इतनी पतली सी एक सड़क है वहां पे देहरादून में, भाई गाड़ी चलाने की जगह नहीं है भाई। इट्स अ नाइस सिटी, द ओनली प्रॉब्लम इज दैट भाई एक ही सड़क है देहरादून में, भाई एक सड़क है बस इकलौती सड़क इन देहरादून। कराची नहीं भाई, कराची नहीं यार, वॉर्सा में खर्चे बहुत है। कैन यू गो फुल स्क्रीन नहीं भाई एक बार? आई वांट टू सी प्लस एक्सप्रेशंस। अब मुझे छींकने का भी मौका मिल जाएगा। फुल स्क्रीन नहीं रहा है, फुल स्क्रीन। हिरोशिमा कह रहा है एक बंदा। टाइम ट्रेवल तो नहीं करवाओगे साथ में? शिमला, हाँ शिमला जाऊंगा मैं भाई। फिर नीरी वाले को खा जाएंगे भाई लिटरली। ठीक है भाई, इंटरनेट स्पीड नहीं आ रही भाई प्राग नोज ही इज बेटर यार, आई थिंक ही सेंसेस इट। केरला यार भाई केरला बहुत दूर है यार, कंट्री के एक्सट्रीम्स में नहीं जाना एक्चुअली, लाइक केरला या कोलकाता, लाइक बहुत दूर, या इट्स टू फार अवे। घर कभी आना पड़ेगा तो इट्स टू फार अवे। वैसे आजकल प्लेन में बैठने में डर ही लग रहा है मुझे तो। जयपुर अगेन, इट्स द सेम भाई, जयपुर इज द सेम एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स, इट्स वेरी बैड। तेहरान ईरान, वाह वाह, इस बंदे को कोई मेडल दो भाई बैन होने का एक। टू लाइव वन इवेंट फ्रॉम माई प्लेस, अरे थैंक यू उमर भाई, कभी आऊंगा वॉर्सो में। एक बार वॉर्सो तो नहीं गया, आई हैव बीन टू क्राको वंस। आई थिंक क्राको वाज क्वाइट ऐसे मतलब डार्क सा था, डार्क मतलब इसकी लाइक इट वाज, सन निकलता ही नहीं था वहां पे। पुणे इज नाइस, पुणे इज नाइस। चंडीगढ़ में वही एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स है भाई, इट वाज 550 लास्ट ईयर आई थिंक, जहां तक मुझे याद है। तो नवंबर में फिर से वाट लगेगी। Arjun looking low today. Really? We gotta switch to Arjun and check while Pragg thinks. Arjun doesn't look low. I think it's just he's not prepared. He's not prepared, I think. I think today he's out of prep very quickly. And that's why you see him, thinking more. And he could have just gone for a draw, but his opponent refused. भाई दो ही चीजें, लो एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स एंड एयरपोर्ट भाई, बस दो ही चीजें भाई, और ज्यादा डिमांड नहीं है भाई, ज्यादा डिमांड नहीं है मेरी। आई थिंक पुणे इज वन ऑफ देम फॉर श्योर, जो मेरे दिमाग में चल रहा है अभी। मुंबई भी है, बट मुंबई इज जैसा तुम्हें पता है कि वहां पे पहले रेंट पे अगर खरीदना तो इम्पॉसिबल है, और रेंट पे जाना हो तो पहले किडनी रखनी पड़ती है एक अपनी, तो नॉट श्योर अबाउट दैट। मेकअप, हाँ मेकअप कर रहा हूँ भाई। ये देखो भाई बंदे को। पहलगाम, भाई वो सेम फील्ड में पहलगाम में गया था भाई 10 years बैक। मेरा वो शाहरुख खान के पोज में वो सेम फील्ड में फोटो है अभी भी भाई अर्जुन इतना सोच रहा है ना, लगता है ही इज आल्सो थिंकिंग मैं कहां शिफ्ट हूं भाई। Literally same thoughts in Arjun's head right now. Because the game is not as complicated. I think the moves are very simple, right? D4, rook e1. Like it's not that complicated of a position. He doesn't have like 10 options here. You can't even go queen d2, right? Because there is bishop h3, takes and queen f3. So you can't move the queen. You can't move the bishop anywhere. You can't move this rook anywhere. यहाँ चल के क्या, bishop a4 is one option and rook e1 is one option and d4 तीन ही option है। एंड तीनों को खेलना ही है किसी ना किसी मूव ऑर्डर में एक्चुअली। नैनीताल यार, नैनीताल हिल स्टेशन पे नेट सेम स्पीड पे आता है क्या बाय द वे? नासिक तो यार विदित वहां से चला गया इंटरनेट की वजह से, तो मैं ना लिटरली इट्स नॉट ग्रेट एडवर्टाइजमेंट फॉर नासिक. चंडीगढ़ would be my dream city actually. I love चंडीगढ़. It's just कि यार I don't think it's a relief from the air quality index. But अभी के लिए फिलहाल के लिए नोजोबेक सोच रहा है ये क्या टाइम पास कर रहे हैं ये लोग भाई. उज्बेकिस्तान आइए आइए तो सही. चंडीगढ़ में यार एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स पवन भाई तो 550 लास्ट ईयर इन नवंबर. आई एम अ केपी भाई एंड केपी बोले कई कई लोगों को समझना है तो अच्छी बात है भाई, डर लगता है. कश्मीर से क्यों भाग गए अभी बताओ. अभी संक्षेप में बताऊंगा तुम्हें बाद में. फिलहाल के लिए भाई थोड़ा डर तो लग रहा है. अर्जुन का टाइम देख के डर लग रहा है एक्चुअली. यस 58 minutes एंड हिज ओपोनेंट इज हाफ एन आवर ahead. And yesterday also Arjun, right, he was slightly better but he took that draw. I think that was a good decision I feel, because practically वो white के लिए खेलना आसान था. And today also he's taking a lot of time, so maybe okay, he's about to play I think. Great move by the way, very logical. Bring the rook to the file जो खुल सकती है आगे जाके with d4. And also कल को the bishop can drop to f1 in some cases अगर यहाँ कोई सच में अटैक बना दिया black ने जादू से भाई. And by the way, if queen g6 now, Arjun will again have that draw. So the problem for Nodirbek is he needs the queen on g6 to attack. And जैसे ही वो करेगा अर्जुन ड्रॉ का ऑप्शन हाथ में आ जाएगा. So he still needs to come up with something else apart from queen g6. जम्मू यार मार से वापस कब आए. गौतम सिटी. हाँ ये अच्छा आइडिया है भाई. मतलब नया चैनल भी खोल दूंगा गौतम सिटी, बोलूंगा भाई असली गौतम सिटी का बंदा तो मैं ही हूं. लेवी तो भाई कॉपी कैट है. हैदराबाद इज नाइस आई हर्ड यार. हैदराबाद में प्रॉब्लम ये है कि आई डोंट नो एनीबॉडी इन हैदराबाद, सो इट जस्ट बिकम्स लाइक अ सिटी जहां पे अकेले ही बैठना पड़ेगा फिर. चंडीगढ़ आई नो पीपल, पुणे आई नो पीपल. हैदराबाद में आई डोंट नो एनीवन. शिलोंग इज टू फार अवे यार, कभी घर आना पड़ेगा तो 3 घंटे नहीं यार, दैट्स टू फार अवे. अर्जुन स्टिल थिंकिंग. अच्छा चल दिया सॉरी माय बैड. नाउ नोटिवेक थिंकिंग ओके. By the way, chat, Pragg game में we have knight a4. Pragg has played the best move. That's amazing news. And Pragg is now objectively plus 0.8 better. That is almost an extra pawn. So if he keeps playing the best moves, I think he has a great chance today to get a victory here. And not to forget, if Pragg wins, he crosses Arjun. Oh, by the way, Gukesh, he's behind Gukesh now because he drew yesterday. So he's behind Gukesh again, world number 6. But if he wins today, he crosses, I think, Gukesh and maybe Arjun also if Arjun draws. So I think he could cross both of them today. बिलासपुर कहाँ है भाई. कभी सुना सुना है मैंने बट आई डोंट थिंक बिलासपुर एयरपोर्ट मैंने कभी सुना है. नागपुर आई हैव नॉट थॉट अबाउट. नागपुर में कुछ है क्या स्पेशल है क्या नागपुर में भाई. आई डोंट नो एनीवन इन नागपुर अगेन. लाइक व्हाई वुड आई चूज नागपुर ओवर पुणे लाइक आई एम नॉट श्योर. The lesson I learned is we don't have to engage with those who don't take themselves seriously. भाई ये कहाँ सीखा आपने लेसन भाई. मुझे पता भी नहीं है. I'm imparting wisdom without knowing it. That's crazy. By the way, Bishop B7 played, and now chat he's basically gearing up for C5 again. So let's just put the rook on D1 ताकि कभी भी C5 खेलो तो भाई यहाँ D5 फिर से. That's the idea. So let's go rook D1 Pragg. Come on. He could play rook c1 also, I think, also possible. Multiple moves. But I think rook d1 is the best option. Putting the rook opposite the queen chat. Usually a great tactical idea. And अगर black यहाँ queen a5 खेलता है knight को attack करते हुए, we have simply b3. सब कुछ बढ़िया लग रहा है भाई. And अगर c5 तो फिर से d5. मारा तो मारा and you resign भाई. Goodbye. खत्म. Finish. हो गया. भाई चेन्नई में जाऊंगा तो यार गालियां पड़ेंगी यार. आई एम गोना लोअर द एवरेज रेटिंग ऑफ द सिटी. मुझे लग रहा है चेन्नई जाऊंगा ना अगर शिफ्ट होके तो मुझे लग रहा है कि लोग गालियां देंगे भाई. क्यों आ गया भाई यार, सिटी का नाम खराब कर दिया भाई यार. यहाँ पे वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस घूम रहे हैं, ये कहाँ से आ गया एनएम. शिमला वेरी गुड इंटरेस्ट भाई. शिमला का वही चक्कर है ना यार. इट्स लाइक वेरी हार्ड टू लीव देयर. यू हैव टू फर्स्ट ट्रैवल बाय कार. पराग कह रहा है हाँ भाई बात तो सही है भाई, चेन्नई में ना ही आए तो बेटर है। पटना भाई, पटना में तो मैंने कुछ पढ़ा था आर्टिकल की, अगर हम कुछ था कि भाई सारी कुछ वो 100% रिजर्वेशन कुछ पढ़ा था भाई, पता लगे मेरी जॉब भी चली जाए। नहीं नहीं, पटना नहीं आना भाई अभी। अंडमान निकोबार आइलैंड्स। भाई इज देयर एनीबॉडी हु हैज द फियर ऑफ लिविंग ऑन आइलैंड्स, कि भाई एक दिन आइलैंड बह जाएगा कहीं पे, और इज इट जस्ट मी? डर लगता है आइलैंड में, कभी यार कभी जोर की वेव आएगी भाई, साथ में ही बह जाएगा आइलैंड, इसलिए डर लगता है भाई थोड़ा बहुत, नहीं? By the chat फिलहाल के लिए प्रग, आई थिंक ही इज 8 minutes ahead on the clock, so that's a good sign. यूजली जब भी आप बेटर होते हो ना, the only thing that can spoil your position usually is having less time. So the fact that he is ahead on the clock gives me a lot of confidence in Prag's position. बाय द वे वहां पे दिख रहा है हमें, एनीबडी मिसिंग? सहाज भाई, सहाज भाई तो नहीं है, बट उनके क्लोजेस्ट फ्रेंड हमें उनके पीछे पीछे बैठे हुए दिख रहे हैं, अब्बासोव। लुब्जाना, आई थिंक दैट्स द कैपिटल ऑफ स्लोवेनिया ना, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन। पैदल चलो शिमला में, गुड फॉर हेल्थ। भाई वो तो ठीक है, बट शिमला से बाहर जाना होगा तो कैसे जाएंगे भाई? अच्छा, नागपुर इज सेफेस्ट सिटी, डिसेंट एनवायरनमेंट, इट्स इन मिडिल ऑफ इंडिया। डू वी नो एनीवन फ्रॉम नागपुर? आई डोंट नो एनीवन इन नागपुर यार, तो अकेले बोर हो जाऊंगा यार, दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम। आई थिंक मुंबई आई नो a lot of people, Pune I know a lot of people, Chandigarh I know a lot of people, but nobody in Nagpur. डर तो कश, अबे भाई, बाद में 99.5 एक्यूरेसी है पुरक की, बाप रे। भाई नहीं, चेन्नई में नहीं जा सकता भाई। आई थिंक माई एक्यूरेसी इज टू लो टू शिफ्ट टू चेन्नई, ऐसा मुझे फीलिंग आ रहा है दिल से। देहरादून यार इज इंटरेस्टिंग, आई वेंट टू देहरादून वंस टू चेक कि कैसे सिटी रहने के लिए, इट वाज नाइस, बट एक ही छोटा सा वहां पे सड़क के भाई, मूव करना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है। मोहाली आ जाओ। भाई गूगल करो मोहाली का AQI क्या था पिछले साल पीक। साहिल तुम और तुम्हारी लॉजिक कमाल है, थैंक यू भाई यार, लॉजिकल रीजनिंग इज माय स्ट्रेंथ भाई। MBA की तैयारी मैंने 1 महीना करी थी, तो लॉजिकल रीजनिंग क्वेश्चन काफी सॉल्व करे हैं, तो थैंक यू भाई, अप्रिशिएट द sarcastic praise. After rook d1, b3, oh wow, that's an interesting move. That's very interesting. I missed that. Because that idea है कि I'm guessing the idea is कि if you take, you wanna either give this check or give this check. Something like that is the idea. क्या? Bishop b4 check maybe. What if I just go bishop d2 maybe? Like it's not that bad, right? I mean it's good. I don't see why it's bad for white though. Maybe I will not get d5 in, but ठीक है मारा, I don't know, queen से मारूंगा तो pawn जाएगा. Maybe rook takes d2 then. Yeah, I mean it looks good actually. I don't see the problem. But nice move, interesting move though, b3. Interesting pawn sack. मैसूरू में एयरपोर्ट नहीं है, मैसूरू वुड हैव बीन ऑसम, आई हैव बीन देयर बिफोर, बट एयरपोर्ट नहीं है वहां पे, फिर बैंगलोर जाना पड़ता है 4 घंटा। युगांडा जाऊं क्या? अभी जाता हूँ, अभी जाता हूँ, अभी जाता हूँ, अभी निकला मैं, बस अभी फ्लाइट पकड़ रहा हूँ। चैट बाय द वे, एनीबडी ज्वाइनिंग इन, सिटीज के नाम अगर आप सोच रहे हो क्यों लिख रहे हैं, तो वो लोग बता रहे हैं कि अगला ग्रैंड मास्टर इंडिया में कहाँ से निकलेगा, फॉर एग्जांपल ढोलकपुर से निकलेगा, कोई कह रहा है युगांडा से निकलेगा, कोई कह रहा है कसोल से निकलेगा। सो इसलिए आप इतनी सारी सिटीज की, मार्स की भी बात हो रही है चैट में। सो इंडिया का अगला GM कहाँ से निकलने वाला है, तो वो उसकी हम डिस्कशन कर रहे थे। मीनवाइल चैट, Pragg, of course, thinking he's better, the only guy who's better right now. अर्जुन की पोजीशन में रुकी के बाद A6 was played by black. I don't think bishop देना चाहिए हमें. Let's bring the bishop back to A4. Bishop C4 पे I think there is knight A5 ideas at the right moment. And bishop pair जाएगा, so I don't want that. Bishop A4 and bishop C2 का option रहेगा हमारे पास. तू बता कहाँ जाना है यार, मुझे वहां वही तो बोला भाई, एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स लेस देन 100 मैक्स, एंड एयरपोर्ट भाई, तो ऐसे ऑप्शंस बहुत कम है। आई थिंक पुणे इज वन ऑफ देम, देहरादून इज वन ऑफ देम, बट या एक जमाना था परसेंटेज मार्क्स देखते थे लोग, अब चेन्नई में तो मूव एक्यूरेसी को देखते हैं भाई। दैट्स एन इंटरेस्टिंग आइडिया। सो फॉर एग्जांपल, लेट्स से कि जब कॉलेज का एडमिशन होता है तो आपका एग्जाम का परसेंटेज देखा जाता है। So if you want to get, oh, he played bishop c4. That's very interesting, right? Because now 95 is an option technically. He's not worried about 95 for some reason. Let's see why that is. So imagine करो chess के भी school होते हैं, and there are many chess schools, right? I think RV Ramesh I think has one. So many academies. Srinath also. कितने सारे हैं तो maybe the accuracy score can be their way of selecting students कि भाई तुम्हारी कितनी chess कम accuracy है भाई। 98 not good enough. Sorry bro. Sorry bro. रांची। भाई रांची, आई डोंट नो एनीवन देयर यार, वही चीज है ना, वो भी एक सीन है एक्चुअली। व्हाट्स योर मंथली इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल? आई डोंट नो एक्चुअली एग्जैक्ट कितना है, मुझे याद नहीं है। ज्यादा नहीं होगा भाई। अगला जीएम इंडिया से ये आ गया भाई, चक दे इंडिया का फैन सक्षम, देखो भाई। चक दे इंडिया का फैन आ गया बंदा भाई, इंडिया से निकलेगा भाई, सिटी से क्या होता है। बजट फिलहाल के लिए अर्जुन गेट्स अप, एंड आई स्टिल डोंट सी एनी मूव अपार्ट फ्रॉम नाइट ए फाइव विच चेंजेस एनीथिंग। सो यहाँ पे आई थिंक बिशप डी फाइव इज द आइडिया दैट अर्जुन हैज, एंड इफ यू प्ले सी सिक्स टू ट्रैप द बिशप, ही इज गोना टेक ऑन एफ सेवन, क्वीन एफ सेवन एंड बी फोर, and that's the trap he has basically. The knight is basically trapped here. So that's why knight a5 probably doesn't work right now. Very interesting move by Arjun, bishop c4. भाई ले जा तू भाई, ले जा तू मुझे। नाइस आशुतोष भाई, नाइस नाइस। Pragg, by the way, chat, going to the Pragg game right now. Oh, we have Rook C1 played, also decent because C5 अगर खेलोगे तो I can just take on C5 now and I win a free pawn. And of course, if you take on E4 तो थोड़ी complicated थी, but I think C6 probably, C7 incoming. This is quite dangerous. So black खेलता है bishop E7, पहले वो castling की तैयारी करते हैं। And now I think you need to move the queen somewhere ताकि मैं bishop develop कर सकूं, castle कर सकूं. So white is better. White is better, but maybe it's not the best move, Rook C1, yeah? Mysore doesn't have an airport. It doesn't have an airport, but वहाँ flight नहीं चलती. By the way, 777 watching. Wow. Chat stream like करो भाई, come on. जल्दी से भाई, let's get to find like chess.com membership तुम्हारे लिए इंतजार कर रही है भाई दूसरी तरफ, let's go. अरविंद की गेम में क्या हुआ यार, इट्स बिन अ वाइल। A5 खेला ब्लैक ने, so he's hell bent on playing B4. B4 by white anyways. And now bishop E6, castles and castles. I don't know, this B4 move really makes it quite complicated because आपने एक ब्लैक का पॉन फिक्स कर दिया वीकनेस B5 पे, बट योर बिशप इज ऑन G2, so उसको अटैक करना इतना आसान नहीं है। Next, you have kind of weakened your C file. So, कल को मान लो Queen C7, Rook C8, I can put a lot of pressure on these, C file pieces, चाहे knight हो, pawn हो. So, at some point, you will have to go knight D5 now and try to, क्या हुआ नहीं भाई? क्यों? कौन ग्रैंड मास्टर भाई? रियली मुझे नहीं पता। Not having started with Magnus, Fisher was all Taylor. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Nice, nice, nice. कोई मांग नहीं रहा मेंबरशिप, अच्छा भाई, लोग मांगते तो है भाई, ये तो है। भाई अर्जुन, निधि निधि भाई ने मस्त सेशन दिया एक्चुअली। निधि भाई कहते हैं भाई आपको जुकाम है, ख्याल करो, एक झंडू बाम मंगा लो भाई। भाई यू नो व्हाट आई, निधि भाई पहली बार जब झंडू बाम सुना था ना, आई वाज लाइक कि भाई यार जिंदगी में कभी मंगा नहीं सकता झंडू बाम भाई, आई डोंट नो। इट जस्ट फील्स लाइक भाई कोई यार, यू नो, अच्छा यार तबीयत बहुत खराब है रियली, अच्छा वो क्या, अच्छा क्या कर रहे हो फिर, यार झंडू बाम लगा रहा हूँ भाई, लाइक इट जस्ट फील्स सो वियर्ड निधि भाई, नहीं? भाई नाम यार, सोल्यूशन इज सोल्यूशन, ये भी पॉइंट है भाई, ये भी पॉइंट है। बाय द वे नाइट F4 खेल दिया है, सो क्लियरली क्वीन G6 अगेन an option to attack, and Arjun plays the best move, breaks in the center, pawn to D4, and now rook a D8 played। भाई गेम थोड़ी स्पाइसी तो हो रही है यार, क्योंकि अर्जुन ने सेंटर ले लिया है, दोनों पॉइंट सेंटर में है, एंड क्वीन जी सिक्स आप यहाँ पे ओके, अब तो व्हाइट टू प्ले, सो पहले व्हाइट को खेलना पड़ेगा। जस्ट टू शो, इफ यू प्ले क्वीन G6 हियर, नाउ जस्ट बिशप G3 अपेरेंटली वर्क्स, नाइट H5 एंड नाउ नाइट H4, सो ये कहीं ना कहीं कुछ कॉम्प्लिकेशंस गेम में आती हुई, एंड मे बी व्हाइट हैज काइंड ऑफ गॉटन द बेटर ऑफ द लास्ट 2 to 3 मूव्स हियर। सो नोदरबेक ने जो ड्रॉ अवॉइड किया, इट माइट बाइट हिम लेटर इन दिस गेम। चैट बाय द वे, लेट्स हिट द लाइक बटन भाई। देखो नीरी भाई ने मेरे क्या बोलते हैं, मेरे चेस बोर्ड को किडनैप कर लिया है एंड उसको हॉस्टेज रख दिया है। जब तक लाइक नहीं पहुंचेंगे 500, मुझे मेरा चेस बोर्ड वापस नहीं मिलेगा। मेरे चेस बोर्ड को वापस लाओ भाई, 500 लाइक करो, लेट्स गो भाई। भाई भाई ने मजाक करा था भाई, रियल चेस बोर्ड भाई, नॉट द ऑनलाइन चेस बोर्ड। हाँ ठीक है भाई, 26 साल के बुढ़ापे में IM बन सकते हैं क्या भाई? 26 साल इज बुढ़ापा इन चेस टर्म्स, यू आर नॉट इवन रॉन्ग देयर। बन सकते हैं भाई, आई थिंक IM इज नॉट दैट डिफिकल्ट कि नहीं कर पाओ, बट पर्पस क्या है बनने का, आई थिंक दैट्स मोर इंपॉर्टेंट। वाह, निधि भाई कहते हैं ऐसा नहीं है, बुढ़ापा नहीं है, टुडे इज द यंगेस्ट यू विल एवर बी। निधि भाई हर सेकंड में ये बोल सकता हूँ भाई, लेकिन यू नो आई डोंट फील द यंगेस्ट। ओके फिलहाल के लिए अर्जुन इज हैविंग हिज थिंक, रुके D8 प्लेड, नाउ व्हाट कैन ही डू, राइट? सो उसने सारे पीस एक्टिवेट तो कर दिए। सो वन थिंग इज ही कुड फॉर एग्जांपल थिंक कि मैं क्वीन D2 खेलूं, बट अगेन नाइट H3 चेक एंड यू कांट रियली डेवलप बिकॉज मारा मारा एंड ब्लैक विंस। सो क्वीन मूव नहीं कर सकती। जब तक क्वीन मूव नहीं करती ये रुक गेम में नहीं आएगा। Bishop is developed, knight bishop developed. So what do you even do, right? So one thing you can play A4. Ki knight A5 पे, now I have a square on A2. So that is one move that comes to mind. Second, I think वही है भाई, क्या आपको ये मारना चाहिए? Because pawn से मारोगे तो maybe you know this is not the ideal. White has set up this piece as well. So queen से मार सकते हैं maybe. And then you can even offer a queen trade नहीं कर सकते actually. Ooh, D4 hang. So maybe rook E3 then. You know, on a good day you never know, कुछ हैंकी पैकी कर पाए, but it's still not something that dramatic कि मतलब you know कि white is winning or something, but white has the center, so white can't be worse, simple सा logic है। सितारे जमीन मूवी में साहिल क्यों नहीं है भाई? बिकॉज आई डू बिलीव इन OTT, आई थिंक OTT मूवी डालनी चाहिए तभी। काफी मैंने से रेड किया भाई, कितने वेले लोग हैं भाई। इस बंदे को मैं एक बढ़िया बैन देता हूँ, रुको 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 रुको। इस बंदे को मैं 24 घंटे का बैन दूंगा भाई। तो भाई मेहनत करिए तो मेहनत और मेहनत करो भाई 24 घंटे की। आपकी हंसी से हंसी आ जाती है तो अच्छी बात है ना भाई, नेचुरल स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी, जोक भी मारने की जरूरत नहीं है भाई। दैट्स ऑसम, क्रेजी स्किल। Notherbek, by the way, as of now, तो I think he looks pretty confident. I don't see a एक और हल्की सी शिकन भी नहीं है चेहरे पे, इनफैक्ट स्टेयरिंग एज यूजुअल चल रही है। सो गोना हैव अ लुक एट द गेम ऑफ अरविंद फॉर अ सेकंड। ओके, नो मूव्स देयर, गोइंग टू Pragg, no moves there again. So again we are seeing that you know slow moment जहां पे everybody is thinking. चेस की चेस की अर्चना पूरन सिंह लोल्स। भाई नहीं यार, कम से कम नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू तो बोल दो यार, अर्चना पूरन सिंह बोल दिया यार। बिकॉज नवजोत सिंह एटलीस्ट वो तो क्रिकेट प्लेयर नो, सो आई एम एटलीस्ट चेस प्लेयर भाई, तो एटलीस्ट देयर विल बी सम सेंस देयर। प्लीज चेंज सिंधारोव नेम। भाई सिंधारोव का नाम कहाँ गलत है? भाई सही तो नाम है, अब्दुल सत्तारोव नोदिरबेक एंड अर्जुन, नाम तो सही है भाई। Child, by the way, if you had the chance to see two Bollywood hero, heroines, whatever, like actors basically play chess, तो लेफ्ट में अर्जुन की जगह उस प्लेयर का नाम लिखा होता एंड राइट में उस प्लेयर का नाम लिखा होता। सो विच टू बॉलीवुड सेलेब्स वुड यू लाइक टू सी प्ले चेस लाइक दिस, लाइक से पूरा प्रॉपर नाम लिखे हैं, डिजिटी बोर्ड लगा हुआ है, लॉक है, स्टेयरिंग चल रही है। विच टू सेलेब्स वुड यू लव टू सी? आपकी फील्ड रेटिंग क्या है? आई थिंक फील्ड रेटिंग इज, आई थिंक राउंडिंग ऑफ 2200 है भाई। अभी एक बंदा एग्जैक्ट लिखेगा, बट राउंडिंग ऑफ 2200 मान लेते हैं भाई, छोटा मोटा। स्क्रीन पे रैपोर्ट का ओपोनेंट, अच्छा वो, अच्छा यू मीन इन द इवैल बार्स, आ गॉट इट गॉट इट गॉट इट गॉट इट गॉट इट गॉट इट। बट आई डोंट थिंक इट्स रॉन्ग एक्चुअली, वो शमशीद दिन का ही उन्होंने शायद SIN वो बनाया है शायद, मे बी। विवेक ओबराय सलमान खान, ओके। करण जोहर वर्सेस टिक्कू, भाई ये क्या लॉजिक है? By the way, knight d2 played by Prague, a decent move, but I think he's playing it a bit slow as well. So maybe black has kind of come back a bit. Amir Khan and Amitabh Bachchan, Sagar Shah versus Poonam, okay. देखा है ना, okay. भाई चेस खेलना है, जस्ट टू रिमाइंड, हु वुड यू सी प्ले चेस? चेस खेलते हुए देखा है दो सेलेब्स को। हाँ ऐसा किंग भाई, बढ़िया है भाई, अच्छा है, जो मीटअप किया था उसका फायदा हो गया आज। ऋतिक रोशन वर्सेस, अबे यार चेस खेलना है भाई लोग, चेस चेस। एंड जीतेगा कौन? सो लेट्स से कि जो जो आपने नाम लिखे जीते, हु विल बी द विनर, हु डू यू थिंक विल विन, अज्यूमिंग पहले बंदे के वाइट है। एंड वाइट तो आई थिंक उस लेवल पे मैटर नहीं करता एक्चुअली, वाइट ओनली मैटर्स व्हेन यू आर लाइक अबव 2500 में बी, उसके नीचे तो आई डोंट थिंक इट मैटर्स दैट मच। मीनवाइल चैट, अर्जुन की गेम में, ओ ही हैज टेकन, सो ही हैज ग्रैब्ड द नाइट, एंड बाय द वे द बेस्ट मूव ऑफ द इंजन, क्वीन F4 एंड ही प्लेस क्वीन टू C1, व्हाट? ओह, very interesting. So I think this is basically kind of a draw for, I feel like because yeah, I think this is basically a draw. दोनों साथ में पानी पी did you see? नोदुबेक ने बॉटल उठाई पानी पीने के लिए, खोल रहा था, जैसे ही अर्जुन ने उठाई, नोदुबेक ने बॉटल ही वापस रख दी। भाई ये क्या था साइकोलॉजिकल प्ले? पानी पिया ही नहीं उधर, अच्छा पिया था, वो पिया था पानी उसने, माय बैड, आई थॉट ही डिड इवन ड्रिंक वाटर, ओ ही डिड, ही डिड। चेस डजंट नीड बॉलीवुड, लेट्स नॉट हैव दिस ऑब्सेशन। भाई रैंडम बात कर रहा हूँ भाई, मैं कौन सा शाहरुख खान को उठा के ले आया, एंड इट विल बी अमेजिंग ऑफ कोर्स if they played chess, and they do actually, many Bollywood celebs do play chess. I know of multiple people, like I don't know the people, I know that they play chess. सोनम बजवा को, अच्छा एक सेकेंड, ये वो है क्या? If I'm not mistaken, Sonam Bajwa was like the, maybe it's not her actually, because there was a Sonam Bajwa or somebody who was like the daughter of one of my teachers in college. I don't know if it's her or not. Don't talk Bollywood. Okay, we'll talk chess. Chess में chat, for example, now queen is on C1, and question for you, chat. Do you think Nodirbek exchanges? The thing is, so far what he has shown kind of tells us he's playing for a win. And if that's the case, he has to go back to f6. That's the only way. I can't, and then you should transfer the knight and bring it the second one to f4. And then he can maybe argue कि हाँ भाई, I'm playing for a win. अगर क्वीन एक्सचेंज कर दी, I think there is no way on earth black is better. देर इज नो वे नॉर्थ. सो आई थिंक ये गेम ड्रॉ होगी या वाइट जीतेगा, एंड मोस्ट लाइकली ड्रॉ होगी. सो इसलिए मुझे लग रहा है कि मे बी इफ नोदरबेक वांट्स टू प्ले ऑन, ही हैज टू पुट द क्वीन बैक टू f6. देर आर नो अदर स्क्वायर्स बाय द वे. f6 है या फिर एक्सचेंज करना है. सो साले व्हाई सो अलोन? ओ माय गॉड भाई, पर्सनल मैटर्स के बारे में आपको से बता. नाना पार्टिकल से अरशद वारसी भाई, ये कैसे? कुछ है क्या उधर सीन, कुछ राइवलरी? So Nodibek now thinking, I think he has a critical choice to make. Does he want to kind of simplify the position, head off into a draw? Does he want to maintain winning chances? I think Arjunaj has been pretty comfortable with the draw. I think he वो ऐसे ही mindset से आया है कि a draw is not a bad result. He's not been over pushing today at all. And that's fair. I think that's not a bad deal at all. Life is awesome भाई. बस कोल्ड लगा हुआ है एज यूजुअल दिल्ली की हवा में, सो वो चलता रहता है. मीनवाइल प्रग की गेम पे जाएंगे. सो नाइट e2 के बाद हिज ओपोनेंट हैज स्टिल नॉट प्लेड. आई थिंक दोनों प्लेयर्स बहुत टाइम लेते हुए. आई थिंक दिस इज द गेम जहां पे वी आर लाइकली टू सी टाइम प्रेशर अकर, बिकॉज अभी सिर्फ 11 मूव्स हुए हैं एंड यू ऑलरेडी यूज्ड अप लाइक 34 मिनट्स फॉर सिंधारोव एंड 30 मिनट्स फॉर प्रग. सो यहां पे टाइम प्रेशर देखने के काफी चांसेस. My thoughts on Nepo. What sort of thoughts by? लो अबे यार, बॉलीवुड सेलेब्स दोनों होने चाहिए भाई. एंड मीनवाइल चैट गोइंग टू द अरविंद गेम. बाय द वे, किंग h2 and a takes b4 apparently was a slight error. So बार कह रहा है a4 खेलो, बट a4 खेलना इतना आसान नहीं है. बट आई काइंड ऑफ गेट इट, बिकॉज आपने जब मारा, a फाइल तो व्हाइट के लिए खुल गई. सो इफ एनीबडी बेनिफिट्स फ्रॉम दिस, it does feel like it's white. So maybe a slight error from Nepo there, and queen c7. So he's again gonna play rook c8 next. So how does white avoid the pressure on c3? Because let's say I pass the move, right? King g1, rook c8, knight attacked. And rook a3 खेलना पड़ेगा, which is not exactly what I want to play, because now black can even play queen d7 and double up rooks again anyways. And black might even try d5 ideas, who knows long term. कोई भी पीस अगर यहां से हिला तो. So it just feels like कि black is doing fine. So what is the move here apart from, rook a3? Not clear to me exactly. His attitude towards Indian players. I think, yeah, Nepo is just an aggressive player like many other players. And you can't expect players to praise their rivals all the time. If I am a chess player and I am talking about my opponents, right, be it from any country, any place in the world, I'm not going to like constantly praise them, because I have to play against them. वही वाला याद है, वो MS धोनी वाला सीन याद है जहां पे वो उसके टीममेट्स युवराज से इंप्रेस हो जाते हैं. So any strong player, you will never hear like I say crazy positive words, unless you are close to retirement, then you probably don't care as much. So दूसरे के ओपिनियन पे हमें इतना स्ट्रेस लेना नहीं चाहिए. भाई दिल्ली में किसी को भाई दिल्ली में किसी को बिजनेस चालू करना चाहिए. घर के अंदर AQI कम करने का, भाई क्या खूब चलेगा भाई. शादी के बारे में क्या सोचा है? वाह, आई थिंक अ ट्रू चेस क्वेश्चन यार. शादी के बारे में क्या सोचा है भाई? in a sport where the average top player has the is like 20 years old, शादी के बारे में क्या सोचा टिकू भाई? ग्रेट ग्रेट क्वेश्चन भाई. सोचा बहुत है भाई, सोचा है, करेंगे करेंगे बहुत जल्दी. शायद क्वीन सी सेवन के बाद आई थिंक अरविंद इज डेफिनेटली अंडर सम प्रेशर हियर, बिकॉज once black goes rook c8, it's going to be difficult, so your piece will be tied down. I think white का plan f4 हो सकता है, so let's kind of see rook a3 and rook c8. Is f4 working? I think that is the question, right? But apparently I think after f4 black can just play queen c4. And if you play f5, for example, queen b4, and you see how the rook is hanging, if the rook moves, I pick up the knight. So black's counterplay is just in time. You don't have time for f4. And if you don't have time for f4, what is your plan? I'm not particularly sure what white's next move is. The knight cannot move, c2 will fall. The bishop has no better squares. Maybe bishop g5 you can play, but not sure what that achieves as of now. Yeah, can be done, but not really something crazy. The rook is tied down to defending this. Bishop literally has no squares. And rook, अगर f4 खेलना है, रुक को यहाँ रहना पड़ेगा. So white की move मुझे नहीं दिख रही actually. What is white's real plan here? I mean, the only plan I see is knight d5, yeah? चाहे वो rook a3 खेले पहले ही खेल दो. Knight d5 is the only plan I see. Knight d5, let's say ed5. अब bishop f5, maybe we play. Maybe rook fc1, rook c8. Maybe this is okay for white. Maybe this is the way to play. And then rook a6 खेल सकते हो, rook c6 के साथ. But there is queen c3, so ये भी काफी double edged है. But apart from knight d5, I don't see a plan. I don't see a plan for white. Vidit classical chess से क्यों out है? I think he was getting married, no? And he went on his honeymoon. He also played actually वो April का वो जो freestyle chess था. So he's busy with that. I think now he'll start playing more, I guess. Will Nepo qualify for candidates? I think it's very likely. He's known to qualify every single time. Now, he doesn't have a direct spot this year as he had previously, but knowing how he plays in open events, like he's a player who always does well in open events. And kahin na kahin, that means he'll do well in candidates, World Cup, Grand Swiss, and many other events. So I think kahin na kahin chances अच्छे qualify करने के उसके. So Sindarov has played apparently, and he played pawn to c5. Interesting. So maybe the best was castling and then preparing for c5, but he wants to play it instantly. And he's putting pressure on the e4 pawn. So I can't really go knight c4, for example, because, okay, d4 to hai hanging, but e4 be hanging. So here, but I can just take the pawn. So what's the plan? So if you take this, I take this, didn't I just win a free pawn here? What's the problem? Rook c8 खेलोगे maybe. Okay, I can't go knight b3 because this hangs. So what is the plan? Okay, there is c6 actually. Bishop se mara, so I pick up this pawn. And if you take with the rook, I take, and now take. So there is some stuff. So c6 idea is interesting. So maybe not this. What if I rook c8 directly now? Knight b7, rook c1 wins. So not that. और क्या हो सकता है? But the bar is saying white is better. But I'm not sure what the best move is. I can't take because ये hanging है, but I could just come back. And rook c1, knight c1, ये pawn अभी defended है. And मेरी castling नहीं हुई. That's the problem, right? मेरी castling नहीं हुई है. Black can castle now. But I can play f3. अब ये pawn बच गया. And अब ये pawn मैं next चाल में बचा लूंगा. ऐसे या ऐसे. And then the queen moves out. The king goes to f2. And कहीं ना कहीं I think this is not enough compensation somehow. Like black will have to be absolutely accurate. Like बिल्कुल to the point. अगली 10 चालें खेलनी पड़ेंगी. Otherwise white will be just clearly better. So इसलिए मुझे लग रहा है Pragg has great chances, but he has to take the pawn. He cannot avoid, taking the pawn right now. Will Vidit win Tata Steel? भाई टाटा स्टील तो इस साल होगा ही नहीं ना, आई थिंक नवंबर में, बिकॉज देर इज द वर्ल्ड कप दिस ईयर इन नवंबर. So maybe we will have to wait to win Tata Steel. So meanwhile, as Prag thinks, who's in a great position, I feel अर्जुन की गेम में क्वीन C1 के बाद नोदरबेक has still not convinced himself either way. I think he's basically thinking, do I take the draw or do I play on? And I think playing on में भी कुछ खास मिल नहीं रहा है उसको. So I think he might just take the queen on C1, but it's not his style though to exchange queens like this and go for such an equal position. अपने स्टाइल के अगेंस्ट खेलने में ना मन नहीं करता. सो नोदरबेक आई थिंक विल पुट द क्वीन बैक टू F6. दैट्स माय गेस. डोंट वरी नोदरबेक भाई. ड्रॉ इज नॉट सो बैड. ड्रॉ इज ओके. अगर 2026 की वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप गुकेश वर्सेस नोदरबेक हुई तो मजा आएगा. बट डू यू वांट दैट चैंपियनशिप? आई काइंड ऑफ फील कि गुकेश एंड इंडिया के लिए इन जनरल द बेस्ट वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप इज आइदर इट इज इंडिया वर्सेस इंडिया, जहां पे हमारी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप गारंटेड है, या इट इज गुकेश वर्सेस हिकारू और लाइक अ फैबी. बिकॉज उसमें क्या है, हिकारू के होगा ना, सो द इवेंट विल बी क्वाइट हाइप्ड. डेली बेस पे हिकारू विल बी स्ट्रीमिंग, रिवीलिंग हिज वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप प्रेप. सारे मीडिया विल गो क्रेजी. हिकारू ये लाइन खेलने वाला है वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में भाई. बॉन्ग क्लाउड खेलेगा हिकारू वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में. ही विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट हिज प्रिपरेशन. सो दैट आई फील इज अ मच मोर एक्साइटिंग मैच. हर दिन कोई ना कोई अपडेट आएगी. So if I want to see Gukesh play the world championship, I would prefer either it being Arjun, Pragg or some Indian, or it being somebody like Hikaru, which can drag a lot more eyeballs to the event. That's my understanding. Like Nodrbek is a strong player, but he's not that well known in India, right? So I think maybe Hikaru, somebody like Hikaru will be a more interesting opponent. Some queen is, I think, thing is, yeah, there. I think black का idea simple, as I mentioned, is 97 knight g6. So let's say you play, I don't know, queen e3, knight e7, rook d1, knight g6, and वो फिर से वही करेगा, knight f4, queen g6, same plans as he had, let's say, 10 moves back. And now you can drop the bishop back to f1, जैसा हमने कहा था कि g2 डिफेंड किया. I told you, नोदवे के स्टाइल में ही नहीं है भाई क्वीन से एक्सचेंज करना. It's not his style. He puts the queen back to f6 and says, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त. And देखो वो हल्की सी स्टेयर फिर से. I really hope Mukesh is not really going to force for a draw here. Okay, no, he plays queen e3 very quickly. And now knight e7 played. Yeah, the knight is headed to g6 chat. So abhi bhi game baki hai. And I think the game is dead equal as of now. But maybe Nodrbek is the one who has a slightly more king side pull, but it's so slight कि it's barely visible. Like it's as low as as Anish की वीडियो याद आ गई मुझे, like Netherlands chances of winning the Olympiad, like quite low. जो वीडियो में अनीश ने कहा था, as he's mentioned. So yeah, it is a slight chance, but looks unlikely as of now. कैंडिडेट्स इन 2026 यार, दैट विल बी इन अप्रैल. सो इस साल क्वालिफिकेशन हो गए कैंडिडेट्स के. ग्रैंड स्विस से 2 लोग क्वालिफाई होंगे, वर्ल्ड कप से 3 लोग क्वालिफाई होंगे, एंड 1 विल बी द रेटिंग स्पॉट. सो 6 हो गए, एंड 1 विल बी द फेडे सर्किट 7. कारुआना इज द ओनली वन हु क्वालिफाइड सो फार. Interesting question by Srivatsa. Do you think Carlson will help Hikaru if he qualifies for the World Championship? I think if Hikaru qualifies, there's more likelihood Carlson helps Gukesh than Hikaru. Because Carlson Hikaru की rivalry is much older, right? So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे, if let's say that situation arises, Hikaru and Gukesh are playing, I think he will not help Hikaru. In fact, Magnus has famously joked that he sometimes watches Hikaru streams and cheers that he loses. Yeah, so I think kahin na kahin, it's not going to happen. Vishal bhai, Hampi has won so many events this year. I think that's just the law of probability talking. She won the Women's Grand Prix in India. She won, like, I think, the World Championship last year, the World Rapid Championship. She won one more event. I'm forgetting the event she won. I think, wait, who won Norway Chess? No, she didn't win Norway Chess, but she won an event, another event that she played. I'm forgetting the name. So she has won so many events कि भाई कभी ना कभी तो things will not go perfectly. He will help Fabi. Yeah, I don't think so. I'll tell you why. Magnus will not help anyone. And the reason is because Magnus, the reason why he left classical chess is not the playing part. It's the practice, like it's the preparation for the world championship. कितना time लगता है उसमें. That is why he basically left the world championship cycle जब Ding qualify किया था. So if he's going to help somebody else, he might as well help himself and play the world championship. So there is no way that Carlson helps anyone. Sure, he can play like 2 days of practice games, but that's not really preparation, right? So he will not be anybody's second. Chat, if you don't remember, there was a famous video जहां पे आई थिंक सागर भाई ने रिकॉर्ड करी थी, किसने करी थी, बट जहां पे अर्जुन से पूछा गया था कि आर यू इन अर्जुन गुकेश टीम. ठीक है, गुकेश टीम. याद है अर्जुन ने क्या कहा था? Why would I be somebody second? If I remember correctly, something like that he said. So why would Magnus be somebody second? Like it will be logic, hai na? He's the greatest player of all time. He will not be somebody second. Very unlikely. But Magnus said Hikaru is well deserving to world champion after. And yeah. But yeah, it's one thing to wish that something good happens to somebody, and it's one thing to kind of help them. आई वांट सी इंडिया पाक इन वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप ब्रो. पाकिस्तान के आई थिंक मैंने बहुत पहले एक यूट्यूब शॉर्ट बनाया था. पाकिस्तान के टॉप प्लेयर्स आई थिंक आर अराउंड 21-2200, लाइक दे आर अराउंड माई रेटिंग. सो एक्चुअली आई एम स्ट्रॉगर देन द पाकिस्तान टॉप 4 प्लेयर्स जो ओलंपियाड खेले थे. सो आई डोंट थिंक कि पाकिस्तान इज गोइंग टू बी एज स्ट्रॉन्ग इन द नेक्स्ट 10 years. That would be an epic match. If there were, I would love to watch that match. Imagine India versus Pakistan. क्या मस्त मैचअप होता. But Pakistan is just not as strong यार. तो मैं कंफ्यूज क्यों लग रहा है? ऐसे कोई पता नहीं अजीब सी स्मेल आ रही है उसको. कहां से आ रही है स्मेल? किसने किया है गंदा काम? सोच रहा है ना, समझ नहीं आ रहा है. Pragg plays knight c5. So, by the way, bishop fun played by Arjun. So, great move. Let's go to the Pragg game. Oh, he plays knight 6c5. Great move. Knight c5, dc5. And chat already. I think Pragg is way better. I think the move that maybe Sindarov missed is ki rook c8 ke baad, there is c6. Yeah, rook c8 played on the board. So, will Pragg now find the only move for an advantage? c6. It's very interesting this move, right? Because basically distracting the bishop here ताकि मैं ये वाला pawn उड़ा दूं. But again, the queen really misplaced a bit. But the thing is, the queen has to move anyways, right? Because bishop is stuck. So that's why queen a6. Usually ऐसे pawn मारने नहीं चाहिए. But यहाँ पे it makes a bit more sense because उसको queen को चलना है ही वैसे भी. Because the bishop has to get out. Sindaro wants e5 after c6. So if you play e5, first of all, what's the idea, right? So first of all, let's say if I play rook c, I don't know which one you want to play. Say bishop c6 खेला मैंने, queen a6 खेला. How is e5 an improvement? Bishop e5, let's say rook c6, bishop c6, queen a6. As of now, it's not clear to me why e5 is better for black. Do you know why it is better? Because I really am not sure. As of now, if I play rook c6, okay, no e5, let's say directly I take, bishop takes, queen a6. I don't see why e5 was necessary. Like, why give up one more pawn, right? It's not clear to me why e5 is best. It's the engine's first preference. So maybe you had a glance at the engine, but to me, it's not clear why e5 is the best, at least not yet. So let's wait for it. Let's see what happens. Sindarov playing on 2 boards. नहीं भाई ऐसा नहीं है. Super important game, chat. Pragg, who is clearly better, but 3 minutes behind on the clock. Can he win this? Would be super, 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 super important moment this. Meanwhile, chat, one look at the game of Arigesi Arjun, जहां पे knight g6 खेल चुके हैं Nodrbek, so he is ready to kind of bring the knight to f4. But I do think Arjun is absolutely solid, nothing to worry for him here, and this game will still be a draw, चाहे Nodrbek जितना भी try कर ले. So going back to Prague, जहां पे हम, by the way, oh नहीं, अच्छा ये current position है, my bad. I thought he plays this already. It feels like an excuse to not do hard and complete classical chess is like test match. यार पता है क्या है? It might feel that way, but look at it from Carlsen's perspective, right? Carlsen has been the world champion or was the world champion for like 8, 7 years, right? Then he was the world number one for even longer, more than 10 years. There was nobody who at any point over those 10 years crossed him in rating or even like was objectively unchallenged. कार्लसन से लेवी ने पूछा था कि हैव यू एवर थॉट एवर इन योर लाइफ कि भाई सिंस ही बिकेम वर्ल्ड नंबर वन कि दिस गाय माइट बी एज स्ट्रांग एज मी. वो हंस के कहता है भाई नो. So that tells you how far ahead he was, and he actually was so far ahead. So in that situation, कब तक आप motivated रहोगे to play? Like, yeah, I agree. Caruana was very close in 2018 जब वो world championship खेले थे. I think the rating was like 4 5 points, 4.5 difference pe thi. But still, even at that point, you knew Carlsen was the better player. Like that was Caruana's peak, so he came close. But that was not Carlsen's peak, and you kind of knew that Carlsen is still the better player. And वो rapid defense जो धोया Caruana को, that kind of also cementified that. And also not to forget, Carlsen is a universal player. He wins classical, he wins rapid, he wins blitz. We have not seen a player like him for a long, long time. And even like players like Gary Kasparov, right? You look at Gary Kasparov, Fischer, like they did not compete at the top level, like I said, Blitz Rapid World Championship होती नहीं थी. So इसका मतलब Carlsen is the only guy who's not only been world number one for like 10 years, world champion for like 8 years, whatever it is, and also dominated all formats. Even freestyle, bhai. Even freestyle, he's 2900 rating. Baap re. Only Karyakin was capable of defeating. Yeah, but Karyakin, I think, wasn't as strong, right? I think he wasn't as strong, even close. I think even Caruana is stronger than Karyakin. There's no doubt about it. So now Carlsen did lose, and maybe he's past his absolute peak. And we saw him lose to Ukesh. Like Carlsen would never lose that game at his peak. No chance. Exactly, Lakshya. वही मैं कह रहा हूँ. Like he's top at everything, and that's why he's the GOAT. So if somebody wants to be the GOAT, they have to be so far ahead of everybody else कि कोई doubt ही नहीं है. Like there should be no debate whatsoever. अगला ओलंपियड अगले साल होगा भाई. इस साल होगा ग्रैंड स्विस और वर्ल्ड कप. सितंबर में होगा ग्रैंड स्विस चैट, जहां पे 2 कैंडिडेट्स के स्पॉट डिसाइड होंगे. लास्ट ईयर विदित वन दैट इवेंट. एंड नवंबर में होगा वर्ल्ड कप जो गोवा इंडिया में लाइकली होने वाला है. एंड वहां से 3 स्पॉट डिसाइड होंगे. लास्ट टाइम प्रग हैड क्वालिफाइड फ्रॉम द वर्ल्ड कप. सो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट साल है ये. Arvind game, by the way, we've not had a look for a while, so let's have a brief look. कुछ हुआ नहीं है. I think rook fc1, rook c8 and knight d5. So he went for that knight d5 plan, as we discussed, one of the only plans for white. So pretty fair. I think black probably will take with the knight or the bishop. Both are possible. And then ये pawn आ जाएगा d5 which is usually great for black because जैसे ही आप ये मारते हो ना, let's just take with the knight for now. Bishop d7, आपका f pawn भी free होता है, so that can be used. Even h pawn can come to h4. So black gets this free pawn movement. Yeah, of course not right now, but you get the point. Like अब ये pawn जो weakness था यही block हो गया. So black is probably doing okay, but white also has the a file, for example. So still double edged. Yeah, still double edged. By the way, Pragg has still not played. No c6 by Pragg. This is the move he has to find. That's the only move in the position for an advantage. Just a fun fact, Gukesh's Olympiad performance is among top 10 performers of all time. Exactly. Lakshya, for example, let's say we had an India versus Norway match in the Olympiad. समझ लो. And Gukesh did play Magnus. In that tournament, there would have been a high chance he even beats him. Like, it could have happened. It was Gukesh's one of his best performances ever. So it is possible. Freestyle is not just about calculation, yaar. I disagree there because freestyle is also about experience. I think जितना आपने chess खेला है, उतना you might be better at freestyle because you've looked at more positions overall. So I think Carlson being the best at that makes the most sense. In fact, जो ग्रेंके ओपन फ्रीस्टाइल हुआ था, भाई 9 by 9 मारा मैग्नस. That is an insane score. I know it was not against all the top players in the world, but it's just freaking insane कि anybody in the world can score a 9 by 9 score at chess by. Because chess में draw is such a high probability कि that was just freaking insane. Only Olympiad medal is missing from Max Cameron. Exactly, and that's why he might play the Olympiad. You see, once you achieve a goal, right, it becomes less motivating. So, for example, Carlson का World Cup जीतना रह गया था. He played last time, won it last time, and this time he might not play because he already won it. There's no incentive. Now, Olympiad he has not won. He can play next time, but he also knows that with just him being there, it's also difficult to win, right? Because he has to basically score like 11 on 11 for Norway to have a chance. Because एक point तो उसके board पे चाहिए ही. Only then they can even think of a medal, and they will still not finish first. They can try for like bronze or something. Chess World Cup और Chess Champ दोनों फर्क है. Chess World Cup is like an event which is the qualification to the candidates, which is a qualification to the World Championship. So just by pure, let's say importance, World Championship is 2 steps ahead of the World Cup. Pragg, by the way, is shaking a lot. I think he has seen C6. That's my guess. 41 minutes though. 26 moves to go. So जो भी Pragg खेलने वाला है, I hope he plays it quickly. I really hope he plays it quickly. Otherwise, it's gonna be very difficult. Come on, Pragg, let's go. पर क्या मैग्नस ओलंपियाड खेलेगा? I think he will play one more time. I think he'll play next year. Pangbo ne kiya, but that was in a different event, right? He was playing in a under 2000 category in the world what teams, whatever it was. So that's not really a fair comparison. By the way, still no moves from Pragg. One look at the Arjun game. No moves in the Arjun game either. And also Arvind game. No moves in the Arvind game. So तीनों game अभी वो उस moment में फिर से आ चुकी हैं जहाँ critical moments है and people are taking their time. World Cup is knockout. Yes. Yes, true, Piyush bhai. I think World Cup is also interesting because you get to see more players participate. Like World Championship में, it's not guaranteed कि दुनिया के top 2 players खेल रहे हैं. It's just not guaranteed. Like sometimes you can have world number 3 and world number 7 play, world number 1 and world number 5, world number 2, world number 6. But World Cup में सारे खेल रहे होंगे. So maybe Magnus might not play, but बाकी 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 सब खेल रहे होंगे World Cup में. So World Cup is also quite an impressive event. If Aryan Tariq gives the performance of his life, exactly, and Christiansen and I think even wait, what? Okay, chat. I think Pragg missed his chance. I think he missed his chance. So he did not find C6, or he at least felt it was. Of course, he must have seen C6, but he probably felt it was quite risky bringing his queen to A6 to grab that pawn. And तभी उन्होंने bishop E3 खेला, but that's a big mistake and loses all his advantage completely. And now the game is dead equal. अब इसमें एक ट्रैप जरूर है. अब E4 pawn हैंग है, and if you take this pawn, knight E4, bishop E4, there is queen G4 attacking the bishop and the pawn. And now you have to play bishop G6 to stop both, but now I take on A6 and white is winning. But the problem is I will not take on E4 right now. Black can actually play knight D7, attack the pawn again, and next he can castle and take that pawn. So कहीं ना कहीं पे लग रहा है chat, Pragg ने I think अपनी advantage खो दी. So that's not so great for Pragg. Okay, I mean, the position is still very complicated. यहाँ पे हो सकता है Sindano फिर गलती कर दे, but for now the game is roughly equal. So Arjun game, by the way, King h2 played. And apparently, that's also not the best move. The bar has gone slightly in black's favor now. I think King h2 feels like a human move. That's what I would also play. So I don't get the logic of it being worse. But I think it is e takes d4, pawn takes d4, and bishop to c6 maybe. And somehow the e4 pawn is falling. You can't bring the queen out. And if you play queen d3, there's also bishop b5 or knight f4 ideas. And for example, queen c2, there is knight takes h3. Apparently, look at this chat. Knight takes h3. Pawn se mara to knight gaya. So king se marna padega. And now queen f4. Cutting the king across, threatening bishop d7 mate. For example, a3, bishop d7, g4, bishop g4, king h4, g5 check, knight g5, pawn g5 mate. So ऐसे threats है game के अंदर. So after queen f4, you will have to play something. I don't know, what do you play actually? What do you play actually? I'm not even sure what you play here to save the mate. So अगर इंजन कह रहा है queen b3 खेलो, and if you play bishop d7 check, then g4. Bhai, but this is not easy. This is absolutely not easy. King g2, baap re. e4 is hanging by bishop h5 aa raha hai with queen g4 check. Oh, this is super sharp. So there is some pressure on Arjun here, I have to admit. So e takes d4, c takes d4, bishop c6 is a very strong move if Nodube can find it. टाइम प्रेशर होने वाला है. आई अग्री भाई. आई थिंक टाइम प्रेशर यहां पे 36 मिनट्स विद 18 मोर मूव्स टू गो. दिस इज नॉट सो इजी. नोदिबेक का जो आइडिया था टू अवॉइड द क्वीन टेन वर्किंग सो फार, एंड किंग साइड पे वो पीस मेजॉरिटी बनाते जा रहे हैं, एंड इट फील्स लाइक कि अर्जुन अंडर स्लाइट प्रेशर हियर. सो अर्जुन को ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा. वहां से अरविंद में मे बी ही इज स्लाइटली बेटर, बट द गेम इज स्टिल आई वुड से रफली बैलेंस्ड. बट द मेन थिंग इज प्रग ने अपनी एडवांटेज खो दी. क्या प्रग के ओपोनेंट यहां बेस्ट मूव निकालेंगे नाइट टू d7, या प्रग somehow will gain the advantage yet again? बहुत क्रूशियल मोमेंट्स है तीनों गेम्स में. सारे प्लेयर्स सोच रहे हैं. Sindhu very strong. He's rising fast and has a solid game to take down anyone. I agree. He's a very strong player. Has already defeated Nepo in this event. And time पे भी 8 मिनट आगे हैं. So that is a great situation to be in for Sindarov. Pragg Sindarov more than himself. I don't think it's that. I think थोड़ा बहुत तो रहता ही है कि you believe your opponent. सामने जो बंदा बैठा है, he's also a world top player, and if he plays something, usually एक हल्का सा bias रहता है कि maybe he's correct. He might not make such a huge mistake, and people see this, especially against players like Magnus. But I think Pragg must have seen the ideas. He must have seen the ideas. Maybe he felt it was too risky and he didn't go for it. And now the game is a lot more complicated and not clear at all who's better. Come on, Pragg. You can do this, man. कौन जीतेगा चैंपियनशिप गेस करो यार. इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू गेस. एज ऑफ नाउ नोदरबेक इन द लीड एंड ही इज आल्सो बेटर अगेंस्ट अर्जुन. एंड इफ दैट्स द केस, फिलहाल के लिए नोदरबेक सीम्स टू बी द लाइकली विनर ऑफ दिस टूर्नामेंट. बट कहीं ना कहीं पे है कि नोदरबेक, you know, he's kind of been in the world top 10 for a long while, but he didn't qualify for the candidates, hasn't been able to reach the world top 5, and has kind of gotten stuck around 2760, 2770. Okay, stuck is a very strong word. Like, he's not been able to, let's say, cross 2780, 90, and जो दोनों I think अर्जुन कर चुका है, गुकेश कर चुका है. So this is a golden opportunity. By the way, Nodrbeek is right now world number 7, 2 points behind Pragg. If he wins this game, he crosses Pragg, Gukesh both and becomes the world number 5. So उनके लिए भी एक golden opportunity है. And he will also beat Arjun, right? So he will cross Arjun as well. So if Nodrbeek wins this, he crosses all the 3 Indians in just one game. So huge stakes game from Nodrbeek. Another stare towards Arjun. Another stare towards Arjun. Another stare towards Arjun. Why? He is vibing right now, Nodrbeek. Chat, this tournament ends, I think, on 27th, if I'm not mistaken. I think 9 round hai. आज चौथा hai. So 5 more rounds to go. And of course, as the tournament moves forward, it's only going to get tense and tense, more tense. Arjun ka play as kafi. Oh, by the way, he has taken on d4 and Arjun takes back with the c pawn. So we are going to see the same variation. And oh, c5 played though, not bishop c5 played. Also a very interesting move by black. Oh, pressure banta hua. Look at how confident Yodhbe got up. And now what does Arjun do? So first of all, if you take on c5, I think you can even just take back. And black has an outside pawn majority. आपका pawn फिलहाल के लिए थोड़ा रुका हुआ है. You can play e5, but there's queen f4 or queen f5 and it's still, of course, white has his own chances, but कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा है कि यार black is the one dictating terms. Like white is just kind of exchanging pieces. Blunder? Wait, what? Who blundered? What? What? Bhai! Pragg's idea worked! Pragg's idea worked! Oh my god! हमने अभी देखा 94 was a big blunder. Oh my god, Sindharov has given the entire game away in one move, I think. Wow. We just saw this, chat. We just saw this, right? 2 मिनट नहीं हुए देखे हमें. Chat, we saw this. Pragg ne galti kari. This was the position. He had to find c6. He missed it. He set up a trap with bishop to e3. And Sindharov by head over heels to trap mein phas gaye seedha. And what's the idea? The idea is knight takes e4, simple capture, bishop takes, and queen to g4. Idea kya hai? Bishop attack, pawn attack. The problem is if you move back the bishop, I think, okay, wait, you can't take on g7 actually because there's bishop f6. So maybe you first have to play rook to d1, attack the queen, and once the queen goes somewhere, then you take on g6. And now there is no bishop. White is winning. White is completely winning. So going back, I think rook d1 is what I think Sindharov might have missed. So if you don't go here and you go here, then there is bishop a6. And that's over again. Rook attacked. Rook c7 for example. Bishop b5 check. King ko bhi move karna padega. King f8. And I just take castle. I take the pawn next. Bhai, I'm going to grab this pawn. I'm going to have 3 connected passed pawns. This is resigns. This is resigns. Like I would win this against Sindharov. If I played this and I didn't win this, I would cry for 24 hours straight. This is just resigns. So going back, 94 is a horrific blunder. Bhai, I know Pragg has been better before, but this, like, Bishop e3 ka idea hi hoga ye. If Pragg doesn't find this, I think it will be really sad. It will be really sad. I think he has seen this before. He's just verifying this. Knight takes e4, bishop takes, queen g4, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn. The bishop has to go back, defending this pawn, taki ye wala bhi na mar jaye. And then you first play rook d1, force the queen to move, and then you pick up this pawn. And this is completely over. Rook f8 khelna padega. I'm gonna calmly play bishop e2. I'm gonna castle, and then I'm gonna bring these bishops, bring the rook, and your king is stuck. Ye to basically resigns hai. So, what is black's best move after rook d1? It is not queen set, it's queen a5. The idea is b3 check. So, for example, if I let's say play bishop e2, there can be b3 check ideas, and king f1, b takes a2, and this is black's plan. Ki bhai main nayi queen बनाऊंगा. But after queen a5 check, I'm going to simply capture the g7 pawn. And the problem is queen h8 check ke saath aa raha hai. So if you give me this check, I'm going to play bishop d2, Rani attacked, rook attack, resign. So rook pehle bachana padega. And once you save this rook, then I can do something about this. I can play bishop e2, b3 check, bishop d2, queen c5, and a takes b3. And yahan pe, of course, black has beautiful bishops, by the way. No doubt. But the g2 pawn is defended. You can't take that pawn. I'm going to castle next move. My king is safe. And look at the black king. It cannot castle king side because the rook has moved. There is no pawn here. It cannot castle queen side because again, no pawns and the rook has moved. So king e8 pe hi rehne wala hai puri game mein. The fact that the bar is saying it's only plus 1.5, it's shocking. It should be even worse practically. So I think chat, Pragg is having a winning position now. And he has taken beautiful move. I think the most obvious move, but he has taken the knight. Black will of course take the piece back in a second. And now queen g4 is the only move. Queen c4 nahi chalega. We need queen g4 on the board. Prag, come on. Chat, question for you. Does Prag find knight g4? Yes or no? Queen g4. Come on, chat. Yes or no? Does he find that move? Come on, come on, come on, Prag. Queen g4. Queen g4. You have to do this. Thank you, Abhishek. Bye. Come on, let's go. Prag is making sure. I think he's extra checking, double checking. कोई threat तो नहीं है. Because queen g4 के बाद, for example, if you play a move like f5 now, I'm gonna take this pawn. Now you play bishop f6, and it feels like black के bishop बढ़िया है, but just queen at 6, and somehow, luckily, the b pawn prevents any check whatsoever. So queen a5, if you try this, I'm gonna pick up the bishop, b3 check, and again bishop d2, saving the day. So bishop is a very important piece. जब भी check आया हम bishop से block कर देंगे. So going back, Prag, come on, queen g4, let's go. Maximum लोग yes लिख रहे हैं, एक दो लोग no लिख रहे हैं. Easy enough for Prag. It's hard. I think it's not as hard. Time दिख रहा है chat. We can see it on the bottom right. You can see the timer there. Come on, come on, come on. This is the moment, Prag, we've been waiting for. It's completely winning for white. And the thing is, chat, practically, it's even more winning. Indian keh raha hai, it's plus 1.7. And there we go. Queen g4 played. Prag is completely winning now. Attacking the bishop. Beautiful move. The only move, by the way. And अब सिंधारोव की शक्ल से हमें पता लगेगा कि क्या उसने move देखी थी कि नहीं. भाई सिंधारोव की वो शक्ल है जो मेरी ब्लंडर करने के बाद होती है. When I realize कि भाई, oh shit, this is the face he has right now, and I can guarantee you, Prag जिस तरह चल के आया. Yeah, Prag, look at Prag, by the way, standing up and drinking water. By two finishing moves at the same time. By that shows you how confident he is right now. धोनी. नाइस नाइस. जब प्रग पे पिक्चर बनेगी तो प्रग पानी पी रहा है, रीरी वाइस सेइंग. सो नाइस नाइस हो सकता है. So chat, इसका मतलब Praggnanandhaa is now completely winning. The bishop is attacked. Bishop बचाना जरूरी है. If you play something like queen d5, I will still pick up the pawn, and there is no bishop f6 as well. So that means, chat, it is basically just over now. There is no defense. If you have to defend these pawns, हमने ऐसे देखा. If you try this, bishop a6, rook c7, bishop b5, king f8, queen b4, तीन connected passed pawns. That, look at Prag, by the way. Bhai, Prag is like standing in confidence. He knows it's winning. He knows it's completely winning. भाई कॉन्फिडेंस देखो बंदे का भाई. He's like waiting for his opponent to play now. भाई अब खेलना. What's the idea? Idea basic है भाई. It's a double attack. Bishop and pawn attacked. If black had already castled, this would be a useless move. But because black has not castled, that means अगर मैंने ये g7 pawn मार दिया, you can never castle. And your king will be stuck forever. And that's what we saw, right? Bishop b7 to defend this pawn. Queen g7 पहले नहीं. मारोगे तो bishop f6. And now the queen has to go back. Black takes the pawn. First queen d1. Rook d1. Very important. And जब queen चल ले कहीं पे भी, let's say, now you take on g7. No bishop is possible. So rook f8. And now you simply play bishop e2, you castle, and you are basically just winning. And just to show you the best Indian line, just to show you कि let's say दोनों कंप्यूटर खेल रहे होते तो कैसे white जीतेगा. b3 check, bishop d2, queen c5, a b3, queen c2 creating counterplay, and white simply castles. खत्म. And अब आइडिया है भाई कि बिशप यहां पे आ सकता है, बिशप h6 आ सकता है. So black will already have to force a queen trade to not lose instantly. And you can even just take, oh sorry, not this, take, play bishop c3, endgame में 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 pawn up है, and also white's pieces are better. Black cannot castle. This is, I think, objectively maybe even winning. But of course, black will play on for a while. Yeah, it's not like it's over. But it will take some time. But I think black king kahan jayega? That's the problem. भाई प्रग ने, प्रग प्रग का स्टार्टिंग से ही लग रहा था भाई कि ये गेम आज जीतने वाला है, पूरी फील आ रही थी। सो क्वीन जी फॉर करंट मोमेंट, एंड प्रग ऑफ कोर्स खड़े थे पहले, इंजॉय कर रहे थे वो मोमेंट जहां पे ही इज बेटर। सो ही इज गोना विन दिस गेम चैट। I think he's on set. So let's have a brief look, 10-second look at both the other games and then jump back here. First of all, it is Erigasi Arjun. Jahan C5 ke baad, he's still thinking, and I think yahan Nodebek is slightly in control on the clock in the position, and Arjun ko thoda yahan pe dhyan se khelna padega if he doesn't want to lose this game. And as of now, it's equal though. And Arvind Chidambaram, who's I think also roughly equal, rook a6, beautiful move, putting pressure here, and also controlling that c6 square की bishop चलेगा यहाँ पे कभी भी, तो rook c6 भी आ रहा है. And you can also kalko at long term try to develop rooks and utilize that as well. And not to forget, let's say g6, you can play a beautiful move here chat. Let's say rook a6 खेला मैंने, black ने खेला g6. What is white's best move in the position chat? कौन निकालेगा? White to play. What is white's best move here? Mark my words, Pragg will be next world champion. Totally possible. Totally possible. The next beautiful move is rook to c6. Arey wow, bhai. An exchange sacrifice. If queen d8, of course, I think I can keep my rook here. I can exchange. But the main idea is if you do take, I take with the pawn and the rook is basically trapped. यहाँ आएगा तो उड़ा दूंगा. Rook b8 खेलना पड़ेगा. Now bishop d5 and of course यहाँ पे भाई तगड़ा अटैक आने वाला है. Queen d3, queen g6 का threat है. भाई this is just completely lost for black. So बहुत बढ़िया move rook a6 and rook c6 is incoming and Nepo under slight pressure here. Some pressure on Nepo, so let's see what he does. So यहाँ पे अरविंद piling on the pressure. Time पे थोड़ा पीछे है, थोड़ा ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. So going back to Pragg now, chat. Let's see what his opponent plays. He has 41 minutes right now. Still 24 moves to go for black. So fully struggling यहाँ पे Sindarov. Can he come up with the confusing move? So far he has managed to confuse Pragg, at least one time and gained equality back. But यहाँ से मुश्किल हुआ करना. I think now Pragg's moves are not that difficult. Bro, okay, so converter, Prague is not that great. I disagree, Ton. I think 2023 May, when Prague finished second in the World Cup, you cannot do so without being a great finisher. So in an open event, you can possibly get a good score by getting a bunch of draws. But in a knockout event, you're forced to defeat your opponent, right? At some point. So I disagree. I think Prague has won the finished second in the World Cup. So that kind of disproves your point there. भाई प्रग गेट्स अप अगेन, क्या मतलब, भाई क्या टर्न अराउंड है यार. आई एम एक्चुअली शॉक्ड कि एक 2720 प्लेयर ने ऐसी गलती कर दी. लाइक व्हाट डिड ही मिस? आई थिंक द आइडिया ही मिस्ड इज द सिंपल बिशप b7, not queen g7, rook d1. I think rook d1 is what he missed. But even then it feels weird, right? Why did he miss rook d1? It's a one move threat. जैसे queen हिलेगी, I pick up the pawn on g7. So it's a bit confusing for me. What did Sindarov really miss? But anyways, I think good news of Prag. पानी की bottle एक और आ चुकी है chat. So that's great news. And we are all set to see a win here. Also, Arjun board, meanwhile, still Arjun, by the way, has played queen d2. That is the best move in the position. Gets out of the e file, which can be a problem in some cases. And now if you take, I think he wants to take with the knight. And I think white is equal. I don't see much problems for Arjun here because d6 pawn be weak hai. Even though black has some initiative on the king side, like rook e5 bhi aa sakta hai. You can transfer it somewhere maybe, but it's not enough. It's not enough. The bishop on f1 is a great defensive piece, defending everything, every weak point, and the queen and the rooks coming in will put pressure on d6 next. So maybe I think Arjun defending this very well, and maybe he will comfortably hold a draw. घर का खाना खाता हूँ भाई, मैं बाहर का कमी खाता हूँ अभी. Sundar of playing with the pawn, yeah, because he's going to lose a pawn, so he's missing that pawn already. I don't know why Nodubek's face is turning red, by the way. Don't you sense it? His face is turning red a little bit. कान लाल हो रखे हैं, ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. मुझे लग रहा है कि सच में है कान लाल उसके. Not sure if that's my imagination, chat. Let me know if his ears are a bit pink and red. I don't see him missing anything. ऐसा ये क्वीन ब्लंडर कर दिया, क्वीन F5 करके. So yeah, we'll focus on this. Meanwhile, going to the Arvind game, जहां पे Queen C4 was played by Nepo, and that's not the best move. Apparently, you can play a pawn move to C3. I think that's the most logical. And if Black plays a random move, chat, look at this. So let's say Arvind plays pawn to C3 and Black just plays G6. Yeah, find the best move for White. Come on, chat. What is the best move for for White here? You're asking who's the best, according to Fide post, who's the best at twirling chess pieces? तो chess pieces घुमाने में सबसे बढ़िया कौन है भाई? I don't know कौन है बढ़िया नहीं भाई. ये तो थोड़ा सा सस लग रहा है मुझे पोस्ट. I thought Magnus घोड़ा मस्त घुमाता है भाई. Like he has that, he picks up a piece and then plays the best move. So maybe Magnus also, yeah. हाँ, उससे उसका खेलना ना जो नेपो कर रहा है अभी. हाँ, वही वही मैग्नस भी बहुत करता है रे. बहुत करता है मैग्नस. He doesn't with the pawn or a knight, but anyways, I think Dubov definitely one player. Bishop F1 is good, but the even bet ये ठीक है, but the bet. हाँ, वही तो घुमा रहा है, वही तो कह रहा हूँ. The best move, chat, is the insane bishop to c5. भाई ये क्या मूव है यार. The idea is if you take this, there is d6, and if you save the bishop, there is bishop b7. Bye bye. So bishop c5 is an insane move, and the queen is borderline trapped, by the way. If you play, let's say, I don't know what you play, king g7, I can just pick up this pawn now. So options बहुत कम है black के पास. He has to kind of take. And then d6 and play e4, block the bishop. I take on e7, rook e8, maybe, I don't know what you play, and then bishop f1, attacking the queen again. So, बहुत tricky position, and Arvind has some tactical ideas here if he really wants to attack Nepo here. So Nepo under some pressure, under time come. So let's go back to the Pragg game. Has his opponent played? No moves just yet. And time abhi ke abhi barabar hota hua 23, 22, 21, and there it is. He falls below Pragg's clock as well. So things looking amazing for Praggnanandhaa. भाई प्रग क्या बंदा है, मतलब you have to admire sometimes. And if he wins today, Arjun unlikely to win, by the way. Arjun has like a dead equal position. So if Prag wins, he will cross Gukesh and he will likely cross Arjun as well. So if he wins, likely to become the new India or maybe he might be like point something behind Arjun, yeah. Maybe depends, but Arjun ka draw hoga, so he will also lose some rating points, right? So yeah, he might just cross Arjun today. भाई देखो गड़बड़ है, कहाँ है गड़बड़ भाई. So Noderbek 34 minutes now. Sorry, Sindaro 34 minutes now. How long will he take? He doesn't have much time. 24 moves to be played in 34 minutes in a position where he's lost. This is going down for Sindarov, I think. Arvind also thinking, meanwhile, Arjun की game by the move आ चुकी है. So bishop c6 was played. Now Arjun is forced to go d5, by the way. There is no other way to save this pawn, because if bishop d3 खेलते हो, then this pawn is hanging. And if you take this one, then d takes c5, attacks the queen, and फिर ये pawn मरेगा. So इसलिए you have to play d5. अब आता है bishop b5. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and now a3. But after rook a8, apparently black is tiny bit better. That's very interesting. Doesn't feel like black is better though. Why would black be better? He has double pawns. Maybe the e5 square is an important resource for black here. Like Benoni structure है, just the a6 pawn is on b7. ऐसा कुछ लग रहा है मुझे. The biggest mystery in chess is why I make the same mistake again and 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 again. चौधरी भाई आपको जरूरत है एक गर्मा गर्म डायमंड मेंबरशिप की भाई, तो स्ट्रीम लाइक करो, 500 लाइक पहुंचो ताकि जल्दी से भाई मेंबरशिप दे पाए एक बंदे को. निधि भाई वो सिंदारोव 2 बार दिख रहा है, एक बार चेक करना. इज इट लाइक एरर और इज इट लाइक शमशीद्दीन को हमने SIN समराइज किया है, वो चेक करना एक बार बस. घर के खाना खाता हूँ भाई, घर का ही खाना इज OP. एंड फिलहाल के लिए चैट वेटिंग फॉर Prag's opponent to play as we look at Arjun's game. Let's go to Prag's game actually. I think यहाँ पे ही ओ भाई सर पकड़ लिया बंदे ने यार, गया. Arjun's time is too less. Yeah, but ठीक है. I think the position is holdable. I'm not too worried about Arjun there. जितना अर्जुन कल बेटर था ना, उतना ही आई थिंक अर्जुन आज वर्स है. एंड कल ड्रॉ हुआ, आज भी लाइकली ड्रॉ ही होगा. Come on, come on, come on. So also Arvind की गेम में कुछ हुआ क्या? Okay, no moves here. So I'm gonna jump back to Prag's game and wait for black to play. भाई कैसे, आई जस्ट नोटिस काफी लोगों ने ब्लैक पहना है. आई थिंक प्रोफेशनल यूजुअली ब्लैक ही होता है इन मोस्ट केसेस. मोस्ट पीपल प्रेफर ब्लैक. आप चेस के अलावा क्या काम करते हो भाई? चेस ही है भाई जिंदगी, भाई क्या करें यार. बाय द वे, पीसेस ट्वर्लिंग की बात हो रही थी. आई थिंक सिंदारो हैज अ पॉन इन हिज हैंड, पकड़ के बैठे हैं बस. ही इज नॉट ट्वर्लिंग इट, सो नाउ ही इज. आई थिंक इट्स अ हैबिट ऑफ मोस्ट प्लेयर्स नाउ मेरे हिसाब से. लाइक एवरीबडी नीड्स समथिंग इन हिज हैंड टू जस्ट kind of distract his focus with his mind. So stress buster होता है ना, like we had those things जो हम घुमाते रहते थे वो fidget spinners की तरह, maybe something like that. Why stream was started late? By stream started on time भाई, बिल्कुल on time. Meanwhile, ओ भाई क्या twirling है निधि भाई, देख रहे हो भाई? This is the best twirling I've seen ever. क्या घुमा रहा है बंदा, ओह क्या घुमा रहा है भाई. Maybe Sindarov is a contender. Arvind can win, but he has less time. I think even Arjun has less time. So time का compensation तो करना पड़ेगा. Okay, Sindarov is going below the 30-minute mark. So it's only going to get worse and worse. By the way, F5 हमने देखा हुआ already chat. I think simple queen G7 and if bishop F6, simply queen H6. And the problem is कि queen attack करना चाहती है, but the bishop is now hanging. So it just keeps white attacking still, and I'm just going to play bishop E2, castles, and black का king ज़्यादा weak है. Queen H5 check भी आ रहा है, और bishop E2, bishop H5 check भी आ रहा है. So everything is dangerous here. Has okay started to play in Las Vegas? I'm not aware of it. I think बहुत जल्दी पता लग जाएगा हमें. I think we'll have the final players list. अभी qualifiers में Hans has qualified, right? So we'll know the final list soon. Arjun I think had qualified. Mukesh I think had qualified. Prag में भी कई लोग कह रहे हैं. So we'll see at least 2 Indians for sure. Why not Bishop G2 for Sindaro and just sack the pawn to something? Ah, you mean this here? Why? This would be really bad. This will be, I would just pick up this buy. This is a free piece. And if you mean in that final position, like first of all, यहाँ पे you have to play something. Bishop E2 is never hanging. The queen is on the G file. So ये तो हमेशा defend करेगा. Rook D1 is important chat because अगर direct मारोगे, this is bishop F6. And if queen H6, the B2 pawn falls. And kahin na kahin pe, like the rook has to now move. And if rook D1, bishop C3 check. And that is actually losing for white. And if rook c2 खेलोगे, bishop e5 back. And kahin na kahin, I think black is doing fine now. You can't even castle, and the queen is not defending g2, and black's king is also open, but so is yours. So but if you actually play rook d1 first, queen को distract किया, now you take, there is no bishop f6, so rook has to go to f8, and now I can play bishop e2 and there is no g2 pawn hanging because I defend it. And हमने already देख लिया, which is पे there is simply bishop a6 chat, rook c7 check, king f8, queen b4, and ये तीन pawn जीत जाएंगे. भाई सिंदारोव ने सीधा सर पकड़ा है ना. I think he realizes now how strong queen g4 is and how I think the game is close to being over, chat. It is over. Come on, let's go. Finish him off, Prag. अच्छा, इस बंदा प्रग की चाल ही नहीं है तो क्या ही फिनिश ऑफ करेगा यार, ये बात भी है. क्या भाई, चेस में क्रेजी है. अरे एक गलती है. Pragg qualified via the rating spot officials. Ah, that makes sense. मैंने 2300 कर लिया अब इसमें आपकी वीडियोस देख के. अरे क्रेजी भाई, मेरी खुद की आई थिंक 2450 है. सो यू आर वेरी क्लोज. Okay, so Sindarov still not ready to move. I think he's not seeing a defense. Arjun ki game, by the way, we have rook e3 now, a decent move, and now pawn to b4 and rook a e1. So of course, black will now take on a3. Arjun, I don't know, pawn se rook se marenge, pawn se marenge. I think both look possible. Um, but of course, this pawn on a3 is a weakness. Yeah, that's why black is now better. Let's say even if you take with the pawn, which is the best move, this pawn is a weakness. And that means that black can attack it. He can slowly, bring his pieces, double up the rooks. The queen is also keeping an eye on the queen side. So black is better, but, and also not to forget, he has a protected passed pawn now on the c file. So that is a huge problem for Arjun, who will need to create his own pass pawn, and that is not that easy because e5 square पे black का दबदबा बना हुआ है. He stopped it with the queen, the pawn, the knight, the rook. So ये e5 square is the problem. I'm not able to push e5 and give myself a pass pawn. That is the main problem. चैट 500 लाइक कर दो जल्दी से भाई. नीरी भाई ऑलरेडी हैज अ मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन फॉर यू. तो जल्दी से 500 लाइक कर दो ताकि हम आपको मेंबरशिप दे सके. लेट्स हिट द लाइक बटन जल्दी से भाई लोग. By the way, bishop e7 played. So Sindarov has played bishop to b7, and now Pragg has to play rook d1. That's the only move. Direct queen g7 would be a big mistake from Pragg. Bishop और कुछ भी और खेला अगर तो black will castle and he will be safe. So rook d1 has to be played. Chat, question for you: will Pragg find rook to d1? Yes or no? Chat, spam कर दो भाई. Come on, let's go. Come on, come on, come on. Rook d1 Pragg. इतना मत सोचो भाई, देखा होगा यार बिशप b7 तो रुक d1 आना चाहिए अभी के अभी. ओके, रुक रुक रुक. अरे बाबा d1 रुक, लेट्स गो. Obviously yes. Yes, knows Prakhar Singh. Yes, yes, yes. Majority of people think Pragg will play rook d1. He has spoiled, I think, one or two chances of getting the edge in this game, but this one feels a bit more, normal. I think baki options थोड़े difficult थे. Can he find rook to d1? By the way, brief look at the Arvind game. Look at this. क्वीन c4 के बाद उनको पहले c3 खेल के बिशप c5 खेलना था. उन्होंने डायरेक्टली ही खेल दिया. Still very complicated, I think. It's not like a big mistake, but makes the game quite interesting. And the fact that he found it is crazy. So Nepo under some pressure, but 16 minute hai Arvind ke paas. So this might go either way, chat. So as he calculates, going back to the Pragg game, will Pragg find rook d1? Come on, Pragg. You can do it. Let's hope so, bhai. Chat Praggnanandhaa, who, if he wins today, could become the new India number one and the world number four. For the first time ever, he could cross the rating of 2780 if he wins. Can he create history today? Or will Sindarov come up with another twist in this story? Sindarov nervously looking at the board. उनका posture इतना stiff है अभी, it's not the aggressive straight posture, right? You're leaning forward. He's leaning back. You can understand कि his body is stiff. He's waiting for Pragg to play. He's अंदर से praying कि भाई Queen G7 direct मार दे भाई please. Rook D1 मत खेलना. So you can see from the ball and look at Pragg's body language, leaning forward, straight but forward. Yeah, you see how confident he is. I think he has seen Rook D1. Queen G7 would be a big mistake. Tikwe, are you a dentist? I'm not a dentist, but I hope I was an ENT specialist because दिल्ली में जुकाम काहे बंद नहीं होता है भाई. And meanwhile, chat still no moves from Pragg. 31 minutes, by the way, to play 23 moves. That is limited time. कोई कह रहा है अर्जुन losing. Wait, what? By the way, BA3 happened. Oh, he took with the rook. But that's what I also felt, yeah, would be the better move. But apparently BA3 was stronger. But rook takes, and pawn takes. Chat, it is better for black. That's the first thing. Okay? Black will play B5 and he has this beautiful pawn chain. White का ये A3 pawn अगर यहाँ होता ना, it would be completely okay. But on A3, it's quite weak. But, a big but by the way, the point is at any point, whenever black distracts himself to grab that pawn, let's say you play rook a8. Okay, let's say white plays, I don't know what white plays. Let's say white plays queen, I don't know, d3, attacking this pawn. Oh, no, c4 are actually. Move bhi dhyan se khelni padegi. Let's say I play rook e3 and black plays rook a8. Okay. Now already I can start planning for e5. If I get in e5 somehow, let's say when queen e2 khela and you play rook a8. Now I can take, you take, that's already fine. And if you play rook b8, let's say to defend this, at some point I might go e5 and get a passed pawn. So that should be okay. Is it working right now or no? It's not working right now, yeah? अच्छा rook e8 है यार. Oh, knight pin हो रहा है. Okay, right now it's not working, but at some point I might get a passed pawn as well. So it should be enough counterplay for Arjun to hold this, but as of now, Nodebek is better. And I think starting से ही उसने ऐसे खेला है कि he's played slightly passively. अरे भाई प्रग ने पॉन मार दिया यार. Chat Pragg played a big mistake. He misses rook to d1. And Nodir and Sindarov gets a lucky break for the third time in the game. That is heartbreaking. Rook d1 khelna tha and he would have a huge advantage. Now queen b4 is the third most popular strongest move in the position, but black ne instantly best move khel di queen c7 and now black is back in the game. भाई प्रग ने मिस कर दिया यार. प्रग मिस्ड इट. Oh, this is not easy. If Pragg does not manage to win this and he goes back home, he's not going to be happy, chat, at all. And now, even though it says that white is better, how better is white? How much better is white? Because I want to castle now, right? Let's say I play bishop e2. Now bishop g2 is hanging. If rook g1, queen h2 is hanging. So is white even better? So you can't play bishop e2. So how do you castle? Black की castling तो मुझे दिख रही है अगली चाल पे. How is white castling really? If you have to play f3, then it's not really, like it doesn't look better for white anymore by a huge margin at all. And the only advantage I think white has is the pawn on c5. I think that's the only advantage now. So, yeah, you see how Sundarov got up. I think he noticed rook d1 and he was super happy that rook d1 didn't happen. An advantage only exists when you can prove it. Agreed. Agreed. Wow. So Prague misses a huge, chance there. Meanwhile, chat, Arvind ki game mein Nepo is still thinking. So that crazy sacrifice which is C5, Nepo probably missed it or underestimated it. And now he's trying to contemplate कि भाई मेरी queen तो नहीं trap हो रही है यहाँ पे कोई square ही नहीं queen के पास. As of now, Nepo's queen has zero squares. Let me point that out. Has zero squares. So if you attack it, it's lost. So pressure on Nepo as well. Arvind coming up with some interesting ideas. Brief look at the Arjun game. B5 played by Noderbek, and he knows that he is vying for a victory here with the black pieces. Arjun का time देखो 18 मिनट. But the good news is कि अब सिर्फ 9 मूव बाकी हैं अर्जुन को खेलने के लिए. चैट डर लग रहा है भाई. That's not a good move. And queen to b2 is an extremely strong move from for Noderbek here. Oh, oh. Chat, there is some psychological play here because I think starting Sehi, Arjun has been kind of playing for an equal game. He took that bishop on g5 first, right? Jahan pe he had that draw ka option. He took this. Then he also kind of played queen c1, which was not the best move. And was that queen trade was declined by Noderbek, who now has a better position. And it feels like Arjun under some pressure for sure on the clock and on the board. Man, this is getting very intense because Arjun now with 18 minutes, although he has enough time, if Queen B2 is now played, it puts pressure on the pawn, supports the passed pawn that he has. And how do you play? For example, let's say Rook E2 khela maine, the queen can even go to B1, and there is pressure on the E5 pawn as well. And if you try to repeat Queen C2, Rook E2, Queen A4, and now I'm again putting the pressure on every single pawn you have, and also supporting that C pawn again. Yeah, the end game is unpleasant. There's no doubt about it. So going back to the game of Praggnanandhaa now, what is happening there? No moves by Pragg now. He missed that crucial moment. And meanwhile, Arvind की game में no moves. So everybody is right now thinking तीनों games में कुछ ना कुछ sharp चल रहा है. Arvind ने अपना jacket भी उतार दिया भाई. He is fully focused because he has limited time. And both Arvind as well as Arjun are in a similar time situation. Opponent के पास 40-45 मिनट है and they have 18-15 minutes. So both have to be careful. Only Pragg I think has comparable time, but he also missed a winning move earlier. So if he notices it now, it might play on his mind a bit. Chat question for you, okay? We have Pragg, who's slightly better. We have Arjun, who's slightly worse. I think this is the live position right now. And then we have Arvind, who's completely equal. So एक जगह हल्का better, एक जगह हल्का worse, एक जगह completely equal. How many points do you think we'll score out of three today? Will it be 1.5? Three draws? Will it be three wins? Will it be three losses? क्या लग रहा है तीन में से कितने पॉइंट हमारे बनेंगे आज चैट? What do you think? By the way, Nepo plays the best move, d takes c5, grabs that pawn, and now, of course, he has to push the pawn to d6. Played instantly, and Nepo also plays the only move, e4, blocking that. d7 aega, and rook e8 we'll see. 1 point chat saying 1.5 1. So basically chat कह रही है कि एक बंदा तो हारेगा ही, and maybe we have two draws, something like that. 1 or 1.5 मुझे सुनाई दे रहा है. तो दिख रहा है. Only one guy said 2 points. Wow. So आज की एक्सपेक्टेशन उतनी हाई नहीं है. So can the Indian players surprise us भाई? या देखो वी ऑल लव सरप्राइजेस नहीं सरप्राइजेस अच्छे लगते हैं सो कमान भाई गुकेश नहीं अर्जुन पराग एंड अरविंद लेट्स सरप्राइज अस ऑल आई लेट्स गेट 3-0 टुडे भाई मजा आ जाएगा कमान 1.5 भाई, पोल यार, पोल लगाने से डर लग रहा है यार, डिप्रेस हो जाऊंगा पोल लगा के, दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम। आई थिंक 1.5 इज द मोस्ट पॉपुलर आंसर जो मुझे दिख रहा है। ऑल ड्रॉज, सेकंड इज 1। सो क्लियर, एक बंदा 4 लिखा, बसवंत भाई ये 4 एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट कहां से आने वाला है? नेपो इंडियन नहीं है भाई। एक बंदा कह रहा है एक्सपेक्टेशन 1.5, रियलिटी 1। सो आज इंडियन प्लेयर्स को कुछ तहलका मचाना पड़ेगा इफ दे वांट गेट मोर देन 1 पॉइंट। एंड अर्जुन बाय द वे इज स्टिल वर्स, या क्वीन B2 इज द मूव दैट would put him under a lot of pressure. In fact, even Queen F4, जो Queen trade Nodrbek तब से avoid करता आ रहा है, also gives Nodrbek great chances because मारा नाइट से मारा, अब ये पॉन वीक है, ब्लैक का किंग आएगा दौड़ के जल्दी से एंड गेम में। या इवन दिस लुक्स रियली बैड टू बी ऑनेस्ट। ये पॉन अगर यहां होता ना एंड वी कुड प्ले रुके 1, लाइक B3 पे होता है एंड देन आई वुड प्ले रुके 1, आई बी मच मोर हैप्पी। बट ये पॉन तो बहुत ही वीक है। एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट फॉर नॉट लुकिंग एट द बोर्ड। भाई ये कोई वो 12th के बोर्ड के पेपर नहीं है भाई कि हैंडराइटिंग के एक्स्ट्रा नंबर मिलेंगे। मेरे भी कटे थे यार हैंडराइटिंग के भाई, आई थॉट मेरे फिजिकल एजुकेशन के पेपर में भाई 100 आने वाले हैं, मैं इस हिसाब से गया था, और आए थे भाई 85। आई वाज लाइक व्हाट द हेल जस्ट हैपेंड। क्लासिकल में टाइम फॉर्मेट नॉर्वे चेस का ही होना चाहिए, आई अग्री, आई थिंक दैट्स एन अमेजिंग फॉर्मेट। But I think everybody has their own, flavor, and everybody has their own way of doing things. And इस format में I think you do get more time after 40 moves. But I mean, at the end, it's all chess moves, right? It's a competition between two players. तो जो भी हो, at the end अगर अच्छी चालें खेलोगे तो टाइम कंट्रोल फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता। अगर 3-0 हुआ तो आज पनवेल आके मिलता, भाई पनवेल से शिफ्ट हो गया फिर से भाई, हमें वापस फरीदाबाद आ गया हूँ भाई। पोल के पीछे पड़ गया, चलो पोल कर ही देते हैं। इंडियन, ओके सो लेट मी हैव प्रग, अर्जुन, अरविंद total points today. So 3, 2.5, 2, 1.5 and 1, 0.5। भाई जीरो तो हो ही नहीं सकता यार, आई एम अज्यूमिंग। आई एम गोना वोट फॉर 2.5 और 2 भाई, लेट्स होप सो कि कुछ तो हो इससे। सो फिलहाल चैट, ओके एज ही थिंक्स वी आर गोइंग टू गो टू द गेम ऑफ प्रग अगेन, कि वहां पे स्टिल 19 मिनट्स फॉर प्रग। भाई तीनों इंडियन अंडर टाइम प्रेशर में भी जीरो इज पॉसिबल भाई, तीनों इंडियन टाइम प्रेशर में है, वो भी नॉट इजी टाइम है। प्रग के 22 मूव खेलने हैं 19 मिनट में, 22 मूव इन 19 मिनट भाई, दैट इज रियली डिफिकल्ट। ओ भाई डर लग रहा है यार, स्ट्रीम थोड़ी स्लो है भाई, बहुत स्लो चल रही है भाई चीजें आज। एंड दे आर द स्लो का चक्कर नहीं है, इट्स मोर अबाउट व्हाट डायरेक्शन दे आर फ्लोइंग इन। Prag, come on, you have to play now. 18 minutes for Prag and 22 moves to be played. Oh, come on. And he plays pawn to F. That's the best move. That's a nice move. He blocks the bishop. Idea is bishop and castlings. It's, of course, not winning for Prag anymore, but at least he has the better position. He's going to push here, and let's hope so कि भाई कुछ तो crazy होगा. But फिलहाल के लिए, it's again, as of now, win कहाँ से Indian players की आ रही है मुझे नहीं दिख रहा है. So hoping कि somehow they get that one win at least, ताकि वो 2 point तो बने. Okay, Nodubek has still not played. And Nepo has played bishop to e8. I don't know, Chad. This position बहुत interesting है. I really love this position, by the way. So let's have a look why. Because first of all, rook e7 मर रहा है, right? So if let's say you play pawn to h4 and black just kind of takes this pawn, black is winning. So you can't give this pawn away. इसका मतलब या तो आपको pawn को defend करना है या आपको black queen को attack करना है. So either you can play bishop f1, but then black can just take this pawn. So I don't see how. Oh wait, वेट, व्हाई कांट आई गो क्वीन D8 पहले? Oh, just CB4, yeah? Ah, the queen defends the rook, yeah? So that's really the problem here. So we can't do that. So let's say I play bishop F1, you take with the queen, and now I go queen D8. Is that possible? But rook B8 now, yeah? Yeah, even that's not working. So, okay, this is not working. So we have to save the pawn. And if we save the pawn, then queen G5 is the way. You defend the pawn like this. And can black double attack this? Maybe something like this? Possible to hai. I don't see how you defend it now. Rook A8 maybe, but rook E7 anyways. So maybe this pawn is falling. And if this pawn falls, then maybe it's just a draw. Yeah? I think अगर ये pawn मर गया, and if white wins this pawn or this pawn, I think this will be a draw then. The only way Arvind can win this if this pawn survives. So E7 pawn has to be his trump card. आज टिक्कू भाई नहीं है कमेंट्री में, नहीं भाई। आज सिर्फ साहिल भाई आए हैं। तो टिक्कू भाई आज अवेलेबल नहीं है, साहिल भाई है सिर्फ कमेंट्री में आज। These are Prague suffers against Gukesh. Key views everything where Prague goes for more instinctual play, even at crucial. I mean, there are pros and cons to both, but very hard to be, कि Prague is stronger or Gukesh is stronger because at the end, दोनों की rating भी बराबर है, dot बराबर है. There's not even like a one rating point difference right now. So they are equally strong, I think, overall. Styles different है though. So as Arvind thinks, one look at the game of Arjun again. Oh, he has traded. No, trade queens. Queen B2 played. By the way, Nodve plays Queen B2, the best move in the position, and now Arjun under huge pressure. किस तरह उठ के चला गया भाई नोदवे? He knows he's better now. Uh-oh. भाई, this is extremely scary. अरविंद भाई थोड़ा, सॉरी अर्जुन भाई, थोड़ा बचाने का गेम है, प्लीज 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 अर्जुन भाई, प्लीज हार नहीं सकते भाई। हार जाओगे तो यू विल गो डाउन टू व्हाट, वर्ल्ड नंबर 7 फ्रॉम वर्ल्ड नंबर 4। सो लेट्स जस्ट अवॉइड दैट इफ पॉसिबल। नोदर में एक वर्ल्ड नंबर 4 हो जाएगा भाई, आउट ऑफ द ब्लू। भाई अरविंद ने ही मिस्टेक कर दी क्या? अनुष्का क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? भाई सारे ही मिस्टेक कर रहे हैं क्या? Wait, what? भाई Queen D8 खेला and CB4 was better for Nepo, and Nepo also makes a mistake and plays this. Wow. So दोनों players गलती करते हुए, and now chat, you can come back, and I think this worked out well for Arvind. He can just defend the pawn, it's not hanging anymore, or he can even play Rook D1 actually. That's also possible because if you take this, I'm going to take and queen. Wow. So somehow, even though it was a slight mistake, it worked out well for Arvind. भाई किस्मत भी जरूरी है भाई, कुछ भी बोलो, लक इज ऑलवेज इंपॉर्टेंट। उसके बिना कुछ नहीं कर सकते। मेहनत एक तरफ, लक एक तरफ। But he still has to capitalize on this. Chat, 9 minutes for Arvind. 9 minutes for Arvind. Still 9 more moves to go. A minute a move. Will he be able to find the toughest, the strongest move in the position? It's not easy. As a contrast, chat, can we have all the boards? Niva, if you're there, can you have all the boards for a second on screen? Because time situation सब में Indians की बहुत बुरी है. For example, Pragg and Sindarov board. Pragg has 18 minutes. Sindarov has where is Pragg's board? Yeah, Sindarov has 24, so 6 minutes gap. Then we look at the Arjun board, 16 versus 38. That is insane. And then we look at Arvind versus Nepo, 8 versus 45 times the time. So every board we are struggling on the clock. Going back to the board now, full screen. Bhai, this is zero wala option का डाला चाहिए था क्या भाई? This anything can happen here. Let's go back, Niri bhai. Niri bhai. by, thank you, very, very, the major Naples putting another time, which I agree. I think there's a lot of pressure right now, and I think Queen D6 is the best move. The idea being कि आपने pawn बचा लिया. Now you can't play Rook C7 to capture this pawn, and Rook B7 अगर यहाँ पे खेलते हो तो I can play Rook E1 and I can defend it with this Rook now. So I get that extra move, right? So Rook C7 for example, अगर आप try to capture this pawn, I can just take here and the game is over. So maybe this missed Rook B8 might cost Nepo a lot if Arvind can come up with the move Queen to D6, which is not easy, I think. By the way, he found Queen D6. Great move by Arvind Chidambaram now. So under time pressure, finds an creative idea, and now Nepo has to come up with the creative idea himself. So for example, chat, okay, if you try to, for example, oh wait, what? Okay, he played c takes b4, and now rook e1 is the move. Arvind, rook e1 is the move. As I mentioned, chat, the e7 pawn is the trump card for Arvind. Without this pawn, I think either Nepo wins or it's a draw. That's the trump card. He has to hold on to it, and that's why rook e1 trying to grab the pawn on e4. And अगर आप ध्यान से देखो chat, king side पे इज इन 5 फाइल से ब्लैक के पीसेस ही नहीं है, सारे क्वीन साइड पे है. सो इफ अरविंद कैन शिफ्ट हिज पीसेस टू द किंग साइड, देयर माइट बी एन अटैक इनकमिंग एज वेल कंबाइंड विद द पास पॉन. ये पॉन देना पड़ेगा, लेकिन हमें वी माइट लूज द गेम, बट वी माइट लूज दिस बैटल, बट वी माइट विन द गेम एट द एंड. ओ 12 मूव पेंडिंग है, सॉरी नॉट, ओ 12 मूव पेंडिंग है 6 मिनट में भाई, 6 minutes now for Arvind. It's almost 2 moves per minute for Arvind Chidambaram. Can he come up with some good moves? He has to play fast. Rook e1, come on. Queen e5, a good move nonetheless. It does kind of maintain equality, but Rook e1 was very strong there. And the idea for him is, I think, to grab the e4 pawn. But a queen se marenge, that is basically a draw for, I feel. I don't think queen se marne ke baad you can win that as white. You need the queen on the board to kind of, let's say, keep this pawn dangerous. One of the black literally यहाँ उठा king उठा के pawn मार देगा यार, अगर queen exchange हो गई तो. So is Arvind playing for a draw? Is Arvind playing for a win? That's an important decision in his mind right now, which he has to take. If he's playing for a draw, then of course he takes queen takes e4. But if he's playing for the win, he cannot take queen takes e4. Nepo also, by the way, will try to set up some traps. Yeah, he's way ahead on the clock. Also, Pragg game में कुछ updates है. F3 के बाद castle किया black ने, bishop e2, a5 queen पे attack, queen a3, maintaining his protection of this. And now bishop c6, castles, bishop f6. Black बहुत जल्दी अपने सारे piece activate कर दिए. But the moves are coming quickly, so maybe the position is still better for Pragg, and we can see rook c2, very safe, defending that weakness and also allowing him to double up if required. And going to the Arjun game, जहां queen b2 के बाद rook e2 खेला and queen b1, and again look at the clock, 13 minutes to, he has to play 7 moves. It's not exactly the time pressure which is the problem, it's more about the position itself, which is minus zero point -7 for Noderbek here. So going back to Arvind's game, what will Nepo play now? बाय द वे, अगर तुम इवैल बार्स देख रहे हो ना, लाइक अर्जुन का इवैल बार देख के बहुत डर लग रहा है भाई. ऐसा लग रहा है एबी डे विलियर्स बैठा है उसके सामने, नॉट लुकिंग ग्रेट. Nipu, by the way, has a lot of time, so maybe he will think for a while here. So let's do one thing. Let's just jump up to the next game, yeah? Because I think यहाँ पे अभी थोड़ा time लगेगा. Arjun, by the way, has played a move. So he plays knight to d2 and he attacks the queen. So he's basically, again, kind of semi, offering a draw, right? कुछ ना कुछ repetition करके maybe. Like queen b2, knight f3, queen b1, knight d2. He's kind of offering that draw. But I think black can even just go queen c1. He can even go queen d1. So black is not really forced to accept any of these draw offers. And of course, जब पहले accept नहीं किया तो अब तो जब better है बिल्कुल भी नहीं करेगा. या इंक्रीमेंट डस एड अप पंगत भाई, बट पता क्या होता है, आई थिंक इंक्रीमेंट it basically is bonus time, right? So I think kahin na kahin psychologically you forget about it. You see 10 minutes on the clock, you see 7 minutes on the clock, 7 minutes ही दिमाग में रहते हैं, you forget about the increment and puts equal pressure on you. Come on, come on, come on. What is happening? What is happening? वह बोर्ड गायब होगा अभी शायद, एक सेकंड के लिए। नहीं नहीं, चलिए ठीक है ठीक है, बढ़ गया, बच गया बच गया बच गया। Nodbek is the next world champ. I'm not sure, ठीक है ठीक है, बोर्ड इज बैक नहीं भाई, ऑल गुड ऑल गुड। भाई अर्जुन को क्या हुआ है कहीं? ये क्या लिखा है भाई? आगे क्या तीनों गेम में। सो आई एम गोना मेक सम प्रेडिक्शंस, ठीक है? सो आई रिमेंबर जब विदित आया था स्ट्रीम पे, उसने 5 प्रेडिक्शन करी थी एंड पांचों गलत थी, एंड तो आई वांट टू बी अ बिट प्रैग्मेटिक हियर। ऐसे बोल्ड प्रेडिक्शन नहीं करूंगा। पराग सिंधारोव में आई थिंक पराग विंस। अर्जुन नुदरबेक में आई थिंक अर्जुन ड्रॉज। And Arvind Nepo mein, I think it is a draw. So I'm going to hope for 2 points out of 3. That's my hope. By the way, Queen E5, Queen C7 played, basically attacking the pawn also. Do not forget, this pawn is also under attack. So if you take, for example, Queen takes E4, he's also threatening B3. That's the side threat of Queen E7. So you can't take because the rook is hanging. So, and he's also letting just B2, yeah, B takes C2, having two passports. Oh, he takes on E4. And now the only move for black is B3. That's the only move he has to find. Or Nepo is almost lost. Oh, see, he gives that eyebrow. अच्छा, तूने B3 allow कर दिया. ऐसे कैसे भाई? Chat, this game is super exciting, by the way. 6 minutes for Arvind to play 10 moves in an extremely complicated position. Can he do it, chat? That is the question. Yes or no? What do you think? Will Arvind hold this? I have hopes he hold this. He's going to hold this. But फिलहाल के लिए B3 is an extremely tricky move. Imagine chat, B3 खेला, आपने कुछ किया, H4, B takes C2, B4, B3. I mean, this can be scary. नाइपो निकला क्या? सॉरी भाई, मेरे को जुकाम है तगड़ा यार। नेपो 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 नेपो, ये है जलवा भाई, खतरनाक मुंह है B3 यार, बाय द वे। Oh, 36 minutes. Okay, as he thinks we have no moves in the Pragg game, Arjun gave me no moves, so let's stick here for now. And this is why Nepo is so strong, chat, because he plays quickly. And now you can see how even the game is equal. If Arvind had, let's say, 10 more minutes, you would say this is a draw. But with less time, that's how he wins so many of his games. And now B3 played the best move yet again. And accuracy, देखो भाई, नेपो की ज्यादा है, 0.3 ज्यादा है अरविंद से, even though he's been playing so quickly. That's the power he holds. He's a very strong player. साले कौन सी वीडियो गेम आपकी फेवरेट थी भाई? भाई मारियो तो मस्त थी यार, मारियो से वो बीट करना मुश्किल है। ओके, नेपो भी पीस और ट्विरलिंग के लिए 5 minutes to play 10 moves now for Arvind. It's getting interesting. By the way, wait, Noderbek has made a mistake, chat. He played queen to A1 and apparently queen to B3 or F4. Both give Arjun some chances to strike back. That's interesting. The idea is queen B3, the pawn is attacked. You have to play rook B8, and now knight to C4 is the move. Attacking D6, तो queen को वापस जाना पड़ेगा. And automatically, while it is kind of gaining back some territory here, but not an easy, sequence of moves for Arjun to find with 12 minutes on the clock. Contra भी अच्छी थी. Contra was also nice. क्या ही ग्राफिक्स में चेंज आ गया है ना, कहाँ कॉन्ट्रा और कहाँ आज की गेम्स, बाय गॉड यार, दुनिया कहाँ से कहाँ आ गई है यार। बाय द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मोमेंट फॉर अर्जुन, प्रग की गेम में स्टिल नो मूव, सो A4 के बाद प्रग इज थिंकिंग 15 मिनट्स टू प्ले 18 मूव्स। So Prag is in the worst time situation of all of them so far. Even though the position is kind of solid, so it's unlikely he makes like a piece blunder or something. It's still a lot of moves, right? So, and he's better, so he has to find a way to win this, which is not easy. Going to the Arvind game quickly. 4 minutes for Arvind to play 10 min moves now. Come on, Arvind. And one move could cost him the game here. Black is threatening to create a pass pawn on the second rank. ये ऐसी गेम है जहां भीड़ जमने में 2 मिनट नहीं लगेंगे. Did Arvind miss B3 is the question, right? Did he miss that move? I hope not. Because if it comes as a surprise, it's going to completely, play on his mind, and he might think, oh, मैंने miss कर दिया move. I might be lost now. Like, it really plays on your mind psychologically, even though there's a defense. Where's the ear gambit guy? भाई वो अपने लिए हिला रहा है कान अपना. दूसरों के लिए हिला हिला के थक गया बंदा. Now he's moving his own ear for himself. So he's playing a tournament. तो आएगा बहुत जल्दी. ही विल बी बैक, साहज भाई विल बैक ड्यूरिंग द जीसीटी इवेंट, जहां पे कार्लसन गुकेश आएंगे खेलने के लिए इन द फर्स्ट वीक ऑफ जुलाई. बट फिलहाल के लिए भाई, वी आर फोकस ऑन द प्लेयर्स. बीमार टिक्कू कमेंटेटिंग. पीटी बीमार टिक्कू हो गया, वाह भाई वाह. जीरो का ऑप्शन देना चाहिए शायद भाई, तो 0.5 हो जाएगा ना. आई थिंक 0.5 जीरो में क्या ही डिफरेंस है यार. इज द सेम इन माई हेड एटलीस्ट. अरविंद 2 मिनट 10 चाले चल रही है भाई. स्ट्रेस हो रहा है यार. पूजा गैम्बिट करूं यार, पूजा गैम्बिट कैसे यार. आई डोंट नो किसके लिए इस्तेमाल करूं, सारे ही थोड़े से स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं भाई. बिकॉज अर्जुन डिड नॉट फाइंड दैट मूव आई थिंक. ओ बाय द वे, रुक A3 प्लेड, दैट्स अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग मूव, राइट? लाइक यू ब्रिंग बैक द रुक and now B2 apparently. It's a nice move, like it works, it does the job, because BC2 pe idea hai I think rook A2, and now you just pick up the pawn, yeah. But what if I play B2, rook B1, queen C2, queen C2, rook C2? Who's better here? I honestly have no clue who's better, because black का pawn ज़्यादा खतरनाक लग रहा है, but it's still somehow equal. How is it equal? It doesn't feel equal to me at least. Okay, rook B3, rook B3 है ना. Oh, rook B3 is equal actually. Yeah. But rook F2, rook B2, rook B2, rook B2, is it equal still? I mean, okay, maybe I can't get to the E pawn, yeah? Because if I play, let's say, F6 or F5, I think you will give a check. It's not possible to get here. And if bishop F7, I will come back, let's say bishop E4. And I don't allow you to get to this pawn. Yeah, maybe that's why. Then bishop C4. Wait, what do you do now? Bishop G6. Okay. Got it. ठीक है. ठीक है. It's holding on by a little thread. But can he find that thread in time pressure is the question, yaar. Can Arvind find all of this with seconds on his clock is the main question. 9 moves, 3 minutes to go. By the way, Arjun has played rook to e1, which is not the best move, but at least forces black to, move again. So not a bad move at all, but not the best one, but okay. And meanwhile, chat परा की गेम में e4 rook b1 आ चुका है. I think he's trying to play b4. Let's say h6 b4 mara, and he will have two connected pass pawns, and that's just completely winning. So rook b1, amazing move from Pragg, and black को अभी counter play create करना पड़ेगा with a move like queen e5, otherwise he's just lost instantly. So going back to the Arvind game, can he come with good moves? प्रग का भी टाइम क्रीज, आई नो प्रग इज द वर्स्ट एक्चुअली इन टर्म्स ऑफ टाइम प्रेशर, जिसकी वो पॉन अप है, सो इट्स लेस स्ट्रेस फॉर हिम, बट उसकी सिचुएशन बहुत खराब है क्लॉक के ऊपर. एंड इवन दो नेपो ना अभी क्लॉक की तरफ नहीं देख रहा है, आई कैन गारंटी यू उसके दिमाग में चल रहा है, इज देयर अ कॉम्प्लेक्स ट्रैप हियर आई कैन सेट, because Nepo is used to playing like this when he's way ahead on the clock, and he's thinking कि भाई कोई तो trap होगा which I can set which is not obvious, जहां पे अरविंद could fall, because अगर ये pawn मर गया ना, then it's, I think, like, as we saw, like it could be a draw, so he's thinking of here, is there a trap here. अरविंद जिस पोज में बैठा है ना, ऐसा लग रहा है कि इसके पास 4 घंटे 3 घंटे है क्लॉक में, 3 सेकंड नहीं. That's a great sign though, like he's calm, he's not worried. I know Prag की game situation is the best, but his time situation is the worst actually. बहुत moves खेलनी है. And by the way, look at this chat. I think अच्छा नहीं, कुछ हुआ नहीं. I thought कुछ हो गया. Oh, नहीं हुआ, नहीं हुआ. By the way, Queen E5 check played by Nodrbek and G3, and now Queen B2 back. किसी को समझ आया क्या किया नोदरबेक ने यहाँ पे? Like, why did he give this check and then come to B2? Why not directly to B2? समझ आया किसी को? So chat, he went Queen E5, G3 and Queen B2. The idea is कि if यहाँ पे Rook B1 trying to win the pawn, Queen C2, Rook B5 and now C4. एंड यहां पे जो ये नाइट E5 फॉलोड बाय क्वीन टेक्स D2 एंड नाइट F3 का भी थ्रेट है, दैट्स गोना बी अ टैक्टिकल नाइटमेयर समहाउ. एंड ऑफ कोर्स रुक E4 भी आ रहा है साथ साथ आफ्टर C3. सो आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं पे ही वांटेड टू वीकन द किंग एंड वीकन दिस F3 स्क्वायर एज वेल, जो मुझे समझ में आ रहा है एटलीस्ट समथिंग लाइक दैट. डायरेक्टली अगर देता क्वीन B2, आई थिंक रुक B1, एंड इफ क्वीन C2, रुक B5, C4, there is there something here? Rook b4, c3, knight f3. And in that variation, by c4, rook b4, c3, knight f3. Ah, rook c8 is very strong here, apparently. Bhai, this is way too complex, though. Not easy for both players to notice, but Nodrbek noticed it. That's very interesting. भाई नोदर पे एक गलती चाहिए बाय द वे. ओके, बट आई थिंक अर्जुन विल रीच टाइम कंट्रोल. 4 मूव खेलने हैं 9 मिनट में. अरविंद का ज्यादा स्ट्रेस है. नेपो हैज स्टिल नॉट प्लेड दो, तो अरविंद को भी टाइम काफी मिल रहा है सोचने के लिए. वॉचिंग लाइव इन ताशकेंट, क्या बात कर रहे हो सही में? अरे नाइस. कमेंट पढ़ लो. सिंधारोव हैज सिमिलर टाइम टू प्रग, हिज टाइम सिचुएशन इज द बेस्ट. अच्छा, यू मींस ओपोनेंट आल्सो हैज लो टाइम. दैट्स अ गुड पॉइंट दो, कि ओपोनेंट के पास भी टाइम कम है, सो क्वीन ई5 एंड ही आल्सो हैज अ हायर चांस ऑफ गोइंग रॉन्ग. सो मे बी यू आर करेक्ट. लाइक दिस इज ट्रू, लाइक ओपोनेंट इज टाइम कम है, बट when you're winning na, like I think the best thing can happen is you both have time. Like you don't mind your opponent having more time as long as you also have more time. So अगर यहाँ पे 12 और 13 के बदले 33, 32 और 33 होता, like Prag would be much happier, because already गेम जेब में ही है, उसको सिर्फ यहाँ पे बढ़िया मूव खेलनी है. बट क्वीन E5 इज अ ग्रेट मूव, अटैक्स द बिशप, एंड बिशप F2 पे आई थिंक ही इज गोना गो रुक FD8 एंड एक्टिवेट मोर एंड मोर पीसेस. सो ब्लैक के पीसेस ना अच्छे हैं यार, सारे एक्टिव पीसेस हैं. And the white queen on a3 looks a bit stupid. Yeah, what's the queen doing on a3? ये कोने में बैठी हुई है. And the problem is, let's say you play rook, and now you play b4. Yeah, trying to pass pawn. A takes, and now queen f5. And this is very strong. Both rooks kind of awkward here. Rook c1, for example, खेला तो rook a8, and the queen I think is almost trapped already. Queen b4, rook a2, and black is actually winning this somehow. Crazy tactics. By the way, Nepo has played. So let's have a look. Oh, he has not played. Why? He has not played yet. He's still thinking. Actually, they both are looking at some other game right now. भाई क्या शॉट है भाई. गेम सामने है, क्लॉक चल रही है, दोनों सामने देख रहे हैं भाई दूसरी गेम को. ऐसा क्या चल रहा है उस गेम में, मैं भी क्यूरियस हूँ. इवन आई एम लाइक, ऐसा क्या चल रहा है भाई उस गेम में कि दोनों पेर अपनी गेम छोड़ के वहां देख रहे हैं. थैंक यू व्योम भाई. How is Sin playing with Rap and Pra? That's a question for Needy भाई. सिन भाई मल्टी टाइम कर रहा है. Why is Sin playing on two boards, Needy भाई, in the eval bar? Chat पूछ रही है. अच्छा अच्छा. हाँ ओके ओके. बेसिकली दोनों का शॉर्ट फॉर्म सिन ही है भाई, ऐसा कुछ है. Nodebek trying to rush on Ajmed, seeing him repeatedly. By it's a pretty normal Nodebek tactic to stare at his opponent. By the way, B2 played best move by Nepo. So second rank tak pawn aa chuka hai. This is getting a bit scary. Rook B1 is, I think, one of the only moves here. What you want to do is win the B2 pawn, Chad. Ye pawn jitna zaruri hai. So Rook B1, then Rook B3 and pick up the pawn. Simple plan. Rook B1 played. Nice move by Arvind. Played quickly as well, saving time on the clock. इंक्रीमेंट के अंदर ही खेल दिया, सो क्लॉक में टाइम नीचे नहीं गया. 3 minutes स्टिल, एंड नाउ ब्लैक हैज टू चूज. या डज ही प्ले क्वीन c2 ट्रेड क्वींस, डज ही प्ले क्वीन c5 अटैक द रूक एंड अटैक द f2 pawn? आई थिंक क्वीन c2 मारना ही पड़ेगा, बिकॉज इफ आई पिक अप दिस pawn देन आई थिंक व्हाइट इज बेटर इवन. Oh, he doesn't take the pawn. He's like rook e6 खेलूंगा मैं. So if you pick up rook takes b2, rook e6. I don't know where the queen. Let's say queen f4, queen d4. बहुत सारे. Let's say queen d4 for now. Queen rook e7. But I mean, how is black better here? I don't see how black is better though. Like हमारा pawn structure बढ़िया है. We have the good bishop. He has the bad bishop. Material बराबर है. My rooks are also active. So I think this is dead equal now. So all Arvind has to do is just take the pawn and it's equal. I think ये draw हो जाएगी chat most likely. Arjun game by the way. Rook b1, queen c2, rook b5 and c4 and king g2 played. Interesting. So white has won a pawn, chat. Important. White has just won a pawn on b5. And now Nodebek has to prove compensation for that pawn. As of now, he does have it. c3 attacking the knight. But is it enough? So as Nodebek calculates, Pragg की game पे जाए अगर हम, queen c3 played and now queen h5 is the best move for Sindharov to attack the white queen. And I like this move queen c3 because basically आप queen को game में ला रहे हो. One thing is if you take the queen, pawn takes, आपके pawn जरूर double हो गए. But I think the c5 pawn is well defended. Like you always have, rook b6 ideas, rook k6 to grab this, bishop b5 ideas. So this pawn will not be lost, I think. And maybe this is the best way for white to play. Nice move, queen c3. भाई टाइम प्रेशर. बाय द वे 16 मूव खेलने हैं ब्लैक को, 11 मिनट में 15 मूव खेलने हैं प्रग को 10 मिनट में. टाइम प्रेशर इज क्रेजी. See, I would love to see the entire game in time pressure now. I don't want them to get more time. सो आई फील कहीं ना कहीं पे लाइक जो 40 मिनट का टाइम मिलता है ना उसको हटा देना चाहिए. चेस विल बिकम मच मोर एक्साइटिंग. How to know which one's good? I think if the bishop complements your pawns, it's a good bishop. If it is blocked by your pawns, it's a bad bishop. So I think, for example, अगर आपके pawns ऐसे f3, g2, h3 है, तो the dark square bishop is a good bishop because it can complement the pawns. अगर आप and the light square bishop will be a bad bishop in that case. कम ऑन कम ऑन कम ऑन, चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो भाई. लेट्स भाई 500 लाइक तो होने चाहिए भाई, ऐसे नहीं होता भाई. देखो कम ऑन लेट्स गो. परख कैसे जीतेगा, अभी तक 500 लाइक नहीं होंगे. लाइक परख का जीतना बिना 500 लाइक के बड़ा मुश्किल है चैट. So, जल्दी से लाइक करो भाई, लेट्स गो. योर नूब इन चेस कह रहे हैं 222 येलो वाले पुक पुक. भाई 10 मिनट रह गए अब उसके पास भी. दिस इज गेटिंग एक्साइटिंग. ओके 9 मिनट अब. भाई दोनों प्लेयर सेम फ्रीक्वेंसी पे ऐसे मतलब हिल रहे हैं लिटरली. लिटरली सिंक में कहीं धागा उनको जोड़ के बैठा है, ऐसा लग रहा है. दोनों नर्वस है. Yeah, 30-second increment is good. I think 10 seconds is too less. I think 30-second increment and no extra time. अदानी है भाई प्लग का स्पॉन्सर. दैट्स क्रेजी दो यार कि the richest people in the world really want to invest in chess. That's amazing. And as सिंधारो contemplates, भाई वो बड़ा रिलैक्स लग रहा है, बट आई थिंक रिलैक्स होने का टाइम है नहीं उसके पास. By the way, chat, Nodir Bek is still thinking, chat. I don't think he has played, so no blunder there. Arvind की गेम में rook a8. Oh, he doesn't take the pawn. He doesn't take the pawn. So very interesting move. 50 seconds for another break. Rook e6. Okay, rook c8, queen c8. What's the plan now? What's the plan now, Arvind? 1 minute on the clock for Arvind. 6 moves to go. 6 मूव 1 मिनट में भाई. What's the plan? I think यहाँ पे queen a8. He can just trade off queens. That's a very safe way to play. That will be a draw. That will be a comfortable draw. He can also play queen d3, defending this pawn, ताकि next b2 मार दे. Arvind, 45 seconds, 6 moves to go. Come on. Ooh, Arvind, 35 seconds. You have to play right about now. Now, Arvind is officially playing on the increment with less than 30 seconds on his clock. 6 moves to go. I think he will draw this comfortably, but he needs to calculate it. Queen a8 is the simplest draw in the position, I think. Okay, maybe it's not so simple. Actually, rook e2 aa raha hai. Queen d3 maybe is the simplest draw then. Yeah, that I think feels the simplest draw. By start second. Oh, queen d4 also decent. Also decent, I think. Also decent. भाई इन 5 चालें चलनी है अभी. आई थिंक बेसिकली नाउ नेपो इज प्लेइंग ऑन द क्लॉक. एक बार अरविंद का टाइम 40 मूव्स पहुंच गया, आई थिंक ही विल जस्ट ऑफर अ ड्रॉ और दे विल जस्ट अग्री टू ड्रॉ. वेट, ही लुक्ड एट अरविंद लाइक सरप्राइज्ड. है ना, ऐसे अजीब से देखा है. क्या खेला भाई तूने? व्हाट डिड यू जस्ट प्ले? सी ही लुक्स शॉक्ड. ही लुक्स शॉक्ड फॉर सम रीजन. आई डोंट नो व्हाई. Chad, apparently rook e7 is the best, and after rook b2, you can play rook e2. And the problem is f2 is under pressure, c2 is under pressure, and it's not easy to defend this somehow. It's not easy. How do you defend the c2 pawn? Bishop e4, maybe. Yeah, maybe that defends it. But not as comfortable as you would like it to be. Arvind, 30 seconds. Meanwhile, chat Prag game में क्या हुआ? Prag game में Queen F5 played, a slight mistake by his opponent. Queen D3. Prag also makes the slight. Oh, they're repeating moves. What? Prag, you cannot repeat moves. I'm sure he's just getting time on the clock. Bishop D3 खेलना है Prag को. That's the move. Bishop D3, Queen H5, and then he has to find Queen to C4. Kind of switching to the king side, maybe defending some stuff here. What? Why is he repeating? Oh my god, why is he repeating? I don't think he'll repeat. Yeah, there's no way he repeats. There's no way he repeats. He's up on the clock. He's up in the position. He has repeated twice though, chat. Queen C3, Queen F5, Queen D3, Queen E5, Queen C3, Queen F5, Queen D3, Queen E5. Queen C3 is an instant draw. So he's just getting time on the clock. He's trying to reach the 40th move. And now he cannot repeat. He needs to come up with a new move now. मैग्नस वेंडर कहां से हो गया भाई? वो तो हनीमून पे अभी. Bhai, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, Pragg. You cannot repeat it. I think Queen D2 is the move now. But it's not comfortable, yeah. Like Queen D2. Oh, he finds it. He finds it. Nice move. Opening up the bishop's diagonal, opening up the rooks as well. I think काफी अच्छी move है. Bishop F4 in some cases can be a move because the pawn on C5 is nice move by Pragg. Under pressure, by the way. Okay, Nepo has still not played. Arjun, by the way, C3 played by Noderbek, and he has to find the move knight to F3. That is the only way to hold equality. But I think he has enough time now. 39 moves हो चुके हैं. एक move दूर है हम time control से. And this should be holdable for Arjun. So not worried too much here. Going to the Pragg game. Opponent के पास 7 minutes है to play 12 moves. 7 minutes to play 12 moves, getting very difficult for both players. जैसे ही Nepo खेलेगा, we'll switch to Arvind's game because Arvind has 30 seconds on the clock. But as of now, look at the time dripping down slowly, slowly. Every second matters. Both players, literally, भाई उनकी legs same ही frequency vibrate हो रही है. Literally, it's like in sync, right? लेफ्ट राइट 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 साथ में वाइब्रेट हो रही है भाई दोनों की टांगे. भाई क्रेजी, दोनों नर्वस है. लुक्स लाइक एक ही चीज को बैक एंड फोर्थ कर रहे हैं. बीच में कोई टेबल है, साथ में धक्का दे रहे दोनों एक दूसरे को. Yeah, Pragg turned the situation around. That's impressive. And he maintained his advantage while doing so. That's the important part. He did not lose his advantage. That's very important. Oh, so it's going to 6 minutes now. Pragg gets up. He doesn't have much time to get up though. आई थिंक अगर थोड़ा टाइम गेन करना है तो अभी खेल सकते हैं सिंदारोव. ऐसा बहुत लोग करते हैं बाय द वे कि वो जैसे ही ओपन उठता है वैसे ही मूव चल देते हैं डिस्ट्रैक्ट करने के लिए. जस्ट टू पॉइंट आउट, ब्लैक को 12 चालें खेलनी है 6.5 मिनट में. Still no moves from Arjun or Nepo, so we'll stick to this game for now. भाई ये तो चिल करके बैठा है यार. लुक एट सिंदारोव, आराम से बैठा है बंदा. ये क्या चल रहा है मोहित और किरण? Pragg declined appreciation just for time. I know. I think no, he's also better, yaar. Count the number of pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's a pawn up, right? So he has a slight edge. Black's bishops are better. That is some compensation for the pawn. But एक बार वो b4 खेल देगा ना, and he gets two connected passed pawns, it will be completely winning. So Pragg का plan simple है. Oh, it's 5 minutes for Sindarov. If he doesn't play in the next minute or so, I think it's gonna get I think it's gonna get borderline impossible to find best moves then. I think his next move is automatic though. He has to play one of the rooks to d8 because queen is defending the bishop. You can play rook fd8 and then the queen will only have one move, queen c1, which is great for black to push the queen back. सो ये मूव तो ऑब्वियस है, आई थिंक उसके आगे सोच रहे हैं, आगे क्या, व्हाट आफ्टर रुक D8 एंड क्वीन C1, दैट्स व्हाट ही इज थिंकिंग राइट नाउ. Neo played, okay, Neo played. So he played rook C or queen C2, rook B2, queen C7. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. Look at the move played by Arvind. Chat, white to play. What did Arvind just play? Oh, you can see the move on the board. Rook takes B5. Wow. Wow, what a move. Sacrificing the rook. भाई क्या चाल खेली है बंदे ने, ब्यूटिफुल. ब्लैक कैन नॉट टेक दिस रुक. इफ ही टेक्स दिस रुक, क्वीन D8 check wins on the spot. Queen D8, and it is over. So what a move, takes the pawn now, and that means it's a complete draw. In fact, white is better now. You can pick up this pawn, I will pick up this pawn, and white is a pawn up. Only Arvind can win this. Of course, it's a draw most likely, but only white can win this. So I think Arvind has solved all his problems, not worried about his game anymore. Arjun abhi bhi khel rahe hai. I think he's played knight f3. He finds the only move. Great for Arjun as well. 3 minutes, he's reached the 40th move now. So now he will get 30 more minutes. Pragg ki game mein, rook d8 was played, queen c1, and now he makes a mistake with queen h5, and Pragg is all ready for the move pawn to b4. Let's go, Pragg. It's winning for him now. Come on, Pragg. B4 का दो connected pass pawn मिलेंगे and the game could be over. Of course, black will try for counterplay, but he is better. And black का idea है bishop E5 to try and checkmate on H2, but we can always play H3 there. Looks okay. Come on, Pragg. I think he'll play B4. It's all his moves so far have been set up for B4. That's why he played Rook B1. That's why he played Rook C2. That's why he played Queen C1. So अभी के लिए सारी move setup है. All Indians pawn up. That's an interesting note. So Pragg is a pawn up. Arjun is a pawn up. Although Arjun is worse right now. Queen E1 is the only move now. By the way, Queen E1 is the only move. Baap re. Anything else apart from Queen E1 loses for Arjun. Thank God he reached the 40th move. You saw him lift up his eyebrows, yeah? He's realizing how strong this is. Arjun pawn up but struggling. Arvind is a pawn up, by the way. Queen E7. हाँ, I'm back. I think मेरा स्क्रीन बंद हो गया. लाइट आ रही है, अभी अभी चल जाएगा. हाँ, Arvind is equal chat. I think it should be equal. All. हाँ. So now Rook H5 on the board, and I think this game should be equal or better for Arvind. So all problems solved. Pragg ki game, however, by the way, we have the move. Wait. Nidhi saying Arvind will win. Let's see what happens. But Queen H5 on the board. Camera shift Niva Nidhi. B4 played. Great move by Pragg. Takes, and Bishop E5. And now simply H3 kind of gives Pragg a winning position. Can we change the camera, Nidhi? मैं try करता हूँ मेरे को. Change नहीं होता Nidhi भाई अब. Okay. गया एंड प्रग के गेम पे आया. नहीं हो रहा निधि भाई. कुछ तो हुआ मेरे. हाँ, लाइट जाने से कुछ तो चेंज हुआ. आई डोंट नो व्हाट हैपेंड. नहीं, बोर्ड तो सेम है भाई. By the way, chat, what is this graph on the left? This is not a graph by. This is the other games, the other, the eval bars. And meanwhile, Pragg right now thinking, still thinking. H3 played, great move by Pragg, stopping that, check threat on H2. And now black ka idea ho sakta hai. Queen H4, Queen G3. But it's not as strong now. The bishop on E2 doing a great job of defending that pawn. नहीं हुआ नहीं भाई. कुछ हिल गया, आई डोंट नो व्हाट हैपेंड बट या। पराग विनिंग। हाँ बट ठीक है, निकाल देंगे आज का। पराग विनिंग बाय द वे, या पराग विनिंग, पराग इज डूइंग रियली वेल बाय द वे। आई थिंक चैट हमने पोल किया था, कई लोग कह रहे थे 1 पॉइंट मिलेगा भाई, एक तो प्रग ही लेने वाला है। आई थिंक अर्जुन इज इन डीप ट्रबल नाउ। सो आई थिंक अरविंद का आधा पॉइंट और प्रग का आधा पॉइंट कंफर्म्ड है। नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज कैन अरविंद एंड प्रग विन? The only worry point is now Arjun chat, because Queen E1 is the only move for Arjun, as you can see now on the blue arrow right. Nidhi, I think it's the wrong board. It's not showing my board. It's showing the your board. तभी वो change नहीं हो रहा है। नहीं अभी दिख रहा है विनर निंजा मुझे। I can see it. I'll try again क्या? रुको I'll try again. हाँ मैं दोबारा ट्राई किया मैंने, अब ट्राई करो। नहीं भाई, वो बोर्ड आपका दिखा रहा है, इट्स नॉट शोइंग द एरोज ना, सो दैट मींस कि इट्स योर बोर्ड नॉट माइन। ये देखो 10 एरो लगा दी। Come on, come on, come on. Arjun, by the way, Praki game पे अगर हम जाए, H3 played, and now 3 minutes for his opponent to play 8 moves. I think Sindarov Queen G6 played, threatening Queen G3, but chat, it's not a huge threat. Yeah, now it's fixed. I think we can see the arrows. Thank you, Niribai. Queen G3 is the threat, but it's not scary. I can just play B4 apparently. And if Queen G3, just B5. Check King F1, and there is no threat. It's not scary because he cannot sacrifice on f3, the bishop defense. And if check, I have bishop g1. Oh, bishop, sorry, oh, that's lost. भाई मैंने तरीका निकाल दिया था हारने का भाई। How is it lost though? अच्छा bishop d4 भी तो आ रहा है। I thought bishop h2 पे तो king f2 है भाई, क्या प्रॉब्लम है? Oh, I found a way to lose. But king f2, yeah, king f2 apparently just queen h2 पे. I just pick up the bishop. Yeah, 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 yeah. I king f2 के बाद, I think you mean here ना? Yeah, black has. अच्छा, the blunder you mean? I think it was this one. Somewhere king यहाँ पे check and bishop g1 here, because here there is bishop d4 and there is no king f2. So that's the problem. But yeah, anyways, I think इतना तो पक देख ही लेगा भाई। टिक्कू ब्लंडर भाई, यार मैं बीमार आदमी ब्लंडर नहीं करेगा तो क्या करेगा भाई? बीमार आदमी सिर्फ ब्लंडर कर सकता है। बाय द बी4 प्लेड क्वीन जी थ्रू, बड़ी अग्रेशन से खेला ब्लैक ने यहाँ पे, बट बी king f1 is not the only move. He can also just play b5 chat. He can just play b5 and it forces black's hand, right? Bishop chalna padega, bishop d5 c6. I can keep pushing these pawns. And Pragg pushes. He has seen everything. He's seen everything. Check by, oh no, bishop d5 played first. He's holding on to the check, by the way. Look at the bar go up, by the way. दोनों प्लेयर फिर से भाई सेम फ्रीक्वेंसी पे शेक हो रहे हैं। भाई क्या फ्रीक्वेंसी है ना, लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट लेफ्ट राइट, क्या है भाई ये? चैट करिए अरविंद विनिंग, क्या बात कर रहे हो? नहीं यार, आई थिंक दिस इज स्टिल अ ड्रॉ। आई थिंक इट्स अ पॉन अप, बट पॉन सेम साइड पे है, सो the rook end game is a draw. The queen end game is a draw. So the only way to win is maintain both rook and queen. And then you try to win this. That's the only way. If queen trade ho jayega, to it's a draw. Rook trade, it's a draw. So difficult hai jeetna. But of course, Arvind will try for a while. And we'll of course follow that game. But I think filhal ke liye, they have a lot of time on the clock. So we'll focus on the other games. Congrats to Arjun. He has found queen to e1. The only move in the position. Wow. By the way, what was the problem? If let's say you play a pawn move like a4, queen d1 and c2 c1 was just winning on the spot. That's why queen e1, preventing queen d1, rook prevents as well, and queen c1 is also stopped. So there is no way for black to push the pawn. Queen d3 khelte ho, I will have rook b1, c2, rook c1, and I stopped your pawn. Even though black is still better, it's not enough to win. So Arjun finding the only moves. Great play there. टिक क्वीज ऑल भाई फरीदाबाद में whenever I'm there I'm always sick भाई शिफ्ट होना पड़ेगा भाई. King F1 played by the way, getting out of any checks. Prophylaxis by Pragg. Great play again. Practical play. The thing is, Black has no way to break this chain. Yeah, he would love to sacrifice something and open this up, but there's no way. And now, chat, Pragg still wondering what went. Sorry, Pragg's opponent wondering what went wrong. How did I mess this up? Still has to play 5 moves in 4 minutes. Come on. Chat, let's go. Full pressure. Can he play this? Can he win this completely? I think as of now, Pragg dominating the game. Pawn up, 2 corrected pass pawns. Black's bishops really creating a lot of counterplay. There is some pressure. The king is all alone. The queen, the rooks are far away. But the thing is, these pawns are too strong. Once you start pushing these pawns, at some point, आपको bishop देना पड़ेगा pawn के बदले. F5. Black is still trying. He's trying his best to create counterplay. F4, G5. सब फेंकने के लिए black तैयार है. But white can just continue with his pawn advance C6. Come on. Arvind, by the way, has played another brilliant move. Kya? No, I don't see it. No brilliant move, chat. Filal equally hai. So going to plus game back. Come on. Now Pragg, both players still nervous. You can see their legs shaking. The time pressure really dictates matters. And you can just play C6. And black kya karega? Let's say you play F4. I can just play bishop F2, bishop G1. Maintain this, and your queen can't even come to H2 now. And you're again struggling. Like, what do I do? How do I attack? You go G5, start. I go B6. You go H5. I go C7. You can see how, what do you do? Your rook is attacked now. If rook e8, B7. Let's you say I'm going to sacrifice the rook completely. Levi ka fan hu main. Mara, queen banaya, mara. And now queen e1 is trade queens. Khatam. So white always has queen e1 just to trade queens. There is no attack here. There is no attack. And that means ki bhai, Pragg's play is completely, smooth. Like there are no problems. It seems to be going smoothly for Pragg. And not to forget, chat, if Pragg does win this, and if Arjun draws or loses, I think he will be the new India #1. थोड़ा match करना पड़ेगा उसमें. But as of now, at first glance, it looks like Pragg will be the new India #1 today. And for the first time, he might get a rating of 2780. सिंधारो वाइट प्लेयर विद सम काउंटर प्ले लास्ट मिनट. मुश्किल लग रहा है. पेन पकड़ के बैठे हैं, बट पेन घुमा रहे हो, बट yeah, the counter play seems to be limited. Pragg can play B6. Pragg can play C6. Pragg can play rook B4. Try to, hold some defense here as well. That is also possible. A great move. By the way, one look at the Arjun game. By the way, queen e1 ke baad, this is the current position. No moves of Sundarov. So no brilliant moves there. And also in the Arvind game, if we have a look, we still have the same position. Arvind is still trying for a win, chat. I think this will be a long game where both sides will keep trying. So going back to the Pragg game, the critical move, bishop G1 played, by the way. That's not the best move. That's a mistake by Pragg. Oh, but the move for black is not easy, chat. Now Sindharov can play the freaky move, bishop to E4 apparently. Oh, no. I think Pragg has made a mistake. And chat, if you take this bishop F takes e4, and the game is turning around. He finds that move. I think Pragg has just blundered. He has just blundered. He cannot take that bishop. The game is getting even more sharper, chat. What a move by Sindarov under time pressure. Is there another twist here? Now he has to sacrifice the exchange. Give up the rook for the bishop and push the pawns. He has to push the pawns now. That's the only way. इन ज्यादा टिक्कू भाई नर्वस लग रहे हैं भाई. मैं हूं नर्वस भाई, बीमार और नर्वस दोनों. भाई प्राग ने गलती कर दी. आई थिंक ही हैज टू, he cannot take it, chat. That's a beautiful piece sack. King is stuck on f1. Rook f8 aa raha hai. You would lose this, by the way. You would not only draw this, you would likely lose this as white. So you cannot take the bishop as Pragg. You have to push these pawns right about now before it gets too difficult. It's still winning. Yes, Sajan, it's still winning. But the thing is, it's now getting a bit complicated. भाई क्या हिल रहे हैं दोनों प्लेयर्स भाई, अलग ही लेवल पे हिल रहे हैं. Oh, Pragg, I think missed bishop e4, and now both players have 3 minutes to play 3 moves. It's just perfect timing for Sindarov, by the way, for Pragg to make a slight error. Perfect timing. I think Pragg went too hard on prophylaxis and allowed this move, and now will he push the pawn or will he make another mistake? Chad, hota kya hai na? Mistakes kind of tilt you, and usually they can come in a bunch sometimes. एक गलती करी तो दूसरी भी ज्यादा दूर नहीं होती. So Pragg will have to calm himself down here. Can he calm himself down and find the beautiful pawn push b6, or both work actually? Just like stone cold बनना पड़ेगा Pragg को यहाँ पे. That's the only way forward. He has to push these pawns. Again, for anybody joining in, f takes e4, f takes e4, f file opened up. Your king will get checkmated soon. For example, bishop f2, rook f8, queen e1, and simply e3. Rook double कर सकते हैं, and ये pawns might be too slow. So let's push these pawns. Yeah, you see, Pragg is not happy. He's not happy. He just kind of shook his head. He shook his head. Sindarov is excited right now. You can see it from his. He puts the pieces aside. He knows he's back in the game. Arjun played 5 brilliant moves, really. Are they queen e1, queen d3? Arjun has played 5 good moves. Yeah, brilliant moves nahi hai. Rook b1, and these are good moves. Brilliant double, usme sacrifice karna zaruri hota hai. But great moves by Arjun, yeah. Finding only moves. But I think he has a lot more time. Right now, Pragg under 2 minutes to play 3 moves. Look at the bar. Look at the bar. Now less than 2 minutes to play 3 moves. 1 minute, 45 seconds to play 3 more moves of Pragg. I still don't sense conviction. He's not convinced with either move yet. b6 chat. And if black were to take, that would be a mistake, because now his attacking piece is vanished, and now I can start pushing these pawns. That bishop is worth more than a rook right now. Come on, Pragg. 1 minute for Pragg now to play 3 moves. Look at Sindarov stretching. He senses Pragg is panicking a bit. You saw, look at his legs shaking. Less than a minute to play 3 moves now. Clearly, Pragg missed bishop e4. It is very obvious he did not see bishop e4. Ooh, Sindarov rubbing his hands together. He senses an opportunity. 40 seconds to play 3 moves on Pragg. Oh, 30 seconds. Pragg is now playing on increment. 3 more moves to go. Come on, Pragg. Chat, like the stream. Let's go to finals. Jaldi se like kar do bhai. Let's go. Pragg, come on. He's about to play 17 seconds. He needs to push the pawns, and he pushes the pawns. Let's go. Beautiful move by Pragg. Being very practical here, not trying to take the bishop and create his, open up his king. Very smart play. Pushes the pawn to b6, and जितना pawn ये दूर जाएंगे उतना black का counter play के लिए time नहीं बचेगा. Great move by Pragg. But he still has to play two more moves with 40 seconds on the clock. The struggle is not over. If he can find those two moves, I think he will win the game. Once he gets 30 more minutes, I think it will be a simple victory for Pragg. But as of now, it's extremely complicated. Now Sundar was thinking, what trap can I set here? What is going to give me the best chance of Pragg making another mistake? One more mistake and it will be completely equal. I think bishop f4 here is a tricky move. Trying to attack the queen and move it from c1. That could be a nice move. Sindarov also going down on the clock. 2 minutes for him to play 3 moves. So either way, both players kind of, playing with fire right now with no time on the clock. Pragg drinks water, but I can tell you that's not the winning final finale move, Pragg drinking water. It's the nervous Pragg drinking water. Hello, Pragg. By the way, we have Rakesh Bhai joining us. Rakesh Bhai joining at a critical moment as Pragg has to play 2 more moves. Welcome, Rakesh Bhai. What's up?
Yo, I thought, Pragg is winning, so great time to join in.
Yeah, absolutely. And he still has to play 2 more moves, Rakesh Bhai. And in serious time pressure, look at 45 seconds on his clock. Opponent 1 minute 45 seconds. And Pragg ने अभी वो bishop e4 move miss किया. What a find by Sindarov. मारोगे तो f file खुलेगी and you're basically lost. And now b6. So रुक तो मर रहा है, but these pawns are super strong still. So Pragg still winning, but it's getting a bit more complicated.
Yeah, absolutely. Great defense by Sindarov, but Tiku bhai, just seconds bache and 2 moves to go. Do you think Pragg will maintain the advantage into the time control?
I think he will. I think he'll maintain that advantage. I think कहीं ना कहीं 2 move और खेलने हैं, and black doesn't have clear crystal complications. All he has is bishop f4, for example, where I can already play bishop f2. Queen h2, bishop g1, repeat couple of times, and then I can start thinking, right? So कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लग रहा है, but okay, there is queen h1. Okay, queen h1, I just take the bishop, yeah. So
Yeah, and Sundar also down under a minute, Tiku.
oof, this is tricky. This is tricky. Bishop f2, bishop g1 would give Pragg 2 moves and would solve his problems. And he does play bishop f4, Rakesh Bhai. So now either queen b2 or bishop f2. Only 2 moves possible.
Yeah, and see Pragg thinking queen b2 played.
By the way, if queen e1, that would be, of course, a free rook hanging. So he plays queen b2. And now apparently the best move is bishop e5 or taking the rook. Yet taking the rook feels very difficult. But wait, what? Take rook d2 possible नहीं है क्या? Bhai, it's getting a bit tricky actually.
Yeah, queen c4 शायद only में, but luckily that will be on the 41st move.
Yeah,
मतलब Pragg को आधा घंटा मिल जाएगा तो.
yeah.
30 seconds for Nodenbeck, for Sundar, sorry.
Super important moment. 20 seconds. Still has to play 2 moves, Sindarov, by the way. Water Gambit, it's over for Sindarov. I am not completely convinced yet, chat, because 10 seconds for Sindarov, by the way. 9, 8, 7, he's panicking.
Bishop e5.
Oh, he repeats moves,
Not-
yeah, but that's a mistake apparently.
Yeah, Pragg has to play 1 move. He has 1 minute on the clock. So Tiku, do you go queen b3, the best move in the position? Yeah, up queen c1 आ जाते हो and kind of repeat for
I think
the
queen
time
b3.
control.
I think rook d2 is very strong. So if you see it, queen b3 जाके queen e6 का threat है. It makes a lot of sense. It basically forces bishop c2, right? Yeah, he does it. He does it. Great 40th move by Pragg. Yeah, spectacular.
And Sundaro, remember, still has to make 1 more move. And Tiku, so much riding on this game because Pragg will overtake Gukesh if he wins this.
And he will overtake Arjun also likely because Arjun का अगर draw भी होता है, he will lose like some point something. So वो भी
Yeah,
possible है.
yeah. What? Bishop
Okay,
C2?
yeah, has to be done, na? Because
Yeah.
bishop hanging hai, pawn hanging hai. And if you play bishop d5, for example, then bishop c4. So he had to grab what he could. And now Pragg, of course, takes in a second. And he will let Sindarov's clock run down.
Yeah, I think both players will get up as, yeah, there we go. And एक
Yeah.
छोटा सा break लेंगे because for the players it was super hectic. And Tico, I think these two pawns, ये जो left side पे दिख रहा है आपको C5
Huh.
and B6 will decide the game in Prague's favor.
Absolutely. And as both players will now go to the washroom because they've been playing for a long while, I think it's time to switch games. First look at the Arvind game. I think he's still a pawn up. But I think at the end, this likely should be a draw still and not much to guess. Yeah, I think this should be equal.
Yeah, just only one. The action is only one side, so that's the problem for Arvind. And I don't expect a player of Nepo's caliber, to lose this.
Yeah, Nepo will hold this. And finally, the game जहां पे सबसे ज्यादा stress है, and that is this one. Arjun finds the only move yet again. By only move after only move after only move निकालता ही जा रहा है. And kudos to Nurabek for finding all this and putting pressure, but kudos to Arjun for defending, this complex position.
Yeah, and it's a crazy game between, two young, hungry, attacking superstars here that we see.
Yeah,
And कहीं ना कहीं टिकू पता है, we might be commentating on a future World Championship matches
yeah,
between
definitely.
these two
And
players.
yeah, definitely. And कहीं ना कहीं पे ये भी है कि when you look at Arjun, like him finding under time pressure all these moves, it should give him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, and even this game reached a time control as we can see. Time has been added, and back in the tank here, and we might really see a long hard think by Nodelberg.
Yep. So chat, हमने पोल किया था कितने पॉइंट बनेंगे. 3 पॉइंट तो बनना मुश्किल है, बट आई थिंक आधा पॉइंट पक्का गारंटेड है, आधा पॉइंट अरविंद का. दे कैन स्कोर 2 एज वेल. Arvind is the only, sorry, Arvind kya raha hu? Arjun is the only game where we could potentially lose, I think. That's the only game. But there too, after C2 Rakesh, Rook C1, how can Black really, create some chances? Or is it like just a draw, do you think?
Game can go in either direction, but overall, I think 2 out of 3 looks like the more likely result. Indians can
Yeah,
get. Prag
yeah.
जीतेगा and Arjun and Arvind will draw. ऐसे लग रहा है.
Yeah. And if Pragg wins, he catches up with Nodirbek for first place in the standings of the event. So Nodirbek, if he doesn't win this one, I think that will be great for Pragg's chances again for the candidate spot, right? Because he maintains his first rank.
Yeah, and that is what Prag is there for, to get that candidate spot and to win this event after
Yeah,
he narrowly missed out Armenia wale event.
yeah. So chat, as they think around, I think Nodirbek still calculating what he can do. One look at the Arvind game has some, oh, Rookie 3 offered. Okay, now it is a dead draw, I think. Now I don't see any chances. He'll just pick up this Queen E3 and I'm just going to put the Queen somewhere F5, D5. And ye to, you can play for a million years, you're not losing this, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, अगर ये pawn, अगर अपन H का pawn उठा के अगर A3 पे वगैरह रखते तो फिर
हाँ,
काफी अच्छा चांस होता white का, but
yeah.
because pawns are on the same side, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कुछ होने वाला है यहाँ.
Agreed. I think at the end, मेरी खुद की end game रह चुकी है and it's very easy to defend actually. King pawn के सामने आके बैठ जाता है and there's nothing to do. Yakubo blundered like 600 yellow. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? Really? क्या ब्लंडर किया भाई याकूबो ने? दिख तो नहीं रहा है ब्लंडर क्या किया भाई.
हाँ, हार तो गया वो. ब्लंडर नहीं, आई थिंक परम प्लेड अ वेरी गुड गेम ना, मतलब ऐसे कुछ.
Yeah, brilliance ही खेली भाई. I don't think it's a elementary blunder. By the way, Rapport and Samshidin have also drawn, so 2 games are over. Only the Indian games remaining, Rakesh bhai. So now we go to the game of
क्या
Prague.
बात है.
जहां पे अब नोदरबिग बेचारे, नोदरबिग सॉरी, सिंदारो वहां बैठे हुए हैं, सोच रहे हैं कि कैसे आई कैन क्रिएट काउंटर प्ले। डू यू सी एनी काउंटर प्ले? हाँ हाँ, कर दो कर दो कर दो कर दो। सो डू, हाँ, सो डू यू थिंक देर इज एनी काउंटर प्ले रिमेनिंग फॉर सिंदारो नाउ, राकेश भाई? डू यू थिंक इट्स जस्ट एन एलिमेंट्री विन फॉर somebody like Pragg?
I think it's an elementary win. Or, normally ऐसे बोलते हैं two passed pawns or two connected pawns on the sixth rank are worth more than a rook. And guess what, Tico? प्रग का अगला थ्रेट है pawn to c6. तो
Yeah.
ये जो रुक है c8 d8 पे, दे आर जस्ट गोइंग टू बी सिटिंग डक्स, एंड आई थिंक बहुत ही मुश्किल है आपको काउंटर प्ले क्रिएट करने के लिए. एंड इट लुक्स रियली टफ. एंड ओ, देयर यू गो, किंग h8. लाइक अ
ओके
नल मूव, मतलब कुछ कोई थ्रेट ही नहीं है ना इसमें तो.
भाई, इससे बेटर तो मेरा एच6 लग रहा है मुझे। इसमें तो बैक रैंक इश्यूज भी रहेंगे। सो
ट्रू. आई थिंक ही इज ट्राइंग टू गेट आउट ऑफ दैट क्वीन c4 या क्वीन बिशप, वो
या
डायगोनल से हट रहा है king.
या या बट स्टिल आई थिंक कहीं ना कहीं पे I think Pragg did miss a couple of opportunities today, but I think luckily for him, like the game was so complex and Sindaro wasn't able to come back, and now he's winning. And now because he gained those 30 minutes, as you said, Rakesh bhai, I think it should be elementary. I agree with you. I think ये दो connected pass pawns. I mean, the king is so well defended now. Now वो bishop चला गया, now there is no way for black to really create any chances of a counter play. G5, G4 फेंकना पड़ेगा literally उसको. And even then, I don't see what's happening.
उसमें तो बहुत टाइम लग जाएगा ना. लाइक उतने में आई थिंक प्राग दो तीन रानियां बना लेगा यहाँ पे लेफ्ट साइड पे. एंड भाई यश बोल रहा है टोपल ऑफ ब्लंडर, क्या बात कर रहा हूँ, मतलब रिटायरमेंट से आके, मतलब वो तो खेलते ही नहीं है आजकल. तो विच टूर्नामेंट आर यू फॉलोइंग बड़ी?
रिटायरमेंट से आके भी ब्लंडर
आ,
करने हैं, बस बताओ।
कोई ना. तो कुछ तो ऐसे एग्जिस्टिंग प्लेयर का बोल रहा हूँ थोड़ा, ट्रिक तो करो हमको.
भाई
उत्कर्ष
मैग्नस
बोल रहे
ब्लंडर बोल सकते हैं।
अर्जुन गेम प्लीज.
हाँ, अर्जुन गेम, बाय द वे। Oh, he did play c2 and rook to c1, so this is the position.
Yeah, not a blunder. And I think अर्जुन बहुत फास्ट खेल रहा है पिछले कुछ मूव्स ना, मतलब it's basically only moves to go for him, so it's
Yeah,
easier also.
yeah, agreed. Another thing is, you want to bring this knight into the game. अगर आप कुछ घुमा फिरा के लाने की कोशिश करोगे तो I'm just gonna play queen e3, and that really really solves all white problems, right? The best you have is this, maybe this, but I will get this pawn and I will likely draw this king f2 and yeah, knight e1. So the best I
Hmm.
think black has is probably to play knight e5, जो इंजन भी चीख चीख के कह रहा है. But now you take d takes, and white also has the, oh, he took on a3.
Yeah, it's a good move. And कहीं ना टिको, if you don't play that move, queen a3, एक move पीछे जाएंगे.
हाँ.
And if you do a quick material count, it looks like white is a pawn up. तो
Yeah.
नोडरबेक वो भी सोच रहा है, बोल रहे हैं कि भाई पोजीशन तो इक्वल कर लो, क्योंकि कहीं ना ये आगे चलकर ये पॉन साइड वाला, लेफ्ट साइड का ए3 पॉन ना प्रॉब्लम ना कर दे इसलिए.
True, 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 true. Yeah, he's playing practically as well. So he takes that pawn. And now for Arjun, I think queen d2 is the best move. So you simply want to grab this pawn. And agar queen b3 aaya, so knight to e1, and you will take that pawn. So Rakesh bhai, I think this is moving towards a comfortable draw now. I think it's not even that complicated
आई फील दैट्स व्हाई
because
नो.
hmm,
या बट दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक ही प्ले क्वीन d2 को क्वीन a4 खेलेगा, ताकि आप नाइट हटाओगे ना तो क्वीन इनटू e4 चेक रहेगा. मैं
ah,
तो दिस
but
इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी, बट यू आर एब्सोल्युटली राइट इन सेइंग भाई ये गेम तो ड्रॉ की तरफ दौड़ रहा है, मतलब चल भी नहीं रहा है.
So if queen a4, then how do I kind of move the knight? So we queen d3 with the idea of knight e1 next.
हाँ, आई थिंक दैट शुड, या दैट शुड वर्क, दैट शुड वर्क. इट्स बेसिकली ना, मैं e4 का पॉन दूंगा और c2 का पॉन मार लूंगा,
Ha,
एंड
ha, true,
देन
true,
इट्स
true, true,
जस्ट एवरीथिंग इज इक्वल.
true. Agreed, agreed. So interesting position in chat, and ये c2 pawn बस चाहिए अर्जुन को, and then it will be all safe. And he is about to, no, no, not about to play just yet.
भाई अरविंद्रा कौन है चैट, मतलब अरविंद तो लिखो यार प्लीज ऐसे।
By the way, a lot of moves here. So
और
rook e3, queen e3, queen d5, h4, check, back. Yeah, a lot of empty moves basically. Not much happening. Do you think he will push here, or do you think he'll just offer a draw? Because in my experience, ये तो बहुत ही draw होती है. Like there is no way you win this, yeah?
या मतलब नेपो का चेहरा भी यही कह रहा है, मतलब भाई कितना देर खेलेगा, बट आई थिंक वी सॉ अरविंद गेम यस्टरडे आल्सो, सो ही इज अ फाइटर। पुश तो करेगा बट बहुत ही मुश्किल है, फॉर ब्लैक टू लूज दिस। आई वुड से 98% दिस गेम शुड एंड इन अ ड्रॉ एट any level between two equal players, I would say.
Yeah, maybe you try queen g5, then black just plays queen e6. Then you bring the king up, try some drama. But I think overall,
कहीं ना आपको वो G4 कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा, पॉन्स धकलने पड़ेगा, तब वो आपका किंग वीक हो जाएगा, परपेचुअल चेक आएगा। दैट्स द
हाँ,
प्रॉब्लम चैट।
agreed. So this is looking like a draw. Meanwhile, Prag की गेम में कुछ हुआ है क्या? King h8 के बाद Prag is still thinking. So no updates just yet. And अगर आप अर्जुन की गेम में जाएं एक बार, so no updates there as well. So important games है. Prag winning, Arjun drawing, and Arvind also drawing. A good result, na? Because I think we had three very strong players today, Rakesh bhai.
या एंड देखो ऐसे सोचो ना, ये काइंड ऑफ एक ओलंपियाड मैचअप है, मतलब इंडिया उज्बेकिस्तान एक्सेप्ट
हाँ,
जस्ट नेपो, अगर आई नो रशियन है, बट स्टिल इट्स काइंड ऑफ लाइक दैट, एंड यू स्टिल एंड अप विनिंग द मैच ना, 2 out of 3
हाँ,
में भी।
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's a great performance by the boys, and by especially big result for Prag. If you overtake the reigning world champion in rating, that has to feel special.
Yeah, yeah. And Prag, by the way, I wonder how many points does he gain? Sindar was like 27, 15, right? So I think he gains like 4 points, 4 point, I don't know, something
आप
like that.
मेरे को रेटिंग बताओ ना, मैं एग्जैक्टली बताता हूँ आपको।
Ha,
प्रग
so
का
he
रेटिंग बोलो,
is 2776.
2-7-3,
2776 है Prag.
और सिंदारो 2-6, 2-7-1-0,
2716.
1-6। ओके, जीतेगा आप बोल रहे हो कि
Ha,
in 4.2, you are right.
4.2, right? So he will go to 2779.9. Lol, why? Point 1 below 2800. And how much does Arjun lose if he draws against Nodirbek?
अर्जुन, मेरे को लाइव रेटिंग नहीं है, मेरे को एग्जैक्ट रेटिंग टूर्नामेंट का
Ha,
रेटिंग
exact
चाहिए।
rating at 2780 for. I don't think he loses anything. 2780 for Arjun and
नहीं
2774 for Nodirbek.
नहीं, नहीं नहीं, ये जो चेस कॉम पे ना वो रेटिंग चाहिए, टू सेवन
हाँ
एट
वही बोल
टू
रहा हूँ
आप।
2780 for Arjun and 27474 for Nodirbek.
अरे बट चेस कॉम, अब आप अलग वाला पेज देख रहे हो क्या या नहीं?
Events page.
एनीवे, हाँ नहीं नहीं, ठीक है, एनीवे लेट मी जस्ट कैलकुलेट। अर्जुन 2780 ना?
हाँ और 2774 आई थिंक उसमें कुछ चेंज नहीं होगा मेरे ख्याल से.
नहीं नहीं, ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है, हार्डली एनी डिफरेंस। ड्रॉ पे -0.1, बड़ी।
अच्छा. So that means कि yeah, I think he probably still remains behind Arjun by point 3, yeah, point 4, something like that.
या या
Yeah. Unless Arjun loses, then of course I think Prag goes ahead. So
नहीं नहीं,
let's
बट
see what
ऐसा नहीं,
happens.
मे बी एथ राउंड इज प्रग वर्सेस अर्जुन, तो करना ही है तो भाई उसमें करो ना, मतलब इट्स
True,
इट्स फेयर इन अ वे।
true, true. Meanwhile, chat, Arjun still thinking 18 minutes. No more time they will get now, yeah. So they are moving towards the final minutes on the clock. And Prag, meanwhile, still no moves for Prag either. He's also
नो
thinking.
मूव्स, नो मूव्स।
And Arvind has, by the way, pushed. So he pushed his
या,
pawn to g4 and is
यू हैव टू
still,
ट्राई, kudos
yeah,
to Arvind on trying, but as you can see पिछले अगर नेपो के 2-3 मूव देखोगे आप, किंग G7, किंग G8, वो टाइम पास ही करने वाला
ha. He's like, queen is too powerful. He's like, अच्छा देखा क्या? Did you see what he did? He's
है।
like,
या,
अच्छा कितना ट्राई करना है भाई तुझे. Okay, this should be a draw soon.
बट इट्स ऑल्सो फेयर, अगर नेपो वाइट होता, नेपो भी खेलता ही ना, मतलब आई डोंट थिंक वो ड्रॉ
हाँ,
करता है, सो इट्स।
हाँ, of course, of course, of course. He would play for sure. Uh, I think fair
Plus,
result for
Nepo का
Arvind.
वो है कुछ tendency. Sometimes he's a extremely amazing calculator, but कोई एक आधा blunder या fast move दे देता है. So
हाँ.
Arvind के लिए that might work out. But apart from that or a big blunder, I don't see any way he can win this.
Yeah, and we have seen Queen Endgame में. हाँ, मुझे याद है अनीश गिरी playing world rapid, I think, whatever it was. Queen and one pawn against Queen and two pawns won that game, pawn down. वो कुछ Queen H1 check, Queen H5 mate हो गई थी opponent की. So Queen end games are always tricky.
Yeah, Queen Endgame's very very tricky and मतलब सिर्फ आपको relax नहीं होना है. If Nepo can
हाँ.
just be alert, should end in it.
So ठीक है, as Arvind thinks, no move in the Prague game. Oh, he has played Queen D2 by the way. So Arjun, move after move, coming up with the best moves, and your move, Rakesh, Queen A4 by Noderbek.
Yeah, I think this game also heading to a draw. Queen a4 stops knight e1. Very importantly, e4 pawn pay attack it. So I think just instead of that, Arjun should play queen बाजू में e2.
Yep,
And I think something like queen क्या कैसे draw करो rook c4 या rook e हाँ
Rook C4. Rook C4 there's knight D2 though, but then Rook C3,
हाँ अभी आप अटैक कैसे करोगे मेरा pawn.
Knight F3 back.
That's a repetition, that could happen.
Yeah, because I am threatening knight E1, so you have to prevent that, and now I have played this again. So this is the repetition already.
Correct,
Because
correct.
if white wins this pawn for free, then white pushes, then white wins. So black also has to be careful. Yeah, you cannot lose this pawn for free. Then you end up losing maybe the game.
Yeah, and Nodenberg has played a wonderful game and definitely doesn't deserve to lose this one. So I don't think he's going to lose that. क्वीन D3
Arjun,
खेल रहे हैं शायद अर्जुन का हाथ में से दिख रहा है.
yeah, both moves kind of work, I think. So all three moves actually work. That's the beauty. So queen d3, queen e3, queen e2, all three moves for Arjun kind of work. So he can put it anywhere. Just don't put it on c3 maybe. Yeah, queen e2.
Okay, yeah, queen E2. And fair result. Abdul Sadar tried his best. He will still remain in the lead. उसका home ground में वो खेल रहा है. He has tons of fans across the world, but especially more उसके देश में. तो definitely he'll be. It's a fair result, I would say, Tiku, overall.
Yeah,
सबके हिसाब से.
yeah.
And
So this looks
Prag
amazing.
still
And
thinking.
Prag ki game
Yeah,
में कोई moves नहीं.
no
Arvind
moves.
game, no moves. I think we can stick to this one for now.
Doesn't look like any way also मतलब Nodenberg कुछ crazy या कुछ special कर सकता है. Just two little pieces left on the board.
Yeah, for example, knight e5. Like I'm not even gonna take. I'm just gonna play knight e1. And if rook c4, I'm gonna defend with f3. So I'm not even sure who's better now. Like the bars is equal, but looks like he white बस pawn जीतने वाला है.
हाँ मैं surprised हूँ कि ये कैसे better है फिर.
Rook d4,
Rook
rook
C2 मारा
c2
तो
and knight c4.
नहीं but ये
Wow.
बहुत complicated है मतलब.
Yeah.
You don't want to get into that. And maybe like king f2 अगर मैं knight e3 बचा रहा हूँ तो maybe move like queen a7 या ऐसे कुछ queen b3
अरे
भी है.
बाप रे. So there are like Noderbek could do this actually. I would not be shocked if
भाई
he does this,
Nodenberg
but
fighter है. Yeah, he's a
हाँ,
fighter.
he could do this,
He
but it's
will
risky.
squeeze every opportunity. हल्का सा भी 1% भी चांस रहेगा तो वो फाइट करेगा, वो ढूंढेगा ये.
But it's risky though. Like if he makes a mistake in this position, then he could lose. So Nodebek has to take a practical call. But knowing how well Arjun has defended so far, I think maybe it's prudent to just kind of take the draw. Like it can turn out to be, like too risky, I feel.
Yeah, yeah. And like Nodenberg, of course, won World Rapid Blitz, World Rapid Champion. ओलंपियाड भी जीता इंडिया वाला जब भी हुआ था, एंड यू नो उज्बेकिस्तान कमिंग अप विद दिस इवेंट को, फिर सितंबर में ग्रैंड स्विस है जो पिछली बार विदित जीता था, एंड
या
अगले साल ओलंपियाड भी है उज्बेकिस्तान में। तो
या
बहुत एक इंडिया और उज्बेकिस्तान का एक राइवलरी आई कैन सी शेपिंग अप फ्यूचर में भी।
या ट्रू. And as Ludwig calculates, he has time. Prag has played his move, and उन्होंने
लेट्स गो देयर।
C6 खेल दिया है. So things looking amazing भाई. ये दोनों पॉन बस चलते ही जा रहे हैं दुश्मन की टेरिटरी में.
या एंड ओ सुंदर अबाउट टू मूव, क्या ही खेलेंगे, लाइक आई सेड वो दो पॉन ना एक रुक के बराबर है, आपके 2 पॉइंट्स आर इक्वल टू अपोनेंट के 5 पॉइंट्स, सो इट्स अनलेस देयर इज अ टैक्टिकल डिफरेंस, उसके बिना तो सिंदारो इज अ गनर। क्वीन एफ4 खेला टिको।
Yeah, Queen F4.
व्हाट
Not
इफ
sure
यू
what that.
कीप पुशिंग, इग्नोर, कुछ है ही नहीं ना, थ्रेट ही नहीं है उसका।
Yeah, I think I'm not sure what even that like. What does Queen F4 do? I'm not even sure.
वो रुक D2 का थ्रेट दे रहा है ना सिर्फ, हल्का सा।
But if I play B7,
हाँ तो
how do you have time for Rook D2? By the way, what do you play after B7?
यू हैव टू गो रुक B8 ना, मतलब
But Rook B8, I think looks okay. I don't want to move this bishop because I was thinking Bishop B6 खेल के game खत्म.
आपका किंग थोड़ा अनसेफ है, बट यू नो इफ यू इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ कैलकुलेशन, इफ यू जस्ट सी कि कुछ नहीं हो रहा है तो गेम खत्म है।
True. I think what you want to avoid is maybe Rook D1. Like that feels like कि मारा, let's say Queen से मारा तो there can be some blockade here on the dark
हाँ
squares.
हाँ हाँ करेक्ट।
So you don't want to get too passive. I think pawns को push करना है. But कैसे करें effectively? B7 तो automatic लग रहा है लेकिन.
या प्रग अबाउट टू प्ले B7।
Please make the board bigger. I wish the board was bigger. निधि भाई अभी आएंगे 2 मिनट में. He'll make the board bigger भाई.
अरे भाई प्रग क्या अलग लेवल के फॉर्म में चल रहा है ना, मतलब ऐसा। व्हाट क्वीन C1, ओके।
Also a nice move
या
actually.
मेक सेंस, यू वांट टू क्वीन ट्रेड हो गई तो गेम इज ओवर एनीवे, सो
Yeah, and of course, if you play Rook D2 chat, I think this is basically a pin. And it just, I was thinking even G3 na jeet raha ho. Like even this feels tempting. Ki bhai, Queen G3, Queen D2,
या
but I maybe just kind of just pushing the pawns anyway. So you don't change anything.
ये तो मतलब सिंदारो के लिए बहुत ही मुश्किल चॉइस है यार, कांट डू एनीथिंग मतलब।
चलो, I think सच टाइम तो है भाई, सोचेगा बंदा, मेहनत करेगा अभी. And by the way, Arjun game, we have an update. So Rook C4 was played by Noderbek. I think we might see Queen D2. What?
ओ उसका पॉइंट है कि ब्लैक हैज नो थ्रेट।
Uh, but 92 was a draw, right?
92 वाज अ रेपिटेशन।
Instant draw. Like unless you're thinking 95, I can't imagine that works. So Rook C3, Knight F3, Threat 91. Why Queen
क्वीन,
D2?
या क्वीन D2 just allows Noderbek to keep pushing, keep playing in a way।
Yeah, and I don't know.
बट अर्जुन लुक्स ऐसा सुपर कॉन्फिडेंट ना, मतलब वो चिल में बंदा है, उसको
हाँ,
टेंशन नहीं
तो
है।
yeah, I think this is still okay, but
बट या आई एग्री, मतलब भाई ड्रॉ के लिए फाइट क्यों करना अगर फटाफट इमीडिएट ड्रॉ है तो।
yeah, I think he's seen something which we are missing. कुछ तो उसने देखा है Queen D2 के बाद, जो हम लोग मिस कर रहे हैं. Um, Rook E4, for example, I think that's an instant draw, game over. So black को कुछ और खेलना पड़ेगा. You can't. I mean, 95. I think this could be the idea, Rakesh bhai. 95 पे takes and D6.
ओह ओके या
Rook D4, Queen C2, draw.
I think this is what Arjun has in mind. And
He's prepared for knight e5 and और कोई उसको improvement black की दिख नहीं रही. And if black does nothing, let's say king h7. But then what does he do? Because
आप भी
knight
चिल करो.
e1, knight e5, rook c2, rook e4.
No, he does not want this. तो मेरे को वो 91 92 पहले ही खेलता. तो उसका पॉइंट मेरे को लगता है अर्जुन बोल रहा है किंग एच7 को मैं भी किंग एच2 या किंग जी1 चिल करूंगा.
अच्छा, you just want to wait, yeah? But
हाँ, इफ
forcing
आई
था
गो.
यार.
आई नो करेक्ट, आई एग्री. उसका सिर्फ ये पॉइंट है उसको नाइट पीछे पैसिव नहीं करना था ताकि नोडरबैक को आगे आने का मौका मिले. आई वुड हैव पर्सनली प्लेड नाइट डी2 टिको. हाउ अबाउट यू?
Yeah, I agree. Knight 2 felt more, I think, smooth. But Arjun clearly has seen something. Let's see how they play. Meanwhile, Pragg के बोर्ड पे अगर हम जाएं, क्वीन c1 के बाद still no moves from Sindarov. By the way, Arvind has pushed all his 3 pawns up the board. तो f4, g4, h4 तीनों आ चुके हैं.
बट तो भी कुछ नहीं होगा ना अभी तो. मतलब इट्स स्टिल
अब तो
कंप्लीटली
instant draw हो
डेड
जाएगा,
ड्रॉ.
I think. Yeah, queen a1 would be an instant draw, I think. You really won't have nothing.
या ट्रू. Queen e1 is a check. Queen g1 is a check. Nepo just has to find this. I think one last critical move there, and उसके बाद yeah, looks completely equal. Queen e1 check. Take up.
अच्छा, e1 डायरेक्ट ही आ रहा है भाई.
King h3, and now you just chill. I think Queen
Yeah.
g1 या कुछ.
Queen g1, f5, gf5, queen f5, king g7. Yeah, right here. तो
भाई
चैट इसका
सजन.
मतलब है कि हाँ, रखे बोलो.
सजन बोल रहा मूव्स के बगल का टाइमर इज खराब है. नहीं का क्या मतलब है? तो उसका मतलब है कि वो मूव पे मतलब अभी 71st मूव पे किंग एच3 के बाद नेपो ने 40 सेकेंड सोचा है और वो टाइम बढ़ते जा रहा है. तो इस पर्टिकुलर मूव के बाद जितना अपोनेंट सोच रहा है उस टाइमर का वो मतलब है. और जो राइट साइड में चेस बोर्ड के नीचे आपको टाइम दिख रहा है वो उसके एक्चुअल टाइम कितना बाकी है वो है. Yeah, king h3. I think just one waiting move. I think this would be the first game. चैट आपको क्या लगता है सबसे पहले कौन सा गेम खत्म होगा? चैट अर्जुन का, प्रग का या अरविंद का? मेरे को लग
बताओ भाई,
रहा
किस
है.
किसका बदला लेगा रे पहले तेरा फैजल? अर्जुन का. आई
मेरे
थिंक.
को तो लग रहा है अरविंद का ही गेम सबसे पहले खत्म होगा.
हाँ, अरविंद का होना चाहिए. बट प्रग के ओपोनेंट ने भी खेल दिया है बाय द वे, क्वीन f4,
नहीं, क्वीन
which
c1
feels
को
like
क्या
a,
खेला? क्वीन a4 खेला. ओके.
I mean, b7 if you play, there is rook c6. That's the trap. But I can play c7 now. ये
भाई
चकदड़ी ने थोड़ी चल
सी.
रही है कि मतलब कोमल पास नहीं करेगी. कोमल पास करेगी भाई. c7 खेलेंगे हम लोग. जो आगे है वो गोल करेगा भाई.
कोमल दिखा दे अपने लड़के को. एकदम फाइनल में आगे पास करेगी फिर.
सही में भाई. जो आगे वो गोल करेगा. लेट्स गो c7.
भाई गोल्डन स्पैरो बोल रहे प्रग ऑलरेडी वन. अपन डिले पे तो नहीं है ना? इट्स लाइव
नहीं नहीं,
राइट?
वो 15 मिनट डिले है ना गेम का एक्चुअली, आई
अच्छा
थिंक,
अच्छा
फ्रॉम
इसके
रियलिटी.
लिए. वही बट भाई सस्पेंस का मजा ही अलग है ना टिकू. बट
हाँ.
भाई आई सॉ द एग्जाम मूवी जो आपने कल रिकमेंड किया
अच्छा,
मेरे को.
देखिए क्या.
भाई गजब मजा आ गया मतलब.
हाँ. बाय द वे, c7 प्लेड. या ये जरूर पास करेगी. c7 आ चुका है. आई थिंक रुक g8 एंड देन यू जस्ट काइंड ऑफ, आई थिंक ये बिशप गेम में आएगा तो इट्स ओवर बिकॉज क्वीन इज नाउ नो लॉन्गर अटैकिंग द किंग, सो इट हैज फ्रीडम टू मूव. बट कैसे खत्म करना है बस वही देख रहा है. रुक g8 प्लेड.
या G8 on the board. I think you just of queen trade हो गया तो win है. तो मैं queen c4 या queen
हाँ.
ऐसी कुछ खेलूं. queen c5. queen c4 is nice ना. आपका e6 का pawn भी threatened है.
या या क्वीन
एंड एक
C4।
बार क्वीन निकल गई तो मैं बिशप से ये C8 का रुक खा ही सकता हूँ जब ही चाहिए।
सही बात है भाई, क्वीन निकल जाती है तो बिशप भी फिर बाद में यू हैव टू मूव, एंड देयर विल बी नो अदर मूव्स बिकॉज रुक्स कैन नॉट मूव एनीवेज, रुक हैज नो स्क्वायर्स चैट, एंड देन ब्लैक कैन ओनली मूव दिस बिशप बैक एंड फोर्थ। एंड कब तक रोकोगे यार, एट सम पॉइंट B7 आएगा, B8 आएगा, एंड द गेम इज ओवर। I like Arvind, the
Yeah,
guy
just
wears a mustache.
would you
हाँ,
regret not becoming a GM ever or नहीं, यश मेरे को बोल रहा है कि जीएम बनेगा रिग्रेट नहीं है मतलब। नहीं भाई बिल्कुल नहीं, खुश हूं मैं ये रेटिंग और टाइटल से। बोलिए बोलिए टिको भाई।
मैं वही कह रहा था कि वही कुछ पढ़ ही रहा था। Uh, I like
अर
Arvind, the guy wears a
अरविंद
mustache
क्या
and
बोलते
plays like a shad. भाई rook B5 was a crazy move by
हैं?
Arvind, like बढ़िया move थी।
या अरुण भाई
I
द
think,
एग्जाम मूवी है जो टिको भाई ने कल मेरे को रेकमेंड किया। एंड प्रियांशु का बोल रहा है भाई बेस्ट कमेंट्री टिको भाई।
अरे
फायर
थैंक
फायर
यू भाई,
इमोजी के साथ।
थैंक यू भाई। अगर तुम लाइव कैमरा देख पाते, there's a reason why फुल स्क्रीन था पूरे टाइम। क्योंकि मैं कम से कम I counted like 69 sneezes today, so glad to have full screen camera भाई।
और एटलीस्ट दो समोसे तो खा लिया ना तूने उतने
नहीं
टाइम
खाया
में।
कुछ नहीं भाई, अभी खाऊंगा मैं डिनर भाई,
अच्छा
गर्मा
अच्छा, मेरे
गर्म
को
कुछ
लगा
खाऊंगा
ऐसे।
भाई, ओह मजा आएगा।
तू
ऑलरेडी
दिल्ली में
एक्साइटेड।
है ना, आई थिंक इसके लिए
हाँ
सर्दी हुई है तू।
भाई सही में पता है, मैं पनवेल में 4 महीने रुका, कुल मिला के एक बार हल्का सा मुझे एक दिन 4 महीने में जुकाम हुआ, 4 महीने में। यहाँ पे आते ही भाई हर हफ्ते 4 दिन होता है। भाई दिल्ली में
एग्जैक्टली
रहना ना,
एग्जैक्टली।
मतलब इसलिए भी नवंबर में वर्ल्ड कप मत करना भाई, दिल्ली में गोवा कंफर्म कर दो भाई जल्दी से, वरना
या
बाहर के
लुक्स
प्लेयर्स बीमार हो
लाइक
ना हो, मैं जरूर हो जाऊंगा। भाई
yeah, it looks like the FIDE World Cup will be in Goa. And Goan is saying thank you commentators for also commentating in English. I'm from South Africa, but yeah, welcome, welcome, global audience in the chat.
या we have either a commentator or at least a viewer from South Africa always, so तो क्वीन
Yeah,
C5,
Sahaj also has some South African roots.
साउथ अफ्रीकन ओरिजिन्स। ओरिजिन स्टोरी आज की साउथ अफ्रीका से चालू होती है। बट क्वीन C5 अटैकिंग द बिशप, बिशप मजबूर या तो इधर जाए या इधर जाए, दोनों तरफ जाने के नुकसान।
Yeah, if you go back with the bishop, then I think B7 just wins
या
on the spot. And
या
if you play bishop F4,
देन
then
क्वीन C4
can
तो है ही।
my oh yeah, queen C4 is just nice. I was thinking to bring my bishop in the game, but this is just deadly. This game, I think queen C4 is like a move on which you resign. Nico.
या
So yeah, I
फिडे
think
वर्ल्ड कप
go ahead, go ahead.
गोवा में होगा कब? नवंबर भाई, अक्टूबर 31 से चालू होगा द वर्ल्ड कप गोवा में। तो बीच पे होगा क्या राकेश भाई वर्ल्ड कप?
नहीं नहीं,
बीच पे बोर्ड
टूर्नामेंट
लगा
हॉल
के,
में होगा बट नहीं नहीं,
अच्छा।
बट बीच को लग के ही होगा, मतलब कोई अच्छे से मस्त रिजॉर्ट में होगा इवेंट।
And there it is. That's resignation. And that is the end of the game, chat. Beautiful move, Queen C5. He knows Bishop B7 aa raha hai. Bishop F4 pe Queen C4 and Sindarov resigns. And with this, Praggnanandhaa has crossed Gukesh again, and he has touched his peak chess live rating of all time. I think that's 2779.9, Rakesh bhai.
Absolutely amazing. Praggnanandhaa becomes world number 5, overtakes the reigning world champion. And what a feeling for Prag. You know, his bestie, his good childhood friend, Arvind was about to catch up with him. And Prag was like, no, no, wait, I'll go and catch up with Arjun and the boys. And meanwhile, you can also follow. But Tiku, what an amazing start for Prag यहाँ पे. And I
Yeah,
just think he's a heavy favorite to win. And Arvind also has drawn just
yeah,
at this moment. So, two Indian games finishing in quick fashion. Arvind
yeah.
and Nepo, nice fighting draw and good game by both players there.
Yeah, and you get 1.5 points already from those two games, and now it's all about Erigesi Arjun's defense against Nordirbek. And Nordirbek has still not. Oh, he did play 91 by the way. Queen D2, F6, and 91. So that was the idea. And now the pawn is basically gone. And if you do not take, so we saw, right? So one option is rook e4, and the other is knight e5 and f3 and then queen b3. याद है हम वो देख रहे थे वो थोड़ा ड्रामा व्रामा करके we dance around,
Yeah.
and this is not possible. You cannot take, actually. Even this is possible for Northwick. You cannot take here because knight f3 आ रहा है राकेश भाई.
Yeah, and these are the exact tactics which I wanted to avoid. इसीलिए I like that knight d2 move जो अपन ने
Yeah,
which rook c4 को knight d2 was so
yeah.
much simpler than going down this rabbit hole. And है 15 minute I would say Arjun काफी comfortable है, but you don't want to give even a sniff of an opportunity to a player like Abdusattorov.
Agreed. Agreed. And फिलहाल के लिए chat Sindarov, sorry, Nodrbek confused होकर Sindarov, Nodrbek still looks like he's having, some at least hope about the position. But the thing is, अब 19 मिनट है उनके पास. So it doesn't feel like, he has a lot of time, and position में pieces भी exchange होने वाले हैं. Once you grab this pawn, I think automatically उनके chances take a deep dive. So this is the critical moment. If he has to come up with something, it has to be now. Like if I rook e4, and then I take on c2. Now I cannot take with the rook because then you will take on e1 and then I lose a
Huh?
piece. So knight
And
c2
he
मारना पड़ेगा.
takes, by the way, he's taken on e4.
Oh, nice.
Arjun
Knight
takes
c2.
immediately knight c2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in this position, do you think like either side has any chance here? Because material barabar hai. You have a e5 square, but I also have the e6 square, Rakesh bhai. If a piece gets there, then you would be wondering कि भाई ये draw काफी time से मिल रहा था, लेना चाहिए था.
Yeah. I mean, if the knight reaches on e6, Arjun would be playing for a win, but बहुत मुश्किल लग रहा है वहां पे पहुंचने को. And I would say it just favors black a little bit क्योंकि वो white का
Yeah,
king थोड़ा unsafe है. d5 pawn maybe is loose sometimes. Black's pieces are more active basically.
yeah,
But even engine evaluation says I think 0.00.
yeah.
0 point minus 2. So it's negligible. And yeah, barring a big blunder draw incoming in this, and whoever predicted 2 out of 3 points in the chat poll pe, I think आप लोग correct हो.
Yeah. Now, for example, I want to put the knight on e3. So black could play rook e5 to put pressure here. Knight e3 now. Queen e4 check आ सकता है. And you can simply put the king back. And कहीं ना कहीं, black would maybe try h5, h
Rook
something. I
c4
can even...
played, Tiku. Sorry to cut
Oh,
you.
rook
Rook
c4, rook
c4
c4 played.
played. And now
Oh.
knight e3 is like a draw offer.
But that's weird, right? So rook c4, you don't want to trade rooks maybe if you want to play for a win. So is now Nodirbek going for a draw?
हाँ नहीं तो आप वो फाइल पे क्यों लाओगे ना आपको.
Exactly. And you see how if you don't take, then white is slightly better actually.
Yeah,
Rook e4,
Arjun
for
about
example,
to
rook
play
c6.
93 on the board.
Yeah,
Rook
on the
c1
board,
taken in a
flash.
flash.
Yeah,
7
chat.
seconds.
Yeah, can we go full screen? I think this is about to be over soon. We might see a couple of checks, queen e4 check played. And the lucky thing for white is this knight on e3 is a great piece. Now, maybe he's trying for knight e5, knight f3 tactics, Rakesh bhai. That's his last try to get into
Yeah,
those light squares and, harass the white king. But maybe the white king is comfortably safe, yeah? Matlab, it's not a big deal because I also have some perpetuals there. Queen c8, queen f5 check, and I trade queens.
exactly. Queen c8 check, queen f5. And the fact that you mentioned a very nice thing to chat, which is educational, ki knight near the king is a great defender. For example, knight e5, मान लो मैं queen c8 check देके तो draw कर ही सकता हूँ with queen
Huh.
f5. अगर मैंने कुछ करा भी नहीं, like if I play queen b2, do you even have a threat, देखो.
Knight f3, king
आ गया king
g2.
g1 दिया, मतलब खतरे के,
It's
मतलब
yeah, it's
the
still
knight on
not
e3 is
much. Yeah,
such a nice
yeah,
defender.
yeah. By the way, he played something. King
Yeah,
g1
king
played. I think he wants to
g1.
keep the option of going here as well. Emergency
That's
के लिए.
smart.
Smart. And defending the f2 pawn. And now he played 95 chat. I think white has a simple way. Just check. King h7 and queen f5. And that just is an instant draw. You don't need to calculate anything. And queen f5 force, knight f5, d6 is falling, knight c4, and then you bring. I mean, come on, like even Nodubek can't be serious, yeah, about this. Like this is a draw.
Yeah, of course. I think queen f5 को draw, दोनों एक दूसरे को देखेंगे ऐसा, ये मेरा prediction है.
या देखो एक दूसरे को भाई,
नहीं मतलब ऐसे
देखो।
यू श्रग योर शोल्डर्स एंड ऑफर इनडायरेक्ट, बट भाई नोडिरबेक को देख के लग रहा है ही इज रेडी टू प्ले दिस फॉर वन मोर आवर 50 मोर मूव्स, राइट? उसका बॉडी लैंग्वेज देख के।
होपफुली नोद्रिक मेरे जुकाम का थोड़ा लहज करेंगे भाई। और और भाई ड्रॉ कर लेंगे, बिकॉज किंग F7, if you try this also, king queen E6 check, and here you
हाँ,
better start worrying कि maybe I have overextended a bit. So king H7 ही खेलना पड़ेगा, and then queen F5 should seal the deal. But I think Nodvik played a fabulous game though. There's no doubt about it. Like how he pushed with the
किंग एफ7 भाई, आपके जुकाम का कोई लगाम नहीं है। एंड आई फील किंग एफ7 को भी क्वीन ई6 आई लाइक इट, बट हाउ अबाउट स्टिल क्वीन एफ5, मतलब जस्ट
sorry, my mic got disconnected.
श्योर।
By my mic got disconnected. A queen F5 khela, that's also possible, I think. And the queen has to go away here to avoid exchanges, right? Which is not comfortable actually.
Then you might end up losing a pawn or something. No.
Yeah. But queen e6 check, king f8, I have given another check. So king g6 आना पड़ेगा आपको. Then I take on d6. Let's say you give a check and I go king f1. What's your plan? I think knight d4, right? You want to threaten mate.
Yeah, yeah.
King g1
And
back.
then it's a repetition. But वही ना, मैं मतलब रिस्क क्यों लूं, ऐसा है।
Yeah. Important by the way, king e1 आओगे अगर तो queen d3 is mate. Force
ओह,
mate.
या
So Nodrvik, you know, playing like Fisher a little bit. Yeah, आखिरी drop तक पूरा squeeze कर रहे हैं इस गेम को, कुछ नहीं छोड़ रहे हैं. He's trying every resource in the game. Kudos to how he has played this game with the black pieces. In fact, Arjun was the one who was, kind of exchanging pieces, heading towards an equal position. He kept maintaining those winning chances and really, really pushed hard with black today.
या एंड अनदर रीजन इज भाई नोडरबेग को भी तो चाहिए। उज्बेकिस्तान गवर्नमेंट इतना पैसा खर्च कर रहा है, उनको घर गाड़ियां गिफ्ट करी है, तो दे
हाँ,
आर ऑल्सो वांटिंग अप देयर प्लेयर टू प्ले दी ओलंपियाड ना। तो
true, and not to forget, if Noderbek won today, Rakesh bhai,
हाँ, हाँ।
and if Pragg didn't win, like he would cross everybody. Like Pragg, Gukesh, Arjun in one game.
Wow, that's how
So
close the ratings and rankings are.
yeah. So Pragg won, so he will be held regardless. But yeah.
Yeah, I think Arjun having probably the last thing of the game, because इसी यही क्रिटिकल मोमेंट है, इसमें अच्छे से सोच लोगे तो उसके बाद के तो सारे मूव्स काफी इजी होंगे फॉर अर्जुन एरिगाइसी।
राकेश भाई ने वही बोला, बस 10th 12th कर लो, उसके बाद तो सब आसानी है। या तो विन है या लर्न है, एग्जैक्टली भाई, एग्जैक्टली।
देखो ना टीकू भाई, आज अर्जुन कितना बोर्ड पे देख के सोच रहा है, मतलब
कुछ भी नहीं
2700
भाई,
के।
कुछ भी नहीं देखा ही नहीं, देखा ही नहीं, पहली बार देखा बोर्ड पे।
अच्छा, ओके,
लिटरली आई
शुरू में
वाज,
नहीं देख रहा
देखो स्टेयर देखो भाई, स्टेयर देखो भाई, ओहो।
था। हाँ, नोडरबेक का आइकॉनिक स्टेयर है।
भाई एक टाइम में मुझे लग रहा था कि लाइक पिछले 2 साल में मैंने शायद चेस बोर्ड पे ज्यादा देखा होगा अर्जुन से। लिटरली देखता ही नहीं है बंदा।
उसको जरूरत ही नहीं है भाई, दिमाग में ही सब कैलकुलेट करता रहता है। And, yeah, draw incoming, it looks like.
Yep. Okay, still no moves from Arjun. I think he's trying to see what is the easiest way. So queen e6 check, king g6 हमने देखा. So we saw queen d6 is a draw. Um, is there something else also?
आई थिंक वो यही कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं कि क्वीन d6 के बाद knight f3, he's just double checking, I feel in this.
Yeah, because you have to be careful ना, थोड़ा सा ये check भी है. ये check. Yeah, okay, okay. He gives a check. He's calculated now. It's over, I think. King
King
g6 played.
g6.
Takes the pawn. That's a sign he has seen everything now. That's a clear sign कि it's about to be over.
Correct, correct.
And now the thing is, if you give white 2 moves, he'll play queen e6 and somehow bring the queen back, and then you might even lose. So Black has to do something right about now. Yeah, knight f3 check incoming, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, वो एक ही last trick है ना of the king
हाँ
coming
हाँ.
to the left side.
The good news is king kahin bhi chalo, it's still a draw. That's the good news here. I think you can move the king anywhere, any legal move, and it
Yeah,
works.
and because of this, star Ghoda on e3, just
Mm.
protecting everything,
Yeah,
and
that
it's
g2 square
about
is
to.
so important. Yeah, because king, let's say h1, you give a double check and suddenly it's mate, but the knight controls the g2 square. Super important.
भाई मैंटो वेगस बोल रहा है दोनों की लेग्स एक साथ शेक हो रहा है. That would be
भैया
a nice shot.
आज का थीम है
ठीक है,
भाई.
ये shot.
If you
Okay.
had seen Pragg and like Sindaro's legs, like
Sindaro.
ऐसा लग रहा था बीच में कोई बड़ी सी चीज पड़ी है एंड दोनों सिंक में लात मार रहे हैं उसको. ऐसे लग रहा था भाई लिटरली.
Yeah. Raki's भाई कहाँ गिला सकते नहीं. I think सहज भाई को ही लगेंगे. And सहज भाई has just gone to Turkey so for his tournament. So hopefully he increases a lot of points and comes back. And भाई great point by Shivam भाई जो बोल रहा है now Arjun will face relatively weaker opponents. Let me have a quick look.
I think
And he's
that
right
that's a great point. So
in a way. He
yeah,
plays.
tomorrow. हाँ हाँ राकेश भाई. हेलो हेलो हेलो.
नहीं नहीं हाँ
ओके.
बस वही he's right, he's right. Hello.
हाँ, got it, got it, got it. Yeah, I can hear you now, Rakesh.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
meanwhile,
Arjun still hasn't played, but
I think he's making sure. And Rakesh, to your point, kal we have Maksudlu against Prague. That will be super fantastic. We'll have Noderbek against Arvind. Bhai, kal kitna push karne wala hai Noderbek, yeah? And also we'll have Samshidin Wokidov against Arjun. So Tino Indian players will have black tomorrow. It'll be very interesting to see how they play. King
interesting
G2.
matchup.
He's holding on to the
King,
king, by the way.
yeah,
Look
King
at that.
G.
He held on to the king for a long time, actually, है ना?
Bhai, rarely you see nerves from Arjun, हाँ, मतलब.
हाँ. राकेश भाई उड़ गए. नहीं नहीं भाई, आई थिंक लैग होगा. उड़े नहीं अभी तो नहीं
हाँ,
एटलीस्ट.
lag है lag.
Okay, I
ठीक
think
है,
it's
lag
gonna.
हुए जेब में. उड़ गए.
I think now knight d4 check is something which makes sense to me because king f1 पे at least चलो एक तो थ्रेट. अब सारे चेक देगा वो पहले. नाइट d4 check king f1, knight f3 king g2, knight g5 king. Like you can use all these squares now one by one, I think. फिर एक h5 भी खेल दो बीच में. Can you play h5 by the way? Queen f4 आ रहा है. Then you have to be careful, yeah.
भाई वो लेने के देने ना पड़ जाए. So Noderbek will try एक दो चेक देके फिर ड्रॉ ही होने वाला है ये तो.
Yeah.
And I think literally it's the last game in the tournament hall if you can see the background. सही लग रहा है.
Yeah. By the way, two results today. Param Maksudlu defeats Yakubov Noderbek and Pragg defeats Sindarov. And Plucky live rating, I can tell you now, chat. I'm refreshing it. It is 2779.9. Indeed. He's zero point 0.5 behind Arjun and the India number one spot. And he is well officially 2780 now. His highest rating ever. Yeah, a victory tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow he plays Maksud, right? So if he wins tomorrow, he might cross Arjun and Fabiano both, Rakesh Bhai. He could be world number 3 tomorrow, by the way. Wow.
Yeah, very likely he's having the black pieces. ना वो एक problem हो सकता है, but yeah, definitely
हाँ
possible.
भाई, आई एम प्रिटी श्योर नोदरबेक ने सारी चेक्स 4 बार कैलकुलेट कर ली हैं अब तक. जितनी उसकी कैलकुलेशन स्ट्रांग है. ही इज जस्ट होपिंग फॉर अ मिरेकल बट इट डजंट एग्जिस्ट.
Yeah, just trying to see if there is something possible. But what a game by Nodenberg, ना मतलब 98.1 accuracy, but no good moves, no brilliant, no blunders, कुछ नहीं हुआ. बहुत ही strong player है यार.
But I think psychological boost मिला होगा नोदल बेक को यहाँ पे, because he was the one pushing, right, with the black pieces throughout the game. So
Yeah,
psychologically, for
yeah.
the rest of, at least for the next time they play, I think this is a huge boost for. By the way, King H2 is the only move, yeah, okay, played. King G1, there was Knight H3, and
Uh-huh.
King F1, there was Queen H1 picking up H3. So you had to play King H2. But okay, I mean, logical move. Horsey check 4 is not checkmate by because the G2 square is covered by the knight. So there is no Queen G2 checkmate. Yeah, we'll see this check,
No,
King
no.
G2. Yeah. एक बंदा कह रहा है यार अर्जुन बहुत सीधा लगता है यार. सारे जिसमें सीधे ही है यार. All of them are like very humble, like very down to earth.
सहज भाई छोड़ के.
हाँ, मतलब इनके बुरे शौक भी होते हैं यार. कई बार ना रात को मैं 2 बजे बुलेट खेलता हूँ. लाइक दीज आर देयर बैड हैबिट्स. अच्छा, प्रग का क्या लगाना है?
अरे बस
लगा दिया
नाइट
भाई.
F3 check.
बैक टू अर्जुन. एक से नहीं भाई,
मतलब
आई
he
थिंक.
might miss the.
एक से नहीं भाई, आई थिंक गेम खत्म होने. अच्छा, नाउ आई कैन शिफ्ट. ये लो. 1 2 3 4. हाँ, बढ़िया बढ़िया. ओके, वी हैव रिपीटेड वंस. We're gonna repeat twice, and then I'm gonna have dinner. Let's go. Dinner के लिए भाई सब chat. Dinner ओपी हो जाए भाई एक बार chat में. Let's go.
भाई वो तो डिनर ओपी, बट और एक चीज है कि भाई डिनर में क्या बना है आपके घर में.
भाई
दैट
नो
वुड
क्लू,
आल्सो बी इंटरेस्टिंग टू नो.
क्योंकि स्ट्रीम चालू की तो
नहीं,
लंच
चैट
बना
को,
था.
चैट को.
तो अच्छा, चैट के लिए. अच्छा हाँ.
And
And
there we
there it
see
is
a
भाई.
repetition.
Arjun घूर रहा है भाई. And there it is. It's a draw and a beautiful defense by Erigesi Arjun, but a strong display of aggression as well by Nodirbek Absav. So a great game overall, a treat to watch. And इसके साथ ही इंडिया को मिलते हैं 2 draws और 1 win. And Nini bhai, can we have the standings once? Because I think अभी we are going to have Pragg and Nodirbek as the 2 leaders with 3.5. Yeah, Arjun learning from Abdul Sataro for sure, bhai. Bhai, was real बनाते रहेंगे. But I think as of now, it is Nodirbek and Pragg, the 2 leaders with 3 points out of 4, 2 wins and 2 draws. So कल की pairings बहुत खतरनाक होगी chat. Days of the standings. Arjun also just half a point behind the leaders, and Chidambaram also kind of catching up. Tomorrow is going to be Maksudlu versus Pragg. If Pragg wins tomorrow, he could be world number 3, India number 1. We have Nodirbek against Arvind, so we can expect Nodirbek to push hard as he has the white pieces. And then we have Vokridov against Arjun, and that's the point for Arjun. That's the moment when he can strike with the black pieces and catch up with the leaders, Rakesh Bhai.
Yeah, and he's playing the player in last place. So Arjun
Yeah.
definitely will be eyeing that opportunity. But क्या ही बढ़िया day था chat. 2 out of 3 points for Indians with the white pieces. Tomorrow, Tiku, एक ही हल्का सा tension है because all 3 Indian boys are playing with the black pieces.
Yeah.
But we'll be back same time, 3:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And yeah, exciting day coming up.
Yeah, chat. I want to thank you all for joining us today. भाई आज बहुत बीमार थी तबीयत में, तब भी तुम लोग रखे रहे. Thank you, chat. We'll see you tomorrow with some exciting games, with some victories for Indian players, and hopefully less cold for me. Thank you, Rakesh bhai. Thank you, Nidhi bhai. We'll see you tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. Bye bye. Take care and good night.